violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
You're all in trouble. You're all grounded. Hi, everyone. Okay, real quick. I have this bad habit of waking up my computer with hitting the enter button. And if OBS is the last program I had open, and I still had it open, it'll auto go live. So you guys heard me for like 4 minutes, like half an hour ago, of just like waking up and like plugging in my controller, starting to get my drinks and stuff ready. So that's what that was. Hi everyone. Holy smokes. I'm gonna unmute my buddy Dan here in a minute, but I'm really excited for the stream. It's good to see you all. Let me read some alerts real quick. You guys have a very big hype train going. Thank you very much for the support. I'm a giddy little boy right now. I really appreciate it. Stop! It's too many gifts. There's a lot of people here. Hi. Hello. If you're new here, welcome. I'm Dan Jones. I stream most days of the week. Usually all 5 weekdays, sometimes on weekends, but we play full playthroughs. We do, randomizers, we do whatnots, whatever kind of floats my boat. I'm kind of hooked on roguelites right now, so that's kind of where we're doing. Thank you, everyone. If you can't tell, I've never had this many people watching before, so I really appreciate it. It's a little overwhelming, but I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Let me say some thank yous really quick. Starting with, oh my gosh, I have to like scroll. Okay, Professor Farnsworth, thank you for 23 months. I actually heard your alert, and that was how I was like, I think I'm live. So thank you for letting me know. Thank you so much for the support. Rookies Dan, thank you for the Prime sub. Tris Chandler, thank you for the brand new sub. D Veagle, thank you for the Prime. Samirion, thank you for 2 months. Mars, thank you for 11 months. Cake Meister, thank you for the new Prime sub. Brave Othello, thank you for 11 months. 2 Dans, 1 stream. Hang on, no, 2 Dans, 2 Zelda. Still wrong. 2 Dans, 2 fun. That's it. Thank you. There's that hype train. Little Black Kitty, thank you for the Prime. Ed, thank you for 10 gifted subs. We haven't even started, guys. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Calvi, thank you for 100 bits. Professor Farnsworth, 5 more gifted subs. Thank you. D&D Path Nerd with the elite bits. Thank you. Entiro, 5 gifted subs. Quasimodo, 100 bits. Tracker, 100 bits. JPost, 100 bits. Thank you all so much. Rakila, 5 gifted subs. Alky Boy, 5 months. Thank you. Jetrom, thank you for 4 months. Hey, Dans, you both rock and make the world so much better. Good luck on the Plandomizer. Thank you so much. I'm really excited. We're going to get Dan in here in just a second, as soon as I thank you all. RJ, thank you for 16. Dan, 2021 has been a hell of a time for me, but I've absolutely loved being a part of your stream community. Thanks for all the streams this year. I'm excited for more in 2022. Let's get it started. Thank you so much, RJ. Love you, bud. Silver, thank you for 18. Dr. 3 times 1, or 3x1, thank you for the Prime. Marginal Profit, thank you for 23 months. So excited. B2, give me a username. Thank you for 19 months. Here's hoping mobile data allows me to watch. I hope so as well. Amphi, thank you for 10 gifts. Guys. Guys. Settle down. Amphi, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Thrame, 200 bits. Thank you. Brave Othello, also 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Alley Cat, thank you for 21 bits. Alchemist, thank you for 9 months. End Hero gifted 5 subs, thank you. Squid Brains, 100 bits. EGD Phoenix gifted out a sub, thank you. I think I never say EGD, I always say Phoenix. But thank you. Don QOT, thank you for the Prime. Juan DK, thank you for 111 bits. Kazman, thank you for 200. Quasimodo, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Bright, thank you for... This is normally not how streams start, chat. Normally we're like, I'm playing the game already. You guys are just spoiling me, so thank you. Bright Carver, thank you for 100 bits. Nasgora, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Brave Othello, thank you for 69 bits. Nice. Dan the Viking, 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Jotaro, thank you for 100 bits. Go for Skull, thank you for a brand new tier 1 sub. Always good to see. Thank you. Speaking of which, Crispy Croco, thank you for the brand new sub. Shadow Paladin, thank you for the Prime. Blast, thank you for 4 months. Rosine Theta, thank you for the Prime. Apollo, thank you for the Prime. Baby Root, thank you for the tier 1. NB Lurkers, thank you for the Prime. Dan, you're not allowed to cheer bits because I'm still waiting to unmute you to thank you dingus. Thank you for 1,000 bits, Dan. Cretus, thank you for 10 months. Rainbow Smite, thank you for 4 months. Con, thank you for 29 months. And thank you for all the follows, everyone. There's been so many follows this stream. I'm flabbergasted. You broke me. Thank you. Stop. Chat, we gotta. Okay, hey, pull chat. Let me pull you aside. Chat, real quick. Stop. Hey, real quick, before Dan gets here. Hey, stop. Chat.
I feel the cosmos.
I feel the cosmos. I sure do. What are you doing, chat? I'm just gonna unmute Dan, okay? Dan will calm me down. Hello, Dan.
Hi. Hello, Dan.
There's a bit of a scene happening here.
Yeah, no, it seems like.
Yeah.
This is great.
It's very good. Hey, real quick, chat. I know you're spoiling me. How does our volume compare? How does Dan sound compared to me?
Yeah, here I am talking at regular volume near a microphone. What do you think, chat? How many stars out of 5?
Other Dan's a little low. Here, I'll
right.
turn me down a little and I'll bump you up.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Regular volume. I'm sure I'll be louder once I start laughing.
There you go. I think we got a good mix going here now.
Yes. I can also boost gain over here if need be.
I think we're good now. Yeah. I've turned you up on Discord, so.
Perfect.
Guys, thank you so much. I've never had this experience on stream before, so you're seeing a first for me. So
there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people here. We hit 7,000 followers, so thank you everyone for the follows. Also, we broke over 500 subs, so that means IRL cooking streams in the near future, and that doesn't mean just one that's a unlock thing. So we'll be happening.
That's awesome. Yay!
Yeah. I'll have to update the sub goal thing because I wasn't expecting to get like 100 subs in 16 minutes.
It's pretty good. Thank you all so much for joining us for this. This is gonna be fun.
Okay, so nice. I'll continue thanking folks here real quick. But basically what we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna be playing Ocarina of Time, an old Zelda game if you don't know. Thank you. And I normally play randomizers for them quite often, where you take all the items and you redistribute them out, and then it's like a puzzle of figuring out where everything is. But I learned recently that there is a thing called a Plandomizer where you can make a preset seed, basically. You can choose where everything goes, and I was like, I want to see if someone can make me a seed. So my good buddy Dan Floyd here volunteered for that, and we're gonna see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, the instant you alerted me to the existence of this thing, just of Plandomizers, I was like, ooh, me, yes, this sounds awesome.
I'm very excited.
I wasted too much time on fiddly little things. That it's amazing how much they let you customize in this site. Like if you go to the site, I think it's just ootrandomizer.com. You can go to the Plandomizer tab, and you can see just how many things you can customize. Not even just setting individual items, like you can choose individually where every single item is, where every check goes. You can also just set logic for like randomization or for how the randomizer works. It's really robust. I'm impressed.
Yeah, the reason I was telling Dan just before this, the only reason I had learned about it was someone made a Plandomizer seed of everything in the vanilla location. Dan sounds a little crunchy.
Maybe I should turn my game down, huh?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
I'll fiddle with this a bit. I'm coming over remotely via Discord, so I'm definitely going to sound weirder or less clear and good. So just than I normally do on my own channels. But it might just be Discord, but we can fiddle with stuff too if I start sounding just unlistenable.
Okay, yeah. Because you sound okay for me. It just sounds like the Discord voice I'm used to hearing. So, but yeah, someone made the vanilla locations because there's a few like quality of life things put into the randomizer, like having your hover boots and iron boots on the D-pad and then your ocarina on the D-pad as well. So it was just a nice way to practice vanilla Ocarina of Time, but with some quality of life stuff.
Yeah, okay, so just side note, I'm turning my input volume down 10%. I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference, but we'll see if it helps. Or I'll turn it down there a little bit less gain, and I'll fiddle with it.
I'll bump you up on Discord. So I think Discord's
slightly less
good
gain now. Hopefully, we'll see. But yeah, if I'm sounding normal Discord to you, then that's probably just Discord.
And I can always turn me down a little notch too, so everyone can be all balanced and happy.
It sounded nice to me. So,
all right, I'm gonna rapid fire thank people, and then we're gonna get started here. Okay, as long as everyone plays nice and doesn't do any more alerts. I'm sure that will happen. Con, thank you for 29. Maybe, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Funder, thank you for 4 months. Ed, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Mars Raccoon, thank you for 231 bits. Hoplophile, thank you for the Prime sub. Gopher, thank you for 100 bits. Patu of Paradise, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Raven, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Scoth, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Verena, thank you for 100 bits. MD, thank you for a gifted sub to Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Very good. Net Battler, thank you for 100 bits. Chris, thank you for a tier 1 sub. Thank you. Lots of follows. Thank you, everyone. My Best Toast, thank you for 111 bits. Batman at 33, thank you for the Prime sub. Alacrity. Aclary? I don't know. Thank you for 5 gifted subs, though. Sorry for butchering your name. Ed gifted a sub to Maple. Hey, Maple! For those of you who don't know, Maple Star is another streamer, and she plays Ocarina of Time Randomizer, like, all the time. Super recommend. Link of Origin, thank you for the Prime sub. Anonymous, thank you for 100 bits. Rainbow Smite gifted 5 subs. I'm hearing what the hex, and I don't like it. Prolo, thank you for 3 months. Merkila, thank you for 100 bits. Thrain, thank you for 100 bits. Timmy, the thing that's wild right now is like, I normally don't have like this amount of alerts like over a week, and now it's like here's in the span of 20 minutes. So it's very special. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
The only downside of joining you for the stream is that I have to mute your actual stream so that I'm not doubling up my voice and I can't hear these incredibly good sounds you put in that make me so happy.
There's a lot of banjos and little.
Yep.
Kinda.
I can feel the Cosmos one was one I'd not experienced yet, and I just very good.
Oh, Timmy Hawk, thank you for the Prime. Stage Select, thank you for 3 gifted subs. Ghost Party, thank you for 500. D&D Pathner, thank you for 666 bits. I Break for Moogles, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Rager, thank you for the Prime sub. Bright Karma, thank you for 69 bits. Jay, thank you for 10 bits. Raving, thank you for 1,000 bits. Kamikaze Monkey, thank you for 3 months.
Thank you.
Barry Engineer, thank you for the Prime sub. And Eel and Souvenir, thank you for 111. I was almost caught up. And then Dawn Puppet, thank you for 18 months. And Vanya, thank you for 100 bits. I'm all caught up. I'm going to close it. No more alerts. No, just kidding. What if we, I guess I could play like Zelda.
Hey, Zelda's great. I love Zelda.
I started right at the wrong time for the cutscene to load. So, I had actually started up the file a moment ago and realized I didn't have any of the stuff, the cosmetics randomized, because you can do those after you generate the seed.
Oh yeah,
so
I forgot to do that.
Re-randomized real quick. So we got random music, random sound effects, other random Zelda alert sounds happening. That's weird. This isn't Majora's Mask.
Yeah, you're gonna have to cue me in on the good ones now and then because I'm not hearing it.
Whenever someone cheers 231 bits, it plays the little Deku Palace from Majora's Mask. That 23 is number 1, Dan.
23 is number 1. As long as you know that, that's going to get you through this whole thing.
It will. It will. So, any opening statements here, Mr. Floyd, about what you've prepared for us?
Well, so I have gone in. I had a lot of fun with this. Spent a good number of hours just exploring what I was allowed to do. Fiddled around a good bit. Had a few duds that I first attempted because I was just created some stuff that wasn't in logic, and also when I originally was playing around, there was I think a couple of bugs in the Plandomizer generation that I had to go in and fiddle with some scripts to actually fix. But I've generated this one successfully and a backup just in case this one is way too hard or easy. I did allow to some degree. You can go in and customize every single check if you want to in this thing, but I decided to go ahead and I'm going to let the natural randomization do the bulk of the work here because it's going to ensure that that I don't create something unplayable. But they do still allow me a lot of toys. I have decided all of the logic rules that the randomization works within, and Dan doesn't know any of those. I've also just planted in lots of fun little Easter eggs and goofs. They let you do a lot in this, surprisingly. And this is going to be really interesting because though I love Ocarina of Time and I've beaten it a good number of times, it's been a long time. I've never done a randomizer of it, and Dan runs randomizers of this all the time. So this is a weird case of someone way less familiar with the game and the randomized version of the game creating a randomizer for someone who is kind of an expert at it. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I'm very excited to see.
I mean, I was telling folks before, throughout the week, I'm like, this could be a vanilla run. You could have put everything in the default location, and I would have no idea until I get it. So.
Oh man, wouldn't that be that's like creating a standardized test where all the answers really are C and just really mind screwing everybody who takes the test.
Also, hey Viz. Hey, shout out to Inviso guy. He's one of my buddies in the community.
Hello.
And if you like my stream, you would like theirs.
I'm seeing a lot of familiar names in the chat here, and that's making me very happy. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Yes, it's I'm giddy. I'm giddy, and it's weird because it's a lot of support all at once. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's what should our link be named?
What should our link be named?
I like the seed. Our seed is Lens of Truth sold out piece of paper mushroom stick.
Yep.
Dan v Dan. I don't know if we can fit that. Can we fit that?
Yeah, how many characters do we have here?
So when you randomize the sound effects, it changes the like selection for moving the cursor here, and
What are you hearing?
It's okay, when you wake up what's his name? What's Malin's dad's name?
Mario?
Mario? I think it's Talon, right?
I think so.
When you wake up, Talon goes, "What, sir?" And then so it's just that every time I move my cursor.
That's ear poison. That's great.
I feel the cosmos.
Oh my gosh. This is going to be so fun. I'm so excited.
Oh, I can almost Dan v Dan. What if we do Dan squared?
Perfect.
I kind of don't want to like stop selecting things because I like this. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I promise. I'm sorry, chat.
This is going to be very good.
All right. What are we starting with? It looks like we've got the Bolero of Fire.
That'll help.
Zo's Lullaby. We got a purple tunic. Okay, and the Kokiri Emerald. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I see we're starting in the normal location of the.
Oh yeah. Classic introduction to Ocarina of Time. So tell me, as someone who runs these randomizers frequently, what is your opening strategy? Like, what's your favorite go-to?
So normally there's a house. Normally when you start in Kokiri Forest, there's a house that has 4 chests, and that's like a really good 4 checks really quick off the bat.
That would be convenient, right?
It sure would. And here we are in a house with some cows. So
yeah.
Fun fact about this house, there's a little like Bach puzzle thing you have to push, and it's slow. And we don't like slow when we're doing a run, even though I've been standing here doing nothing. So what you can do to get to see what this check is really quick without having to do the puzzle is do a roll and then immediately go into first person.
What?
And I can see that there's a heart container there, which I would like that. So let's grab that.
Yeah, early on, not having really a weapon or many hearts, and who knows what you're going to be like dealing with out there. The more health you can get, the better. Oh, I like your little pink fairy as well.
Oh
is
yeah,
that me? Is that me looming over your shoulder?
That is you. That is you going like, hey, you want that heart there back there?
Hey, listen, buddy. This is perfect.
So yeah, speaking of ice traps, I have no idea if you played with ice traps, but ice traps will always, if they are a visual item, they will always look like a major item. So it'll look like the hook shot or the boomerang or
That's mean.
something. So you really want it, but then when you get it, it's an ice trap.
Yeah. I'm sure you're going to not have any difficulties whatsoever with ice traps.
Also, our hearts are like pure white. I think that's the first I've ever had that.
Oh yeah, you just set that to random, huh? I like that.
Yeah, you don't have to do. Okay. Question. No, wait. I'm not gonna ask it. We're gonna have to figure it out as we go.
That's true. You have no idea what the logic or rules is. You don't know what you're in for.
Yep. I have no clue.
Find out though.
I got no clue of anything.
Have you got like random music and other stuff going right now? I can unmute it a little bit.
There is. I think It is a dungeon theme. I think it's maybe the Fire Temple.
Perfect.
Or no, it's the Dodongo's Cavern, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those really ambient ones.
Bling, 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 bling. Oh, I don't have a sword.
You do lack a sword.
That's not what that grotto is, Dan.
Huh?
That is not... You randomized locations, didn't you?
I'm pretty sure that's what that grotto is. Come on.
No, that's 3 Deku Scrubs.
Dan, why would I be mean to you? Dan, we're friends.
Come on, Dan. What What are you talking about?
EA
So,
Sports.
So there's like
It's in the A Sports.
I could do this to see my keys and maps. I see I have no maps or compasses for any of the dungeons, but they're all the normal dungeons, no Master Quest dungeons. That's good to see.
Yeah. So like, I will go, like, the one spoiler I will give you is that I could have been a lot nicer, but I also could have been a lot meaner.
You sure could have.
They give you so many very, very mean tools. And I didn't avail myself of all of them, but just occasionally when I wanted a treat, I decided, you know what, this will be funny. Click.
All right, we're gonna see if I can manage to kill this Skulltula here without a sword.
You have a letter. Maybe you could, like...
I have a letter. Yeah, I can give him a nasty paper cut.
Yeah. Or just write a really good insult.
Look at that. First try. Okay.
Ooh, good shot.
It's a good sign. We still need to check a few because we need to see if Dan randomized those. Because that's going to be a source of headaches. Okay, we got
One
this.
of the fun things is I need to review what on earth I did. I created this like a month ago. I've been looking through my spoiler log to see. Okay, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Rupees to do. Chat. You're spoiling me.
There's another train, aren't you?
There's.
Yep. Yeah.
There's not even a train. They're just being nice.
Kindness absent a train. Unheard of. Thank you all so much. Oh, and Delta LT Frost, I'm doing great. I've been looking forward to this for weeks. I have been so excited.
Yeah, I've been so excited to start this.
You know that, like, you know when you're a kid, I don't think it happens as much once you become an adult, but you know when you're a kid and, like, Christmas is coming and you unprompted wake up super early because you couldn't even really sleep that much anyway. I definitely woke up before my alarm today. I was like, heck yes.
I did as well. And I even, like, I went to bed at, like, what, like 4 a.m. last night?
Oh, geez. Oh, great. You're in good mental condition for this.
I'm in great mental condition. There's a inscription mod where it turns just part of the game into a, like, never-ending roguelike, and it's so good. So yeah, I was hooked on that last night.
I really need to dip into that guy's games, all of them.
I still Will told me to play the Hex. I really need to visit that, and I have Pony Island. I still haven't played it though.
Same, and yeah, Will is also the one who recommended, like, you need to play these, and I'm going to. Maybe I'll, like, wait till, like, October for Playframe, and we'll start dipping into those. That feels seasonal. They're creepy. Hey, look at you! You made it to the woods.
I'm in the forest. I'm where I'm supposed to be. Okay, we got 4 checks right off the bat. Here we go.
See how lucky you get here.
A blue rupee. Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Soon you can play the milk game.
A compass for the bottom of the well. Okay. That's not a good sign.
What? Now you won't get lost in the bottom of the well.
Well, you're right.
What the heck?
There's the ocarina. Hey, okay, that's very good.
Hey.
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
Got an ocarina.
See, I could have been so much meaner.
You sure could have. Okay, if that means dungeon keys, I'm curious if key sanity's on, because if we got a random compass, that could be key sanity. Could be.
Yeah. Who can say?
Who could? It's an unknowable thing.
Yep. Like, Dans were not meant to know these things.
There are so many alerts.
Thank you all so much for coming and for being so generous. I'm so happy seeing this.
Just so you know.
Now, time for crab.
I'm not gonna finish my statement because someone interrupted me with "It's time for crab."
And yes, anybody in chat who is saying I sound different, I am, like I mentioned it before, but I am coming over Discord here. I am, like, tuning in remotely, so that is why I'll sound a little bit different than I usually do when you hear my voice.
Amazing.
Also, I've been recording a lot of things lately, so my voice probably sounds better, honestly. It's got that kind of nice 3 days at a con.
Oh, yeah.
I've been shouting too much, but boy, like, I'm a couple tones deeper. I got a little bit of gravel. Oh, it's an actual shield. Good for you.
Yeah, so the shops will actually show if they're if they're
that's nice.
their stuff. And
Nice of them.
if it's an ice trap, it will be misspelled.
That's great. I didn't know that's how they did that. I love that. See, I'm learning a lot. Thank you for explaining all this stuff.
Yeah, I will buy some nut because we need some nuts.
Don't we all?
We need some nuts. I keep talking to this guy. He's just such a chatty friend. Okay, well, it doesn't look like the forest is closed, but we don't have a sword, but we don't have a sword. That still doesn't help us.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Kill Goma with 10 Deku nuts.
I mean, we could.
I believe in you.
We could. Because I need to get a stick.
You need
The
a stick.
thing is, the sticks that are there, I need something else to get the sticks. I need a stick to get stick.
Yeah.
Also, I haven't
like,
checked
what are your
hints.
favorite check hotspots in this game? Like,
My
what are the
check
the real big wins if you can manage to get to them? Oh yeah, you can get some hints here.
That's a good hint, Dan.
Yeah.
They're not wrong. It's a really good hint.
Right? Like, only truths come out of these stones. So, fun fact, one of the many things that they let you change, and this was my absolute favorite discovery in this randomizer, they let you change the text on the gossip stones.
Well, now we have to check every gossip stone. So
Yes, you do.
amazing. That was a very wise gossip stone, too.
Yeah, see, that gossip stone knows what's up.
Knows what's up.
If there's an NES at the party, that gossip stone knows exactly what game to put in.
That's amazing. I didn't know you could do that. That is fantastic. I assumed it was going to be gibberish and just like, oh,
Yeah.
the setting sun on a waxing moon.
So technically,
Mysterious item. Oh, non-discounted shrubs? How could you, Dan?
I mean, come on, I can't make it too easy for you. You're good at Zelda. But you can get a hint. So, normally, if I hadn't done this, these would actually, I think, give you hints as to the locations of items in the world. But I did realize at exactly this point, in fact.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, wait. They're not going to give you useful hints because I'm doing this. And then I didn't stop.
It's amazing. It's a very good hint. That was a really good hint, Dan. Thank you.
I'm glad you found that one early.
I'm so excited for the hint stones now. I like normally I like never check them because I like the mystery of figuring it out, you know?
Yeah.
But now like that's the puzzle is finding the hint stones and seeing what you put.
Yeah, no joke. I did literally spend at least 70 to 80% of my time working on this, coming up with things to write in every single gossip stone in this world.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, also for hub areas, Kakariko is a very good hub area, especially
that makes
for
sense.
Skulltula checks. A lot of things too. I like Lost Woods is really good, but the fact that it's not discounted scrubs means I'm gonna have to go farm some rupees.
We got time.
We just play a nice little song mini game
What the heck?
Yeah.
as people donate. One more round. Do you have any location that like you want me to go to?
Honestly, no, there's fun treats abound throughout this world. I'm mostly just excited to see where this goes. I've created, listen, I'm being a very good DM here. I've created a big open world and play space, but if the player decides that they don't want to talk to that bartender and instead they want to go out, and no, wait, it's the other way around. If they decide that they don't want to go out on the adventure and they instead want to hang with the bartender all day and become the new bartender, then by all means, who am I to stop them?
Who am I to stop them? All right, so we've gotten one important check so far. That's good.
That's good. See?
It's
You're on
nice.
your way.
Well on our way.
Yeah, buddy.
One of the mods of the Ocarina of Time randomizer server here can answer questions. Holy smokes.
Whoa.
Dombar, thank you so much. I'm a huge fan.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for Thanks for your part in helping with this.
Hey, still any sticks. You know what? I'll buy it. Thank you.
I'm so happy this exists. Like, now that I know that Plandomizers exist as a thing, I want these for literally every game that has a randomizer mod. These are so cool.
Okay, so we know we have grottos randomized. So we gotta go in the hole here.
What the heck?
Okay.
What you gonna get?
Aw, see, I want to check it, Dan. I want to check what that stone says.
I know, right? That'll just have to be a treat for later.
I'm gonna check.
Yeah, Plandomizers are amazing. Like, I imagine that they are very complicated, and it helps a lot if the randomizer for the game is already like really robust, so that like a lot of customization tweaks and tools are just easy to start playing around with, and allowing the people who want to mess with it to like create their own. But man, yeah, I'm gonna be looking for these everywhere now.
Oh yeah, if there's a Hollow Knight one randomizer, I would do that for you in a heartbeat. Oh my
yes,
gosh.
please. Oh my gosh, yes. 'Cause I know I'm eventually planning to do an enemy and item randomizer run of Hollow Knight on the channel someday, and if it could be like a Plandomizer that you set up, that makes it twice
That would
as
be
good.
so much fun.
I'm
Get
Googling
ready
right
to
now.
do some logic skips. Hey, oh, okay, Corn's Bracelet. That's great. That's actually really
Yeah,
good.
there you go.
That was the normally the fairy ocarina you would get there in a little cutscene.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kakariko. Or yeah, we'll do Kakariko. We can also go to Hyrule Market, but it's probably going to be night by the time I get there. So yeah. Need rupees. We need rupees and bombs. Bombs is like one of the biggest things we need.
Yeah, but so like, just since you don't have the sword, and the swords could be anywhere, just some sort of good offensive tool seems really helpful.
Yeah, that would be good. We do have one stick, so I could always infinite sword glitch the
Oh
the
yeah,
stick.
that's right. There's that. Ooh.
Um,
I'm glad that you did that randomizer run actually on Playframe, because now I have actually been exposed to some of the tricks that you have at your disposal.
just a few tricks. Just a few tricks. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for it to turn night and then go in, because that'll let us do the grave digging tour. The night sound is getting a Skulltula token, I think. I think that's it.
So yeah, Kinmorn says, last I saw, the enemy and item randomizers for Hollow Knight don't mix super well, but maybe that's changed. I mean, last I checked in on Hollow Knight, I had to actually like kind of roll back to a previous update and version to get mods to work at all. I think that might be the case for everyone, and even then, enemy and item randomizer still may not play nights. If I had to choose one, I'll probably go for item randomizer. Enemy is good chaos, but I think the item will ultimately be more fun if I got to choose one or the other.
Okay, so I'm realizing at night I can't really do much here except for Skulltulas.
Go on a little spider hunt.
Yeah, get a little, get a spider or two.
Yeah, be an exterminator. Public service. All right, aim that pot.
I was just playing a Twilight Princess rando, and that uses L targeting instead of Z targeting. So I keep accidentally turning the map on and off.
Nice shot.
Okay, so I'm hoping that's 2 Skulltulas now that have had non-randomization. So I'm hoping that means no randos. But who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? So you'd be like, oh, Dan, use this rock. Skulltulas are resistant to rock. They don't like rock music, yeah.
I didn't know that. Sturdy pots in this world. You'd think they weren't, given like Link's career of breaking them, but
you know what we could do? You know what we could do, Dan? Heart piece. That's very good. Thank you. Thank you for putting a heart piece there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't need anything important there. It's okay. I don't think I can make this. There's no Cuckoos. I was hoping to do the grave digging tour, but we don't have enough money.
Too poor.
Too poor. I could lift up the grass, I guess, because we have a bracelet. I think we need, what is it? Is it 20 or 25 for the grave digging tour? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I'll definitely be no help with those sorts of things. It's been so long since I played Ocarina. I've got to... Someday, when I finish all the other games in the queue, I really need to get to some Zeldas on Playframe.
Yes.
I do enjoy them.
Yes.
Which one should I do?
I don't know. I feel like they'd all be pretty good fits.
Like, it's hard to get a bad one. They're all quite fun.
I feel like, you give me Wind Waker vibes.
I could... Yeah, that Link has so much personality, too. I think Wind Waker's a strong pick.
Zelda 2
Gosh,
for
I
the
love
NES,
Wind Waker.
listen, that's always fantastic.
I'd be very grateful for the, like, handy cheats and help that the that the NES Online would give you for that, and checkpoints and such.
It's only 10
I'd try
rupees. Also, Pyro, thank you for the
alright.
raid.
You're in.
Hey, I got 10 rupees back for that.
That's... Hey.
Worth.
Yep.
Minish Cap is fantastic.
And I've never played Minish Cap, so yeah, like, there's definitely some Zeldas that I've not gotten to. Oh yeah, no, Sir Tyrant, I guarantee Elden Ring side quests will be happening.
That's 100%.
No question there. I am planning other playthroughs around that one. I'm trying to, like, make sure that I've...
You dirty dog, you.
There's
There's a song up there.
But listen, the difficulty at getting to it is only going to make it more satisfying to have.
Mm-hmm. I think that was Epona's. Or Zelda's Lullaby. Okay, Royal Family's Tomb. We can not do this, because I only have one stick. Actually, if I ISG... Wait. Okay, I'm going to try to do a trick. I don't remember how to do it. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do, Dan. Here's what we're going to do, okay?
Oh, I'm listening. Let's hear this.
Save state. And
That's
I'm going to
smart.
see if I do this trick correctly. So if you break a Deku stick in a very particular way, it doesn't go away. And I think if you backflip and then roll and then jump attack, that's it. Yep. So now it's just broken and we can forever use it until
that's awesome.
until we hit a loading zone, basically.
Nice. So it's not... This isn't the infinite sword glitch sort of thing necessarily. It's just it's a different, just permanent stick trick.
I need an extra stick though to actually attack with it. Oh wait, I can jump attack. I can jump attack with it.
There you go.
Okay.
Get that back.
We're good.
Yes. You're doing it.
Okay. So normally I have to have a backup one to use it like a normal Deku stick because it thinks you have none, so you can't actually swing it. Like that's me trying to swing it. But
That jump
since I
attack
can
still
jump
works.
attack,
Clever. Come on, bat.
easy.
What
All
do you
right.
get?
So we can't check this fire check because we don't have a source of fire.
Right.
But there is a song check here.
Ooh, look at these speedy hops. Gotta get through the poison.
It's a boss key for the Spirit Temple. Okay, so key sanity is in fact on.
Oh, rough.
Or at least boss keys are. Boss keys and compasses we found outside.
Mm.
I'll show you. I should have just side hopped here. That would have helped a lot.
You're on your way, though.
Well on our way. We're pretty much
man.
done. I got strength 1, the ocarina. That's it.
Yeah.
It's rough, buddy. Yeah.
Listen, if we learned one lesson from our combo randomizer run, is that we should have been really suspicious when the game was nice to us early on.
Okay, I think that's Epona's. That's Epona's or Requiem. Not Zelda's Lullaby. Zelda's Lullaby is a little orange and red.
I love that you can tell from the color. That's pretty cool.
All according to plan.
Yep.
Okay. So, nighttime. Can't do really much at nighttime. So I think what we're gonna do here. Wait, I haven't gone inside a building. Let's see if buildings are randomized.
That's a great thing to check.
They're not. Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
See how much meaner I could have been?
You could have been much meaner. I appreciate it. You know what? We can check this check. No, we don't need to because I'm gonna get it anyways. We are going to run around until night or until day. Because I don't think there's anything else I can do right now. Oh, we do have the Ocarina. I could.
That's true. You can play some tunes, entertain yourself.
We could do a warp song. Let's do a warp song. Let's see if the warps are randomized. Let's see if Dan randomized the warps. You did not.
Nope.
Okay. Can I get inside before I die? Probably not.
Great question. Oh boy.
Okay. Entrance randomized. Okay.
Couldn't be too nice. But hey, now you have bombs.
Now we have
You
bombs.
want bombs so much.
We do like bombs here. Also, you
And
want to
why wouldn't
see
you?
another cool trick that I'm going to try not to mess up?
Yes. Even with half a heart, you're still, like, trying to do cool tricks. Like, what an
Heck yeah.
entertainer.
What an entertainer. The showmanship.
Yes. Death-defying.
I'm surprised how much this L targeting from Twilight Princess is messing me up.
Ooh, nice shot.
I wonder, actually, can I? Okay, I think I still can do it. I don't think I can, actually. I think I need a sword.
Oh, dear.
I'm gonna try one more time. Yeah, I think I need a sword. I need a sword.
Mhm.
So, if I had a sword, you can basically make your, there's a thing called, like, ground hops. I actually don't know what the correct terms for it. But basically, normally when you do a backflip like that, you get a little bit of height. A ground jump. Yeah, there you go. Listen to Maple. Maple knows more than I do. And if you shield a bomb and put away your sword and, like, try to pick it up, I don't actually remember the correct sequence of things half the time. But you can basically store a little ground hop like that and jump straight up and grab ledges, and you can skip having to go the other way of that.
If only.
If only. But right here we're gonna get bombed, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It's an arrow bow. Arrow bow. You know the arrow bow?
Yeah.
Good
Classic
old
Zelda
arrow
item.
bow. That's a very good item.
It is a good item.
Just hanging around. You forget that one, Dan?
No. Listen.
You put it in the
I
fire
gotta give you
temple,
some
the
treats
Dongo's Cavern
to-
on purpose, right?
Gotta give you some tricks to go along with the treats, and treats to go with the tricks. It's gotta be a fun up and down of, like, highs and lows.
Okay. A shield for 50. Okay, so I think we just happened to find the one Deku Scrub who had a mysterious item.
Oh.
maybe? Maybe they're randomized? Or maybe I actually checked the right one? The one I checked was a stick upgrade, right? I have a shield, no need for stunning. Listen, okay. Well, see, now I'm not going to use my shield.
Oh, self-sabotage.
All right, what's this hint stone? Dan.
In fairness, I didn't realize how the stream was going to start when I wrote that.
Yeah, people already did this. People already did this. What you done, Dan?
Alas.
You don't have to do that, chat. You don't have to donate bits.
I don't know, man. The stone said so, and it doesn't lie.
Listen, the stones don't lie. You monster. Thank you, chat. Thank you. No more donating. Dan, you're not allowed to donate.
Stone said so.
You made the stone say it.
That's listen. Just because I make the rules doesn't mean I can break them. Setting a bad example.
Yeah, that's that's fair. That's fair. I think we're about to hit a fight, and I think I don't have a way to do the fight. Yeah.
Wait, so MapleStar says the wiki page for Plandomizer has a specific warning on Plandoing gossip stones, stating that they can lie if you do that. Interesting.
That's fun.
I missed that bit. That's cool.
Ah, Bean, something happened. Some kind of glitch happened on a reset. Ah, what a bummer.
Ah, man. So it goes with mods.
So it goes, sometimes it's just gonna... Okay, well, we need 2 sticks. I'm definitely about to die here. So let's just accept our fate. I don't think I can climb up. In fact, I can't do anything because I need a warp song to leave here. So now we just watch as Link burns to death.
It's tough out there for Links.
What happens if Link dies on the ladder? Have I died on a ladder before?
I have no idea. I don't know if I've seen this.
Nope, he just falls off. Okay.
Falls and bursts into flame.
Can't take off the shield because it didn't have a second shield.
Mm-hmm.
I do still have the oven emote. Oh, and it starts me here. Well, this could be bad.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We're outside a dungeon, so if I reset now, we're good. Okay.
Oh, okay, nice.
I forgot how resetting works.
Whew.
We're good.
That's a relief. I'm just kind of like I'm going through my spoiler log now, just sort of reviewing. It's like, oh, that's right. I remember. I set that there and that there. That's the rule I set. Yep. Good thinking, me.
Good thinking, Dan. Hey, Dan, good thinking.
Thank you.
Look, there's a bug.
A bug.
There he goes. Bye. Say bye to the bug. Yeah, those enemies are called Oompas. Golden Oompas.
Golden Oompas.
Yeah, not a lot of people know that.
I like it.
Did Dan lose his shield? All part of the process.
Yep. It was slowing you down. You're much more aerodynamic now.
Yeah, see how much faster he runs without a shield?
Nice.
What did I name Oompas? The Golden Skulltulus. I'm just making people who know the game mad. That's all I'm doing.
You're going to have your own emotional journey to go on through here. It's only fair that the rest of us have a little one of our own.
Mm-hmm. We could go fishing. We could go
Could
fishing.
always go fishing.
Could always go fishing.
Fishing's relaxing.
I would like to check Hyrule Market, but maybe we should go fishing. You know what we're gonna do?
I can't remember what
We're
time
not gonna
passed
go
while you were fishing.
We're gonna go to Gerudo Valley
Mm.
and do some flying on a chicken.
What the heck?
I just keep hearing alerts, and thank you everyone. You are all way too for the record. You don't have to donate or sub. I'm happy with y'all just hanging and lurking. That is totally fine. I don't want you to feel pressured. Just making sure I say that because
Just because a gossip stone says you have
just
to do
because a
something,
gossip
you
stone
don't-
said you don't have to do it. 800 people. That is insane. For the
That is a
record,
lot of
like
people.
my average viewers is like 80 to 100 is usually my like average, and that is insane. Thank you everyone who showed up. Thank you Dan for putting out the YouTube video to announce it, and for making the Plandomizer.
I've been so excited for this. I'm very, very happy. So many other people are as well.
It's so I love this game, and this idea was like, we have to do this. Like, this seems so
Yes.
fun.
Yeah, every now and then you and I just hit upon a fun mod or randomizer idea that we both get
Yeah.
so excited about. And like, not since we figured out the like, wait, we could do the combo randomizer like as a co-op thing. Not since then have I think we've been so excited about the the possibilities of this sort of idea. Hey,
That's good.
there's something.
Okay. We re-grabbed chicken.
Fun new toy to play with.
What the heck?
So we can dive now. We can
Yeah.
dive. Oh, not all the way. We can just dive a little bit.
A little bit.
But that's good
You're-
because that lets
you're a
us
young little
into
Link.
Zora's domain.
Yeah.
And I don't have Oh, there's a hint stone here.
Oh, excellent.
I feel the cosmos.
They did say that. They did in fact say this. Giving Dan Floyd the power to edit text was a mistake. But they've all been right. They've all, NES Hockey is the best NES game, so
That's true.
I can't argue with the straight facts these hint stones are spitting.
I've only added more truth to this game.
Who's they? Who is this they speak of? Okay, that's a trap. That is a trap. I don't believe it.
I mean,
It's actually a hook shot. I'm amazed. That was a guaranteed ice trap. I almost didn't even pick it up because I was like, it's not gonna be it.
that's a very good find.
This is a very good find.
I'm almost more happy that I am not familiar enough with this, with running randomizers in this game to be fully mean to you. Because every now and then you will just get some extra nice little treats.
I like treats. I like
Yeah.
treats. Always nice getting a hook shot in your stocking. Who could complain about that? So traps will always look like a major item if they are replaced with something. So
Which is not a thing I knew. I would have used that, like, I'd have abused that knowledge for
Yeah.
sure. Making all traps be out in the open as a nice, tasty looking thing.
Yeah, so I've had them before look like hook shots and Kokiri swords and stuff like that. So we can go. Oh, actually, let's fish. Let's fish first.
Okay.
Nope. Not gonna fish because I'm gonna go down here and there's a rupee making game and we can make more rupees.
Yeah, you'll have some money to be able to do more games and stuff.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah. Temple of Time in Zora's Domain. That's nice.
Oh yeah. Still kind of echoey and reverby. It's sort of fits.
How are baby rupees made? When two crystals love each other very much. They go to the store. They go to Jared and they buy a rupee. I don't know. I didn't have an end to this joke.
Sometimes when you start a joke, you don't know the finish to. It ends in gold, and then the other 9/10 of the time,
90% of the time, it's just should have stopped talking. There's another hint stone here, though.
ooh,
What does this
I'm ready
one
for more
say?
facts.
What is this? What facts are they spitting?
Yeah.
Stop
What did
it!
they say?
It said nothing. It was an error, some kind of glitch.
I promise I didn't put too many of those.
Nice.
Some kind of weird glitch. So here's the thing you can do, chat. It's called flame storage. As long as this flame stays loaded, and I pass my Deku stick through it like that, we can walk away from it, and then like, boom, it's still lit.
It's really cool. I didn't know that.
We don't really need to, but it's just cool.
Yeah, you just got fire in your pocket.
Just be like, you just do it correctly, like I just demonstrated.
It's as simple as that.
As simple as that. Okay. Well, that one unlearns, so I might as well. Whatever. Whatever. There's so many like faster, speed tech things that I could be doing, but you know what? We're having fun. We're having fun.
True. Yeah, we're not timing you.
You're not timing me.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Oh, the windmill music for the mini game. That's fun. Little Song of Storms.
Yeah. Here's a question from Pharynx. Is roll spamming actually faster? Always claimed it was as a kid, but I also did it because it annoyed my brother.
I believe so. Walking backwards is the fastest, though.
Which is wild. Usually that's the slowest option.
I think walking backwards is the same speed as having the bunny hood in Majora's Mask.
Wow.
I believe. I could be wrong, but I think those speed values are very close.
Let's see.
Perfect side hops are faster if you're a computer. Oh.
Ooh, that's
Have I
neat.
checked the shop? Not yet.
Yeah, so let's see. What are a couple of the checks that you've now got available that you could really go for?
There's Ganon's boss key. We could
Hey!
just
Go
we
right
could
like-
just go for it.
Yeah, just
Although I don't know what the bridge requirements are, so that could be a thing.
also true.
That could be a thing.
Yeah.
Because if it's all dungeons, we're in it for the long haul.
True. But yeah, like having that key right to Ganon though. If you can just get direct there, you can just cut out all the filler episodes to this and
Yeah.
go direct.
Straight to video.
There we go.
I work hard for the money.
Hey, that's just a donation. It's not even bits. I'm gonna have to open that.
Actually,
Actually,
the spirit
that-
of the loft, not the letter.
That's a really good point. I have not had. There's a separate way for me to view donations, and I don't have it. Let me open that.
Oh boy.
Apologies if you've donated and I didn't notice. More encouragement to not do it. Thank you very much if you
What the
have.
heck?
Okay. The problem is there's too many things. Manager Art, thank you for $5. Don't got bits, but how about $5? A holiday treat. Thank you so much.
It is now time for crab.
It's also time for crab. It is also time for crab.
Yep.
The fact I have
Nothing
to
to be done
scroll
about it.
down through this list is
Sounds like a good excuse for me
Shenanigans.
to go to the bathroom.
yeah. Good. Go have a bathroom visit.
I will go have a bathroom visit, and I'll be
I'm
right
gonna
back.
check the shop.
Good call.
You want anything at the
Okay.
shop while you're?
Yeah, like if you could yeah, grab me a snack.
Okay.
It's whatever they have.
I can't tell if this heart is normally there. I don't remember if this heart is normally there. Talk to the owner? Huh.
Good advice.
Either there's one item randomized or they're all the same. I can't tell. I don't... We can get into Zora's River without bombs because we came in this way. I'm gonna grab a stick. Grab a stick.
I would be doomed if I was attempting this. I remember vanilla Ocarina of Time well enough to probably manage, but like knowing what I can and can't do with what I have, just like I have none of that knowledge.
Was the 2 nuts 1 stick on purpose? Listen, Big Dub. I got some arrows there. Oh wait, I think there's a hint stone right here.
Ooh. Hi, right you are.
You're not wrong.
And this stone lives here. If it doesn't know,
Stone knows what's up.
right? Really does seem like the Skulltula tokens are exactly what you'd expect.
It seems that way. The only thing I haven't checked is if... So you can toggle it so only the dungeon Skulltulas are randomized. So we still have to check dungeon Skulltulas. Or I've been very lucky and the 3 that we've checked have just happened to roll.
Also a possibility.
Also
These are
a
the things
possibility.
we'll find out with time.
There's another hint stone up there, but I need a bird.
Ooh.
I need Song of Storms for frogs.
The Eagle says that they bought Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii about 2 years ago, but never started it. And after rewatching our Donkey Kong Country playthrough recently, they've been convinced to dig it out and actually start playing it.
Yes.
So thanks to both of us. Good. That's a great game.
It is a wonderful experience.
Yeah, both of the more recent Donkey Kong Country games, that one and Tropical Freeze, are fantastic.
I still haven't played Tropical Freeze and
So
Returns.
good.
I really need to.
Yes, they're honestly better. They're more polished versions of Donkey Kong Country, and
Watching those games get speedrun though is so satisfying.
Yes.
The like continuing the momentum is so cool to watch. Is that a
no, those are
Megaton
a
Hammer
delight.
just hanging out there?
Oh man, GDQ's happening soon. Yay!
I know, I'm so excited.
Yay! Yeah, Tropical Freeze especially, I would say, is like just top notch. Kurtrop asks how much research I did while setting up the Plandomizer. A tiny bit, not a whole lot. But you got a hammer, you can hit things.
I can hit things now. I can even equip it as a kid. If I need to, which we might.
Possibility. So I didn't do a ton of research for this. There were like occasional bits where the biggest research thing I had to do up front was mostly just looking up like Ocarina of Time randomizer community lingo because there's a lot of abbreviations on that site. Lots of stuff that like one of the overworld checks is listed as DMC wall freestanding POH. I don't know what that means, and I had to look up like what are all their what's all the terminology?
What was it?
DMC wall freestanding POH.
Death Mountain Crater. Freestanding piece of heart?
I bet you're right. Yes. That sounds 100% correct. Yes. But there's a lot of abbreviations like that, and a lot of them I could guess. Like ZD, Zora's Domain, cool. Okay. see what some others. LH. GV, Gerudo Valley. Okay. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, you could usually guess, but occasionally I'd hit one where I was like, I have no idea what that is. So that's probably the most research I had to do. And I also had to do a little bit of research because, again, when I was first setting up this Plandomizer, it was on, I think, version 6.1 of the tool, and there was some sort of bug that even though like the seed I generated was like solid, it was okay for there was an error every time I tried to actually like create it, so I kind of had to actually go into the like JSON file and change it. Like there's just like one little like typo in one of the lines that I just had to fix. And fortunately, somebody else had that problem and found like what line it was, because I am not that knowledgeable about scripting or programming. So, but yeah, that's kind of the most I had to do. I guess I could have done more. I honestly could have like attempted to run it myself just to ensure this is like doable, right? But Dan's also way more skilled at this stuff than I am, so I'm sure he could do it. It didn't say that like. It generated the seed to begin with and didn't give me any errors of like, this won't work. So we should be fine.
How do you collect notes? With Prime Gaming. So what I'm trying to do here right now is equip this Megaton Hammer as a kid. And I'm not great at the trick. I'll try for a little bit more. If not, I'll move on. Because I don't think you did stuff where I need to break logic. But it still would be nice to get this check while I'm here.
Yeah, just because you don't have to be able to do it doesn't mean it still wouldn't help.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I am for real running to the bathroom now.
Okay, go. I thought you went a while ago. Go!
I was gonna, but then interesting things kept happening. Okay, right back.
Is he gone? Are you gone, Dan? All right, when Dan gets back, just everyone be like, I can't believe you missed it. Huge plays. Oh my god. Thank you, chat. You guys are really spoiling me. I will do a little break here and read some alerts, because I've never had this, and I'm all smiles. Thank you so much for the support. If you like me streaming, or if you're just here the first time, I'm part of a community called the Neighborhood Watch. There's a lot of really wonderful people that are a part of it. I highly recommend them as well. A lot of us stream throughout the day, and if I'm not streaming, one of them probably is. Highly recommend if you check it out. You can click below my stream. There's a little click that says the Neighborhood Watch. You can click that. You can see everyone in the thing. It'll also list whoever is live at the very top. Highly recommend. A lot of my friends stream there. A lot of really great community members. A lot of people you'll see in chat, you'll see in everyone else's, because we like to watch each other's stuff too. So if you don't like me, but you like a comfy atmosphere, there's a lot of really wonderful streamers to check out. Yeah, Barry is a part of it. Barry, formerly of Game Grumps, is a part of the Neighborhood Watch. I'm gonna equip this damn thing. And it's gonna be great. Also, someone was saying about crashes. If I do the hook shot as a kid, that usually will crash. I've had pretty good luck.
It is now time for crab.
With crabs. I just said that out. I'll try till Dave gets back, and then if not, we'll just move on. I feel every time I do this. What's the crab reference? Instead, it's time for crap.
How's that hammer coming?
Oh my gosh, you won't believe what I did, Dan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, Chad's freaking out too.
Oh wow, sounds really exciting.
All right. 5 more attempts. 5 more attempts. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Okay, I'm gonna go the other way.
Ooh, catch it by surprise.
Okay, last try. Nope, that one didn't count. Okay, fine. I'll move on.
Rip.
All right. We didn't do the cool thing. There is a
Didn't need
hint
it
stone
anyway.
though.
Oh,
You
hint
can go
stone.
read hint stone, and there's a fairy fountain that's I don't want. I was trying to equip the hammer,
Yeah.
and now I want to do it to prove to chat that I could do it. But I also don't want to sit here for potentially a very long time while I try to do this very precise thing. Stop, Dan.
I think you might have found the last one.
I need 5 rupees. Are there 5 rupees just sitting around somewhere? I should have kept that bird. Should have kept it. Hey, what if I just equip the hammer really quick? First try. Okay, ready? Here we go. Oh my gosh, first try. 3 more tries. 3 more tries.
You got this. That is a lot of gifted subs. Holy cow.
It really is. Okay, fine. I'll move on.
Listen, you got nothing to prove. Like,
If you want to see me do it, I've done it many times before at other Ocarina of Time randomizers.
listen, you have proven that you have the patience to do anything. You have spent days getting an all shiny Pokemon team.
I did get an old shiny Pokemon team.
Like your skill for patience on this Twitch channel is not in question. It is unquestionable.
He's unquestionable. Oh,
Mac.
it's a little coffee break. Okay, let's have a coffee break. A nice little sip of coffee.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
It's good coffee. What were my Pokemon? Let's see. We had a shiny Feraligatr. We had a shiny Sandslash. A Dragonair.
Nice.
A Gyarados. A Sudowoodo and an Electrode.
Good sounding squad.
So most of them, pretty much everyone on the team except for the Gyarados, because that's a guaranteed shiny. Most of them were about 3,000 or so attempts. Mr. Electrode, on the other hand, he was 12,000 resets. 12,000 resets.
How much real world time does that roughly
A
equate
lot.
to? Yeah.
It was probably a few streams of just doing that.
I work hard for the money.
I still can't believe you did that.
60 hours? Yeah, that
all that
sounds
to
about
say,
right.
he could get the hammer eventually, is the point.
I get the hammer, because I'm going to get it right here, first try. Oh my gosh, are you ready for this, chat?
Here it comes. Here it comes. Nailed it.
Pretend I got it. Someone edit that in. Sorry. Oh, Ganon's castle music for Hyrule Market. That's nice.
Ooh. Foreshadowing, I think. Smack it.
Sorry, we got enough pots here. We don't
Oh,
need to
yeah,
worry
you got-
about
you got-
missing.
You got some ammunition to work with.
Okay, so that's 5. I'm pretty sure. Overworld
Really does
total
seem
is-
like it,
don't,
yeah.
Don't seem. I'm gonna keep checking them. Just in case.
Probably smart.
Alright, we can't check bomb shoes. We can check this, though, because... So, as an adult, you do need to have... There's so many 231. As an adult, you do need the bow to do this check, because otherwise it'll always give you 50 rupees if you don't have the bow and arrow as an adult. As a kid, though, you can do it without the slingshot, I believe.
Nice.
It's a rupee, thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Hey,
Totally,
got some
definitely
return
worth
on
our
your
time.
investment.
Definitely worth it.
I am literally still scanning through the spoiler log, trying to remember. Like, what did I do with the Skulltulas? The Skulltulas.
Did wait? Can someone do a sub goal for me? Exclamation sub goal. Okay. Did we hit what is 550 a thing, or is it just go to 500? I don't know.
Maybe I'll go check. Hang on.
Go check.
550 is a thing.
What was
So
550?
you have. So at 500, you reached IRL cooking stream, so that's a thing. At 550, you have Ocarina of Time crowd control with channel points and future crowd control games as well.
Okay. Okay.
Pretty good.
So that is unlocked. So channel points, chat. If you don't know, there's a little strawberry in the bottom left corner of your chat window. You get those by watching the stream. And normally crowd control runs, you can affect my game. It will literally play Ocarina of Time, and you can change things. You can kill me. You can give me hearts. You can give me rupees. You can take away my bombs. You can make me not attack. Like all these custom things. And normally you have to like spend bits or like a actual money to affect the game. They implemented a way for you to use channel points, so it's gonna be chaos because a lot of people have a lot of strubs. And
Yeah, a lot of savings to spend on fun, mean things.
fun mean things. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna buy a shield just to have it for when we become adult, and then I can at
Put your
least
mind at
have
ease.
a Deku Shield safety thing when we find a Deku Shield again.
Smart. Yeah, that's a good investment in your future happiness.
Or we got 4 Gossip Stones. That's it. Get off of here. The call is over. You're so proud of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
How could you, what are you doing, Dan? What is with this?
Listen, that fact pained me as well, and I couldn't be the only one who
That
had
hurts. That hurts.
to. It hurts bad.
How bad was it? How bad did it
Let me look it
outsell?
up. Let me look it up again. Let
Okay.
me let me look those sales up while you're.
Why don't you like Banjo-Tooie? I don't know, Dan. Why don't I?
I don't
They
know,
say
man.
Banjo-Tooie's good. Yeah, who's they? Who is this they, Dan?
Listen, I don't know. I don't know where the Gossip Stones hear their facts from. Only that they're just a very reliable source.
I'm smiling. Like, my cheeks hurt from smiling. And the Dora time is closed. Not good.
Hmm.
Not good at all.
Yeah, I hate to see
Oh,
that.
no. Professor Farnsworth, what, you just gifted 50 subs. What are you doing?
So if it does help to lessen the sting of the Donkey Kong 64 fact, Kazooie did outsell Tooie by a bit, though.
That's good. It's very
So there,
good.
yeah. I figured that would help. Here, since they're all within the top 15 selling N64 games, let's just go down the list.
Okay.
So at number one spot, with nearly 12 million sales, Super Mario 64, which makes a lot of sense. Number two spot at 9.8 million, Mario Kart 64, another good choice.
Wow.
Yeah. Number three with 8 million, GoldenEye. Makes complete sense.
Yep.
Ocarina comes in at 4 with 7.6 mil. Smash Brothers at 5. This surprised me a little bit.
5?
Yeah.
Wow.
Even more surprising for me, Pokemon Stadium at 6.
Yeah, that is
A
actually
popular
true.
game, but I didn't know it was that popular.
Yeah.
Then we have Donkey Kong 64 at 7 with a solid 5.2 million.
That's still very impressive.
Really is, yeah. Diddy Kong Racing under that at 4.8.
That game's trash.
Star Fox 64 coming in at number 9 with 4 million.
It is now.
And then Banjo
time for
Kazooie
crowd.
at 3.6 million.
We're
Pokemon
literally
Snap.
playing Diddy Kong 64 tomorrow.
Hey, good music though.
Yeah, the music has won me over. Originally, I didn't like the music just because it reminded me of the game, but listening to the tracks again, I'm like, okay, these are actually pretty good tracks.
I had a lot of fun as a kid running around like doing multiplayer in that. It is not as good as Mario Kart 64 multiplayer, but I enjoyed that there's the different vehicles being a thing. That I like. But yeah, then that's slot 11 we got Pokemon Snap. Slot 12 Majora's Mask. Slot 13, a bit of a surprise, but a welcome one. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer.
Wow. Okay, I think that's one of the first I didn't have in the list.
Then at 14, Banjo-Tooie with 3 million. So about 650,000 less than Banjo-Kazooie managed. And then at 15, you got Wave Race 64.
Wave Race.
Wave Race.
Wave Race is good, actually.
The Wave Race is good.
It's fun. I played it probably years ago at this point, just like revisiting it. And I was like, this still holds up. It's just fun. I listened to the OST though outside of the game, and I was like, this doesn't hold up.
There are some OSTs that are like, in the context of the game, fantastic.
Yeah.
Listening on your own, not so much.
Yeah, you listen to it in the game, and you're like, oh, hey, this is good. I'm enjoying the vibe. And then you listen to it separate, and you're like, not so much.
Yeah. Like for me, 95% of basically any like Soulsborne soundtrack is not something I'm going to listen to. In game, rad.
You don't
But out
want
of game, like just give me the... but like the only exceptions being like stuff like Majula's theme and the other like chill kind of town music.
Yeah, Firelink is always a nice little vibe. I keep thinking of the recent modded version of Dark Souls I was working on, which I need to go back to working on again. It had the RuneScape sea shanty that or whatever. I had that just on loop in Firelink, and now every time I think of the sea shanty, it's so good.
That's very good.
Yeah, there's some good Dark Souls music. There's some good chill music in Dark Souls, like Shrine of Amana as well is good. Is a good stuff.
Yeah.
Or also, that's Gwendolyn's fight, right?
Yeah. Like there's a lot of it is still very somber and haunting. It's a real rare case where you just get something that's actually just kind of like Majula really stands out as like that is just like kind of peaceful and lovely and beautiful. Like still fits, still kind of sad a little bit, but still just very peaceful and nice. Probably a large part why I have such fondness for Majula as one of the towns. There's a lot to like about it, but that music really like ties it all together.
Is there any Dark Souls 3, like, placed with bops?
You know what? I'll go check. I feel like the Firelink theme, like the standard Firelink theme ain't bad.
It's 6, I think. I lost count. I wasn't paying attention how many Kugas I had. I
Me
think it was
neither.
only 6.
Let me see.
Chat.
Like, again, all the Souls games have some very good, like, as boss theme music. It all sounds super rad, but
It does.
out of that context, like the Abyss Watcher's theme is pretty darn cool. But yeah, Firelink Shrine, not bad.
Thank you for hanging, Jairus. I hope you have a good day at work. Also, after we throw this Kuko in, I'm gonna say some thank yous because you guys are spoiling me again.
That's a good idea. If you fall too far behind on those, it's gonna be.
Hey, Lunds of Truth.
Hey, nice.
Okay.
What the heck?
Speaking of which, Drossier, thank you for $5. Donations instead of bits, and Tresmolo, $5. Pretend these are bits. Thank you very much. Joyce also with $5. The text on the stones is the best. I'm having a great time. Two dances is the best duo. Aw, thank you
Aw.
very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, other alerts. I have no idea. Okay, well, my Twitch dashboard is broken, so I'm gonna use Streamlabs.
Oh no.
Where were we? I think. I have no idea where I was. No clue.
It is now time for crab.
Time for crab. I know it's time for crab. So, just to let you guys know why my thing is broken, it's every time someone does like a huge bits or a thing, it'll make a separate pop-up for that. Which I like because it lets me see when people redeem stuff. But it'll also cancel stuff out if it's too far down the list. So let me see if I can find where stuff was. Jairus, thank you for the prime. Is it Captain Rossetti? Thank you for 20 gifted subs. Thank you. Rakila, thank you for 105 bits. Ninja Cookie, thank you for 8 bits. Scott, thank you for 231 bits. Spiller, thank you for 100 bits. Verena, thank you for 5 bits. Sinogard, thank you for 100 bits. Mizakuma, thank you for 500 bits. J. Lu, thank you for 5 bits. Let's Consider, thank you for 420 bits. Nice. Razhu X, thank you for our 100 bits. Vanya, thank you for 20 bits. Kinmorn, thank you for 100 bits. Sky Aegis, thank you for 100 bits. Vintage Spiffy, thank you for 100 bits. Flame and Air, thank you for 100 bits. Quasimodo, thank you for 5 bits. Mighty Greg, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Chris, thank you for 1,000 bits. Shy Kai Guy, thank you for the prime sub for 2 months. Your channel and my cousins are the only streams I watch. Thank you for being fantastic. Thank you for the support so much. There's a lot of nices. Sky Aegis, thank you for 500 bits. Professor Farnsworth, thank you for 50 gifted subs. That is bonkers. Thank you so much. Is the VOD for this going to be on Playframe? I'll upload it to mine. I imagine if you want to link to it or if you want me to send it.
Yeah.
whatever.
I'll like once you have it up on yours, I'll post a link just on our community page, just so people can know where to find it.
Yeah. Thank you guys. You are spoiling me more than I've ever been spoiled. Thank you so much. TK, thank you for the prime sub. Nos, thank you for 10 bits. There was probably stuff in between there. I will have to go back and look at individual ones, and I will thank you. I saw like an anonymous 5,000 bits donation. Thank you. I will try to read them out as they happen because thank you. I really appreciate the support. You've been on YouTube since 2011, still have no idea what a community page is.
It's weird. Like, it's one of the tabs on, if you go to like any channel's page, any YouTube channel you like, there will be a tab on there. You've got like the home tab, the videos tab, playlists if you want to see their playlists. Community is another one where they can like post just make little posts. And unless you set them to not be that way, I think people's posts can show up in your subscription feed. So a lot of people are probably not going to see community posts, but it's on YouTube at least one of the only tools I've got to post something that's not literally a video for people to see. I'll also post it in other places that I have available, either Twitter or the Play Friends Discord or whatever else. It'll spread around. So if you're looking for it, Dan Jones's channel is obviously the easiest place to find it, but I'll also make some posts so people can find it faster.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, like, whenever I learned about the subscriptions tab on YouTube, I was like, that's the, like, page I have when I click my, like, YouTube thing, and I, like, never visit any other page, because I'm like, I just want to see who I'm subbed to and their new videos.
It's the only helpful one.
It really is.
It saddens me how many people use YouTube on a regular basis and don't realize that is where you need to go to actually see all the videos from the people you subscribe to. It's a bummer.
Oh, we got another hint stone.
Ooh.
It doesn't, actually, Dan.
That's a little bit out of date.
It does not have a free trial. That it does not include the award-winning expansion Heaven's Word up to level 60.
What a time to be alive.
What a time. Suffering from success.
Yep. I feel equal parts happy and sad for them, given how, like, they're suffering from so much success that they're having to stop selling the game because too many people are playing it and they can't get in. And that's incredible for them, but I always get the feeling that, like, Yoshi P and the others in charge always feel so bad. Like, whenever that's the case, they're so apologetic. It's like, no, guys, but it's good. It's okay.
Yeah, it's like, we get it. And they definitely are, you know, like, making the best work with what they've got, because you still remember, like, how old is 14 at this point? Is it past 10?
Yes, it is 11 years old.
It's bonkers.
Yep. This has reminded me, and I've just found someone basically took the situation and did the steamed hams thing with it. So, like, the best Final Fantasy game in decades, the highest rated game of the year, possibly the greatest video game story ever told, localized entirely in the 4th expansion of an MMO. Yes. May I play it?
No.
We've decided to temporarily suspend the sale and delivery of Final Fantasy XIV.
That's great. Wait, I can't. I was like, oh, I'm just going to go be adult. I can't. Oh, Dan.
Yeah. There are some things. So I was reviewing kind of my all the stuff that I'd set in here, and I found there was one thing. There were several things that I said, like unlock conditions that I said, you know what, randomizer, you decide. I'll set it as random. And one of the things that I saw, I was like, oh man, I realized what some of the random conditions for them are. And I saw, like, the randomizer was very kind to you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the randomizer was extra nice in certain cases where it could have been very cruel.
That's good to know. Oh, another hint stone.
Ooh.
A good Frankenstein reference there. Very good. Yeah, now I need a gossip stone as an emote. I just, you know. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna equip the Megaton Hammer. Okay.
There's a couple questions from it back while you're working on getting that right the first try. Delta LT Frost or Delta Lieutenant Frost, not sure, asked, do you think you guys will finish Dark Souls 3 by the time Elden Ring comes out? Probably not the co-op playthrough. And even then, like, I don't think we'll do a co-op playthrough of Elden Ring for a good while. Like, the solo side quest playthrough of Elden Ring will happen very soon after it comes out. But co-op will probably wait a good bit. Just no rush on that one. And another question we've probably already
What
explained
the
it,
heck?
but from Arturia Faith, can you explain why the free trial bit of Final Fantasy XIV is outdated? Like, yeah, I can still get on the trial, last I checked. You could as of yesterday. You can't now. Because they're succeeding too good, and there's a superconductor shortage. Is it that there's basically no way for them to get more servers to accommodate the huge surge of players they've had in Final Fantasy XIV? And so the login queues, ever since the new expansion came out, have been enormous. It can take hours to get in sometimes. So they decided to, let's just stop. They decided to suspend sales of the game until they can get things a little bit more under control. So as of yesterday, if you don't have the game, you can't buy it. It'll come back soon, I'm sure. I'm sure it won't be off sale for too long, but for the moment, they're trying to ease the load on those poor servers.
We're gonna deliver puppy.
Ooh. What a little hero. Dan Squared.
All right. Does puppy have anything important? Puppy, how did you get that puppy?
It's a resourceful puppy.
It is. How did you get in there? And a boss key. Okay. Nothing changed with the shop. Good. I don't have magic, so we can't do the check with this. The lens of truth, unfortunately.
But for a bit of good news, as best I can tell looking at the spoiler log, I believe you are correct that gold Skulltulas probably are just going to remain being Skulltulas. Granted, there are some of those checks that you get from rewards for a certain number of Skulltulas.
Yes.
Those are still a thing.
That is true, because right here, we're going to equip the Megaton Hammer. See, here we go. Megaton Hammer. Here it comes.
Here's a question. I'm kind of curious now. Is it better or worse news for the Skulltulas to also have randomized stuff in it? Because that, in theory, that's also a lot more checks just out and about.
It's a
that
lot
you
of
can go find.
checks. Yeah, it usually makes seeds much longer.
Gotcha.
Well, we can stare at this guy and just imagine what goodies he has.
Yeah. He lives another day.
You live this time.
Someone in chat asked if they could ask me a question, and yes, you can. But only one, and that was it.
What?
I'm kidding. You can. Sorry, I was making a silly joke.
Oh,
Whoever asked.
I
if they could
didn't
ask me a
hear
question-
the first part. Sorry.
Someone in chat asked if they could ask me a question.
Oh yeah, that was your one.
And that was it. But good question though. For real though, you can ask a question if you want to.
Now see, you're like, Dan, why don't you use the rock? I already told you guys. Spiders are immune to rock.
Yeah. Not effective.
We're just waiting for day. Because we can't.
Oh, wait for it to die of old age. I like that.
Yeah, waiting for the
Play
day.
the long game.
Take that, Zelda. We're dead. Bapanada or Bafanada? I'm going to say
Bafanada.
Bafanada.
I think that's correct, yes. Yes, Terrapin, I will try to read out the Gossip Stones from now on. As we find them. Also, it'll just be fun to read them. Yeah.
I'll be sure to leave them up on screen. Okay, we can go fishing. I really want to equip this stupid hammer. Because the reason I want to equip the hammer so bad, chat, is it will let us break rocks. Which we don't have bombs for.
Mm.
I do have an
Walrus.
ocarina, so I could go get this check real quick, and I do have enough for the Kuko minigame, so actually,
Ooh, got some options. See,
we get a few options. We get a few
all
things.
kinds of good things could happen. Walrusware asks, "What's your favorite moment from this year that will be going in the highlight reel?" Well, we've had some, a couple, about half of the year, about half of 2021 has now shown up in a highlight reel on the channel now, but we still got that back half, and that back half has a lot of real good Dark Souls 3 co-op nonsense. I'm guessing it's going to be hard narrowing a lot of that down, I think.
Yeah.
Been a lot of real good invasions.
Yeah,
Keep an eye
I'm
out
excited to
for this.
see invasions and stuff.
There's so many. Trying to keep an eye out for this Luke Mileto question. Unless, like, they literally were making the joke that question was their question.
Maybe it was. Maybe that was all they wanted to know.
Might have been. It's nice knowing, right?
Yeah. Can you ask a question? May I ask a question?
Ooh, there you go.
That was always the thing in school, and it just made me mad. Would you like to
Yep.
marry Malin? Yes. Bottle is a compass. That is not a bottle. He's a little confused.
Nice.
He's a little confused. Oh, you know what? We actually can open the gate to Death Mountain Trail because we have the letter. I keep forgetting we started with letter. I never play with the letter starting, so
Yeah, that power was within you all along.
it was. Thanks.
Could buy yourself something nice.
Malin just gave me $50.
Yep.
Get out of my face. Okay, there was a Wolfos grotto over there, but we can't do that right now because I don't have a stick. Got any fun tricks for changing the color of the fairy? It is a cosmetic randomization thing that you can just do whenever you create a seed. You can change like Link's tunic colors. You can change the hearts. Obviously, all the buttons are different colors. Items that are visually different will also be visually different as a 3D model. So like if we see the mirror shield in the world, it'll have a randomized color, and it'll actually look like that.
Yeah, I love that they give you so many just drop-down menu, like fun customization options just inside the ROM creator.
Mm-hmm.
It's real nice. Shadow Reaper asked, how long would you say Carrie spends editing, like, against the game time recorded? Like, is it kind of like a 2-to-1 ratio? It's about a 2-to-1 ratio. I find it usually takes about twice as long to edit an episode as it takes to record it. If we're not counting like all the audio processing stuff I do after we record, and there's several steps and phases. And then I guess it would be closer to like 3 times longer because then I also kind of do a follow-up review, kind of looking over stuff and adding some other fun touches if I think of something or whatever else. So it is probably like at least 3 times longer to edit those things than to record them. And even longer if there's like 2 people, like if it's a co-op playthrough of any kind. The more people we have audio from, the more like
More you gotta clean
tidying
out,
work
more you
there is.
gotta, yeah.
Yeah, like shifting stuff around to like clear crosstalk and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not too bad.
All right, we got some hint stones here.
Ooh,
Got
Let's learn
a
some more
few
good
in
facts.
this area that I didn't get to check.
What do we got? Grunty's plan is rather cunning. When I'm thin, guys will be running.
Is this gonna zone be all grunty rhymes?
Maybe.
Only one way to find out.
There is. There's a lot of gossip stones in the game, it turns out.
There
It
are.
did eventually get hard trying to figure out what am I going to write in this one.
It's very exciting. I had no idea you could do that. So that was an absolute treat.
Yep. No, as soon as I found that out, I was so excited. It's just lorem ipsum. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
No, you gotta read it out, Dan. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. But yeah, that actually, I can't believe that you found that one just as I was saying. I did start running out of ideas.
I ran out of ideas. Lorem ipsum. I think there might be one more on the surface here.
Shiroka asked if we'd ever consider doing a Battle of the Dans again. And yeah, totally. Like, it kind of would just require, like, Emmons hasn't lived up here in a while. He's down in the LA area. So,
yes!
But if we're ever in town again, just for you. Why do they call it oven when you ov in the cold food of out hot eat the food?
Why do they call it an oven when you oven the cold food of out hot eat the food? I have an oven emote just for that.
Oh, I'd not even see the oven emote. Oh, yay.
I love it. It's so dumb, but I love it so much. Oh, you know what we can do? We have a dive. We can go check what Ruda's letter normally is. And then I'll
Ooh,
fish.
yeah, there
and
you
then
go.
we'll fish.
And
Do some
then fishing. How much can we get from fishing? Is it one check?
One check. Well, there's one as
Okay.
child, one as adult.
Right. Okay.
Normally, I think it's like a scale and a heart piece, I think. It does look like an actual bottle, as that might actually be vanilla Ruda's letter, or an ice trap, or just a normal bottle. Okay, Ruda's letter. So that lets us do Jabu, which is very good, because we need to. Yeah, we have all of Death Mountain Trail to check still, because I didn't realize we had the letter, so that's just a huge area that I've been forgetting.
Oh, here's Luke's question, or one of them anyway. It's for a French-originated word that exists in English in one of yesterday's Final Fantasy XIV episodes. I've been pondering, what would be the best way to tell, like, me pronunciation? And how familiar am I with the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet? You can reach out to me basically however you want to. Twitter, you can send an email either to newframeplus@gmail or playframeplus@gmail, or just however you want to, really. I have got already a helpful guide for most of the, or many of the French character or French-based names in A Realm Reborn in 2.0, basically. Though I certainly don't mind some help, and I actually have had to become familiar with the IPA in order to actually learn a lot of that stuff and start pronouncing it halfway close to right. There's a lot about, like, proper French accent pronunciation. There's like a lot of nuance and vowel sounds that I'm probably not even going to really try. But in fairness, most of the actors in Final Fantasy XIV don't try that either. So, just the fact that I'll be like 75% right, I'm happy with. But yeah, if you're wanting to send me any notes like that, just feel free to message me wherever or send emails.
I have seen the new Breath of the Wild randomizer, and I very much want to try it.
That sounds daunting.
It's intense. It's basically randomized goals of, like, find 10 apples, find 10 whatever, and it's, you have to go do all these checks, and then when you go to fight Ganon, you can't fight Ganon until you've completed those challenges, basically.
Oh boy.
So instead of needing to do the 4 dungeons, it'll be like, you know, grab this piece of equipment and 10 of this and fight a, you know, Molduga kind of thing. And then it randomizes, like, spawns, drops, weather effects. It's pretty cool.
It is very cool, but boy, that could be a long run.
Yeah.
Or short, I guess, if you're really good and you... Gosh, the abundance of checks out there.
Wow, thanks, Dan. Thanks for that 1 rupee.
Oh, you
boy.
bet, buddy.
I don't know where we're gonna spend all that.
Yeah,
1 whole rupee?
think careful about it. You just... You just invest that, start your own little bank account.
Mm-hmm. Did you put on free Scarecrow song, by the way?
I don't remember. Let's find out together.
I'm just gonna grab it then in case. I don't want to talk to you. Wrong one. Wrong Scarecrow.
Shadow Reaper asks, does the randomizer let you do Master Quest versions of dungeons? And if so, please tell me that you did the Jabu Jabu dungeon, or the Jabu Cow dungeon. The randomizer does allow that, although I will not spoil the surprise as to what I may or may not have done.
You have done no Master Quests, as far as I can
What?
tell, because you can do this and see which versions of the dungeons.
That's okay. I may not have done any of the Master Quest dungeons.
Yeah, Jabu's Master Quest is weird because there's a bunch of cows in the walls, and you have to shoot cows to open up switches and stuff. It's really bizarre.
Weird.
I guess it makes sense because Jabu's been eating a bunch of stuff, but still odd. Borealis Breath of the Wild there, bottom of the well. Beneath the well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can toggle Gabora spawn location randomizers, but I kind of just want this tombstone right now. So go away. Thank you. Yeah, you have to shoot cows with the slingshot, and it'll like open up switches or spawn chests.
And that's not even like a goofy fan mod. That's
That's
like officially
official, yeah.
released. Yeah. Wall kicks will work.
Oh, we gotta get a power star here. Hey, it's a heart container. That's nice.
Hey, nice. Yeah, you're up to 5.
5 whole hearts. Wow.
Better survivability.
Okay, now we talk the bird. That seems like vanilla. How many skull totals are we up to?
Nice.
What do we got so far?
5. Not a lot. Okay, hear me out. What if we equip the Megaton Hammer, though?
That could unlock a lot of things for you.
What if we just really quick equip the Megaton Hammer?
I don't know why we didn't think of that before.
Just one little quick little equip the Megaton Hammer. We just equip it. Here it comes. This is the one.
Step 1, equip the Megaton Hammer.
Step 2, profit.
Yeah, just crack this game wide open with a Megaton Hammer in the hands of a child.
Just gotta equip the Megaton Hammer. Here it comes.
Easy step.
Here it comes. First, we equip the Megaton Hammer.
While you're doing this, from Delta Lieutenant Frost, which I'm just going to give you that official title now. You mentioned in one of the 14 Final Fantasy 14 episodes that they replaced the voice actors and actresses for the game later on in the first expansion. Do you know why they replaced them? I don't know like all of the details. My understanding is that they had an LA-based sort of like a group studio, like a voice actor. What's the name I'm thinking for? Just a voice actor casting group, kind of that they were working with originally, and for whatever reason they decided to change to a UK-based one later on. I don't know if it was an issue of money, or if they weren't happy with the results for whatever reason, or who knows the why. But I honestly think it is man,
Thanks.
rough.
Equip the Megaton Hammer, though.
You did. Hey. I still can't believe you did that all shiny Pokemon run.
Megaton Hammer. So now we can check all the things. So, okay, just real quick, to explain what we had to do for that, you have to
please.
basically select the item, toggle between inventory screens, and then on the same frame, which you toggle back to the menu, at the same frame you push If you're coming from the left window, you do right up. If you're coming from the right window, you do left up. And then you also do a C button at the same time. And it has to be the correct frame of the transition too. So I'm pretty sure it's a frame perfect trick that you have to do 2 exact inputs at the same frame. And it's hard.
That's wild. I'm impressed you did it.
Yeah. There we go.
That's some nonsense that like speedrunners just do first try every
Oh
try.
yeah, they're just like, oh, here it is. Boom, done.
Hey, look, it's the Megaton Hammer. How did this get here?
How would someone ever figure that out? There are so many things in Ocarina of Time that I have no idea. Like, there's wrong warping in Ocarina of Time. You can just go to the credits at the beginning of the game. It's bonkers. And then you can hit here, and there's a hole no one ever intended you to find. Right here.
Hey, it is.
Okay, well,
Oh,
this
this
is
is
useless
visible in
to
the
us.
Link's
Thank
hands.
you. That's good.
Found the hole, though.
Found the hole. Yeah, the grotto randomization. That's a good one. Good grab there, Dan.
Ah, you bet, buddy. They would have allowed me to randomize just about everything. And there was, like... I could have made it to where every door you walk through would take you to a random place.
Yeah, you can do literally every entrance as randomized.
Yeah. Which would have been funny, but in order to actually do anything, you'd have had to be keeping, like, rigorous notes over there. I figured that would just get more tedious than fun after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, having that hammer is going to make a big difference. Is there any way that you could lose having that hammer? I guess just not having it on the E button.
If I need to equip the Deku sticks, it will go away.
Oh dear.
Never tried attacking the big rock with the hammer because you
I
would
wondered what was
never
gonna
be
happen.
able to do that. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm curious if this works. Doesn't. But we have strength, so we can go do it anyways.
That's true. Making some good progress here.
Yeah,
For a Link without a sword.
doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Such devastation. No, Link, you gotta throw it, bud. Thank you.
There you go, Link.
You. That's funny. I've never done that. I like how it gave us the new camera and everything too.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've definitely done that before.
Okay, I'm gonna say Dodongo's Cavern is Spirit Temple.
Ooh. Yeah, these are randomized as well, so... I forgot that was up there.
I'll sneak a little heart piece. That's a vanilla
Yeah.
heart piece. There. Oh, and I still have
Alright.
the bottle. We need to go get rid of... Oh, it's Fire Temple, which is funny because I have the Megaton Hammer.
Oh, you do, don't you?
That is the wrong item. Oh, hang on.
Oh, wait, am I the only one here now? I think I might be the only one here. Yo, what do we do? It's just me. I'm in charge now.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Goodness. I was scared.
There was a package, so they
Oh, okay.
needed me to buzz them in. Okay, I think I can't go all the way through here because there's a
There's gonna be some hot
fight.
rooms,
yeah,
yeah?
there's a fight.
Oh, and some fights.
Although, actually, I don't think I can hurt with the Megaton Hammer. I can knock it out of it, but I don't think I can actually damage it.
Mm,
But I can get... I think this is a chest. Oh, wait. I have to do it from the other side, right? Yeah.
for some reason, I thought this whole dungeon was just like a big, like, if you don't have the red tunic, you're just taking damage. I don't know why
Only
I thought
lava
that.
rooms. So like
Okay.
this room right here, it will be.
Ah, I see.
So I can, as soon as I have a sword, I can do that. And basically, so when you go underwater or in a hot atmosphere, the timer is based on however many hearts you currently have.
Really?
So, A, if you don't have enough time, you can go heal and come back, or B, go find more heart pieces, and then you don't even need the tunic if you're fast enough. So like you can beat
Interesting. I didn't even know that's how that
Velagia
worked.
without
That's cool.
the tunic and everything, which is very
Learning
fun.
new things.
Needs more
Hang on,
Tingle.
some Thorns
There
for a
he
bit.
is. There's Tingle right there. And see now, chat, all these rocks. No problem. No problem. No
We
problem.
fear no rock.
Fear no rock.
And now you can bop Skulltulas. That's going to help a lot.
Yep, we can bop Skulltulas. We have a way to attack. We have 3 checks in here. Technically 4, but one's a Skulltula. So, and I'm pretty sure they're all Skulltulas. So,
I'm pretty sure that too.
all right, here it is. Kokiri Sword.
And
So happy.
yeah,
Not the
well,
Kokiri Sword.
get enough of those, and you could buy us. Nope, you can't do
No,
that.
Can't. Oh.
Swords are literally priceless.
Here we go, though. This is it right there.
Kokiri Sword.
See, I was a little off. It's this one.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Daring contest. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm going. Okay, we're staring. I'll let you know when I blink. I'm probably gonna blink soon because my eyes already hurt.
Man, Gossip Stone's good at this.
He's really good. I blinked. I
Ah.
blinked. I talked. I shouldn't have talked.
Good effort, though.
This is just a compass. Just a compass thing.
Yeah. Just a compass. But, hey.
6 tokens.
Ah.
Ah. Ah.
It's a real fun trade-off, that like Sesame Street insured. You're gonna know numbers, but
But
you're never gonna be able to count again without doing a vampire laugh.
Can I trigger him by? No. I was curious.
What to do?
What to do, Dan? We can't do a lot without Zelda's Lullaby and Soria's song.
Oh, that reminds me. Carcerus asked earlier, like, will I be doing more videos with Soraya, which is a slightly different name, but still. Yeah, at some point, yes, for sure. Like, I don't think we've got any current plans to like continue the Assassin's Creed or Immortals playthroughs, but recording with Soraya is a blast, and I am confident. Like, we just need to find a game that she and I decide, okay, we definitely want to do a session of that, and then we just got to get her over. It's always fun.
Yes. More Soria.
Yeah. From Mighty Eagle to both of us, did either of you know that the maker of the Blue Sentinels mod for Dark Souls 3 also made an online co-op and PvP mod for Sekiro? I think it would make for a fun Dan Souls run, if mostly for all the shenanigans that could ensue. I'd be game for trying that at some point.
I would
Like,
totally be game for trying that.
I feel like that's going to be real easy. Because I don't think those bosses and enemies are prepared to deal with two attackers. But I'd be game for trying it out if we can figure it out how. Yeah.
So this floor just doesn't load. Pay no attention to it.
Whoa. Yeah, I just saw that now. And it's quite a floor. Hey, nice.
It's like the one texture in the game that is just not here. Like it's there and then not. I don't know why. It's something with the emulation.
That is weird.
Only on this emulator. This one runs. There's the light arrows.
Hey, neat.
Okay, we need iron boots for that, or gold scale.
It's
Also, fun
really
fact,
amusing to me that like.
you can just walk backwards and the rocks can't hit you.
Really?
Yep.
Whoa. That's awesome. Yeah, it's amusing to me that like the Nintendo 64 is so early in 3D game graphics that like the hacks required, the engineering hacks required to make these games work and function are so weird that emulating them is still hard. Like that N64 emulation is still as janky as it is, despite so many really brilliant people working so hard on it. Still real hard to emulate these things like one-to-one accurately.
Like I'm excited to finally play through Paper Mario since it's on the Switch, even though it's emulated. But
yeah.
Because I've never gotten to play through it because it doesn't emulate well.
Yeah, so, and I'm sure even in that emulated version, it's still not going to be one-to-one. Like even Nintendo's official releases of N64 games emulated have a lot of the same like little bugs and issues, graphical issues that the fan emulators have because it's real hard. Get that spider.
Get that spider. Get this. There's also a gossip zone we passed just a minute ago, but we'll go back and check it. We got the cow.
Oh, hey cow.
Hello, cow. Goodbye, cow. So I still don't know if you have cow checks on. I'm hoping you don't.
That makes two of us.
But I don't.
Why are cow checks bad?
Because all of them are okay. The problem is one cow spawns in Link's house when you've completed all of the races
for
Epona. I gotta just pop in here so I don't die. So you have to do all the races on Epona, which they're not bad, but it can go poorly. Iron boots. Are they actually iron boots? They are actually iron boots.
Yay! Link can sink.
They call him Slink.
Pretty good.
It sounded better in my head. Will you actually sell me bombs? I don't think you will. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Nintendo Switch Online Paper Mario has late game FPS issues. That's a bummer.
It's a bummer, although, like, of all the late game issues you could have, that one's probably one of the least painful. Especially given, like, how many N64 games ran at, like, good frame rates to begin with. Granted, if it's starting in a bad place. In Gobi's Valley, there's a tree. On its head, what can you see?
I don't know.
Yeah, you better get this right or you're going to get, like,
Gobi's Valley, there's a tree?
In Gobi's Valley, there's a tree.
You make the big tree make a Jiggy. Trunker, I think his name is.
Well, since we're not actually having to pass that quiz on Brentilda's show, I'll look up the answer.
Gobi's Valley, there's a tree. Unless you're talking about Gerudo Valley, which would mean there's not a check on the tree, though.
Well, you think I'm going to give you an actual useful hint? Come now.
There's the Skulltula there, but they're already not randomized. Unless you, if you could randomize specific Skulltulas, oh my gosh. Stop looking at me. Turn. Thank you.
All right, here. This will be a lot easier if I give you the actual multiple choice, which you would have gotten in the game. In Gobi's Valley, there's a tree. On its head, what can you see? A, a hat. B, a leafy wig. C, a pair of sunglasses.
He has a hat on, but is it a wig? I know he has like a little. He's got like a little wrapping around his head. I'm gonna say
It is a hat. It is a hat. Ding, ding, ding. You get to proceed.
Wow.
The crowd boos.
Boo. So normally you can get up here with just Adult Link, but since we're here, we might as well grab this blue ruby.
Hey.
Oh, and you're gonna kill me. Nope. Lived to tell the tale.
You know, it's just as well. Only the cow would witness your death.
Yeah. Don't have Song of Storms.
Yeah, what to do?
We could. I don't remember how to do the cuckoo thing. I think I need a bomb for that. How many skulls we at? 7. Could come back at night. We could check. You know what we could do? We could do Dodongo's Cavern now that we have him. Door time is closed. Yeah. Oh wait, we have the bottle. Let's go. Wait, I have to go to Lake Hylia because I don't have Lil's Lullaby yet. But we can at least see what is Jabu. We can at least see what that dungeon is.
Yeah, sure. I forgot I randomized those. Yeah.
Yeah, so ones we know so far. Actually, I can check Deku since I know they're randomized now. We can see what Deku tree is.
That's true.
No light arrows yet, but we have the ability. We know where light arrows are.
Yeah, you spotted them. Can't reach them yet.
We just
Well,
need...
granted, you have the boots now, actually. You could go get those.
Well, we need to be an adult.
Oh, can Kid Link not wear the boots?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, actually, this might be useful. What are the items, beyond the ones that you would normally expect, that are actually usable by both Kid and Adult Link? Because, like, you can glitch the hammer, clearly. Are there other, like, ones that you wouldn't expect that both can actually be made to use?
So ones that I've used because I've needed them for runs was I've equipped masks as an adult. The reason being I couldn't get the masks as a kid because I think as a kid, Hyrule Market I had randomized locations as well, so it wasn't accessible as a kid. What other things? Because I believe the bow acts the same as the slingshot. It just uses the ammo
Different
for each
ammo.
other or whatever.
Yeah. that makes
Hookshot
sense.
will crash the game.
Oh. Good to
Lens
know.
of Truth is usable with both. Bottle is usable with both.
Right.
I think sticks will break the game too if you'd use them as an adult.
Did
Um,
Link equip the other colored tunics? Or is that
No.
only adult?
only adult.
Okay.
Yeah, see, you can't even.
Yep.
Boomerang, I don't know if I've ever tried to do boomerang. That might not be good too. Adult
hard to
using
think of a
sticks
situation
only
where you-
breaks on certain platforms, but you can never remember which.
It's quite the dice roll. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Yeah. Yeah, like items that I really want right now are bombs. Bombs are a big one. And
Yeah.
once we become adult, hover boots. Because I can do a lot of shenanigans with hover boots.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Because we have hook shot. Long shot would always be nice, but at least we
Sure.
have a hook shot. We have a bow. Din's fire, magic, or fire
yeah.
arrows. All of those we need. Zelda's Lullaby is like the biggest song though. Like that is the song to end all songs. And since I
That makes
know
sense, yeah.
grottos are randomized, we really need Song of Storms as well. Because Song of Storms, there are grottos you can only open by playing the Song of Storms.
Right. And yeah, there's so much stuff that Zelda's Lullaby opens up, large and small.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna have a little dive. Hand over a letter. And then see, I guess what Jabu is. We can wait. Okay, I'll have to catch a fish because we only have one bottle right now. So normally my seeds, whenever I do this game, I never get the ocarina. So I do a trick called bottle ocarina. Actually, I don't know the name of the trick. I always forget the names, but you use the bottle as an ocarina basically.
Oh, okay.
Which is surprisingly easy to do. You just have to have the bottle in your hand, so which means you need to like have caught something recently with it. So usually if you have like a fish or whatever, you can just drop it and then re-catch the fish. And then you do a backflip, do the input for the bottle, and then do an input for something else. So like your sword or a stick or the Megaton Hammer or whatever. And you will pull out that item, but you'll use it as an ocarina.
Cool. That's really neat. And it almost sort of works weirdly in fiction too. I could see Link trying to sort of like use it like blowing into a jug as an instrument.
Yeah.
Just trying to make a little tone. Working with what he's got.
He zipped across real quick there. Okay, let's go grab a fish.
Another kindness.
Wait.
Shadow
Just a
Reaper
quick
asks,
little weep.
would you consider an Ocarina of Time Linked Worlds playthrough? It's like a randomizer, but items for one person can appear in the other person's world. I would not be opposed to that. Granted, I, again, have no Ocarina randomizer experience. Also, tech-wise, I don't know how much of a headache that would be to set up.
It wasn't as bad as I thought. I've done a run with Maple in chat, and I've done a run with Inviso and Barry.
Nice.
Both members of the community, and there's VODs for that. I also did a co-op race kind of playthrough with Gam and Barry way back in the day. And it's a lot of fun. So yeah, basically the multi-world is like, it takes items from, say you have 3 people playing, it takes all the items and then redistributes them out. So it's like, you found player 2's hookshot, and then player 2 will immediately get the hookshot. All right, Jabu, what do you got? I'm gonna say Forest Temple.
Let's see what you get.
Bottom of the well. Okay.
All right.
We can do a good chunk here.
You got a compass.
We got
ready.
a compass, because I definitely need it. How? The Megaton Hammer might... Actually, I have no idea. Will this kill?
That's a thing we can all learn together. Looked like it was hurting it, but...
Yeah, but I don't know if... it'll kill. Yeah, it might not. Okay, what else we got? We have stick. I can get past this guy with stick. I have to unequip this thing.
Oh dear.
Don't need the waist stick, just nut. No!
Oh no.
I wish I read that. It's okay because we're gonna equip it right here. Here we go.
Here we go.
First try, baby. First.
Yay.
Wait, I didn't even set it up right. At least grab the stick in the pot. Listen, Maple. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I don't remember which one it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Okay. First try. Total. This is still the first try. That was the wrong way. I didn't even try it.
This is the one.
Here, tell a story, Dan.
Tell a story. Let's see.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
That was
you
a good
got
story.
it.
That was a good story.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, apparently I just need to start kind of like talking about a random thing and then it just like clicks for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the secret. All right, I'll try to have some sort of talking subject ready.
Ooh, a bundle of arrows.
Hey, nice.
How'd you know?
Go real nice with the bow you have.
Yeah, as soon as I can use it.
Yep. Gotta be a growed up to get licensed for that.
Hey, any of you kids using bows out here?
Oh, you really did just kind of find missiles, didn't you?
Yeah, that is the missile equivalent for this run.
And
I think we're not at 1 heart. That's nice to know. Nice to not be almost dead.
dirty child.
More missiles!
Yay! More missiles.
You love to see it. I forgot you can just nut. Zelda's
That's a fact. Hey, you found it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
The objectively best song in the game.
It really
in terms of
is.
actually getting you places.
Yep. Speaking of which, we can do it right here.
Yay!
That's a Control 5 moment right there. I love the very small Venn diagram of people who know what that means.
I am not within it.
So one of my buddies has a soundboard, GAM, and I was asking him what button combinations were certain sounds, and he has Chuck E. Cheese saying poggers, and that is Control 5. So I started going, that's a real Control 5 moment right there.
Of course, Chuck E. Cheese would have their characters say poggers.
Yeah. I think he had Chuck E. Cheese did a Twitch stream.
What? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He was VTubing.
I can't believe that company still exists.
What,
They're
Chuck E.
hanging in there.
Cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still do wish we had bombs so I could check these other things, but we could always fall. Check this. Just down here. Also, okay, really important thing here, Dan.
Mhm.
I don't have the map. Never mind. I was gonna do a goof, but we don't have the map.
Oh no. Can't goof without a map.
Lude Lime knows what's up. So, this map, this room of the dungeon, is Kermit the Frog.
What?
It is a 1-to-1 recreation of Kermit the Frog.
Okay, I'll have to see this later. That sounds.
When we find the
enticing.
map, I will come back and I will show you Kermit the Frog. It is uncanny how close it is to Kermit the Frog.
I'm very excited to see this now.
We just need the
And
back.
Jitrom, I am, as a former Chuck E. Cheese employee myself, I am not at all surprised that your girlfriend was made to do unlicensed electric work as a minor while employed there. That does not surprise me at all.
Oh, Charles Entertainment. Cheese.
Yep. That was my first job. I've said it on Playframe before, but yeah, working at Chuck E. Cheese.
The hell of a first job.
It really is.
My first job was I helped out at the engineering company my dad worked at, and I basically went through files and shredded duplicates.
Ooh.
That was it. And then I
I've done-
marked off boxes that had no duplicates in them.
I was about to call that a data entry job, but it's kind of the opposite. Evidence destruction, if anything.
Stupid bat.
Caught you on fire.
It did.
Two
And
really
it
important.
gave me just a little push. Just a
Yeah.
little push.
There's been two very important chat questions and things. One is a fact that I really need somebody to verify for me real fast. Is Chuck E. Cheese currently voiced by the lead singer from Bowling for Soup? Is that true? That's delightful. It's true.
I would believe it.
Me too, actually. I 100% believe that. And it just creates all the more like Chuck E. Cheese and Sonic connection.
Oh, were you ever Chuck E. Cheese when you worked there?
Darn right I was.
You were?
I was. Oh yeah,
You
no, I
were
was in the
Mr.
suit.
Chuck and Cheese?
I was like, yeah, doing like a birthday party, like the responsibility of being the person inside the Chuck E. Cheese mascot suit was sort of shared by just about anybody who was working on shift, but like not in the kitchen. If you were in the kitchen, obviously you were too busy. But if you were just out, sort of like delivering food or kind of managing the like game floor or something like that, like there'd be birthday parties like once an hour, and somebody'd have to be in the dang suit. So yeah, I've definitely been in that suit a lot of times.
Someone's got to be in that dang suit.
Someone's got to be in there. It's honestly like
Were you ever trapped in the Chuck E. suit?
I was never trapped in the Chuck E. suit. It wasn't a very comfortable suit, but it like, fortunately, those places are, especially in like Georgia, where every place is super air conditioned. So like, it wasn't uncomfortably hot at least. I don't know how people survive being like mascots at Disney World. That sounds like hell. But yeah, no, I've definitely worn that suit. And as a job for like a teenager, Chuck E. Cheese ain't bad. Because like, yeah, it's not a great job. You're surrounded by adults who are not having any fun whatsoever. A lot of kids who are having too much fun, like way hyper. And you're hearing 1 hour of like live show on loop, basically. But there's always something interesting happening. Like you're
good people
never
watching, I
allowed.
imagine.
Yeah, like people watching, you're never allowed to be bored. Kids find the wildest ways to break games. You'll just randomly hear like, oh wait, like some kid decided to put all of the skee balls behind the skee ball machines, and so you got to figure out some clever new acrobatics to actually get behind there. Or some kid decided to take a ball from the ball pit and try putting it in the skee ball machine, which I understand kid logic why they thought that would work. Always new exciting things there.
The hammer takes the value of the last thing you swung, doesn't it?
Interesting. I was about to say, wow, that just worked.
I think because I hadn't used anything, so it used the Deku stick, right?
I guess so, yeah. I could believe that. That makes as much sense as anything else I could think of.
Because crouch stabs basically act the same way. So I think that's what happened there.
How often did they clean the suit, Valentiner? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be enough, is the problem.
I'm glad I don't know, frankly. And yes, it is a fact. Wikipedia says lead singer for Bowling for Soup currently voices Chuck E. Cheese.
Amazing.
For some reason, that makes me happy. Good for them both.
I like that.
Here's a question that Runologic asked us. speaking of VTubing, would either of you consider it? Notice that you don't have face cams, or is that because you feel it detracts from the experience? I know my answer, Dan, but hold on. They say that one of these stones contains an actual hint. It is not this one.
It was the grunty one. It was the grunty Gobi Valley one.
I gave you all the clues.
So I like VTubers. I like watching them. Some of my friends do VTubing. I don't know. Like, I've never considered, like, the only way I want to add a face cam is if it's like the entire game, what you see right now, and then like me with a green screen and just like a cutout of me in a chair in the corner. So you still see as much of the game as possible.
Yeah, it's nice and classy and not intrusive. I like that.
Because I don't know, I don't feel like I add enough to like the experience if I'm just like a little corner, like a square corner kind of thing, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like,
I've tried
a
it
different kind
on
of
and off.
performance.
And
Yeah.
what about you?
Like, I'm pretty so like face cam wise, absolutely not. Like I enjoy getting to just perform thinking about voice alone and not having to like think about like how I'm facial expression looking. Like I like not having to worry about that or worry about like video quality or lighting or any of that nonsense. It's enough. My attention is split enough just focusing on the game and speaking coherently. I don't need to worry about that as well. VTubing though, that I would like technically I have already had a little animated
you had
avatar
a career as
that
a VTuber.
yeah, that I spoke from with a high-pitched voice. I did it already. I would do it again, 100%. I would do that way sooner than I would face cam again. So like yeah, totally. Like, if I had I don't think it would make playframe videos better necessarily, but like if I had to choose between facecam and like a fun VTuber rig of like your art version of Dan, then yeah, totally, I would do that.
So there's one thing that a few of us, especially for like Discord calls, will use it. Viz uses it in his streams, where like normally you can have it like show who you're in a Discord call with, and it'll like light up your like icon.
Yeah.
But you can also like tie it to have a PNG, and then like it'll do like a little animation when the person talks, or like it'll bounce.
I love
and you
that.
can toggle between things, so it'll like animate basically. And I think you can even do like animations on top of animations with it. I haven't really messed with it myself, but
Cool.
if I ever do like another like D&D thing, I want to make that for like all the players. So like when you see which player's talking, you see like their actual like character move. Honest's been
That'd be
doing it a
awesome.
bunch too. Yeah. I really like that, especially for like a call, because
Yes.
it's nice seeing who's talking and what. So that's why I don't have it.
Yeah, no, it'd be cool to do, but setting those up is quite complicated. Like if I was actually wanting a VTuber rig, I'd need to pay at least one person to do a good bit of work, creating the art for it, like rigging it up, setting up the whole thing. Like they're quite a big production. I'm really excited to see where like VTuber like tech is in 10 years.
Yeah.
We're like 10 years deep now with like Adobe's Puppet character type thing, and they've already come a really long way. I bet that stuff's gonna be wild in another decade.
There's been like a few streams that I've seen of like they have full body tracking and like a very powerful rig to run like a separate like 3D modeling and rendering program. Like I don't know, some of the quality is bonkers that I've seen.
Yeah, now there's people using like now that there's mocap suits like XNs that you can do that are cameraless. Those are expensive as hell, but like now that you can get those, you can technically like be live mocap capturing your body at home, doing full physical body capture. I've seen some people set up with stuff like that. It's expensive, but
yeah,
man, we're getting exciting places.
beams.
Free beans. So somebody's asked, and I need clarification on this because I can probably make some guesses, but from Cap Steph Barnes, did you know that Will Overgaard is actually part of the Sonic lore? So I know that he worked for Sega or a Sega division of some sort for a good while. I know that he's literally in, and my guess is that Will's presence is he is in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. I think that's the title for it. I think he is effectively like he is the face of name of the game. Total War. The name of the Total War general, basically. There's a Total War general character in Sonic Racing, and it's Will's face, basically. Because he was a community manager over there.
That's amazing. I didn't know this.
Yeah. No, Will is in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, I think is the title.
Amazing.
At least some of those words. Which is a legit, like, actually quite a fun racing game.
That's cool as heck.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yeah. I'm glad that Will did that old stint on the Total War crew because that's how we met him.
That's how I met him because I edited a Hot Pepper Gaming episode.
Wait, you edited his Hot Pepper Gaming episode?
So I didn't edit his episode. I edited a like best of, and his was one of the clips I had to go through.
Oh, I think you've told me that before, and I completely forgot. I love that.
Yeah, they did a thing where they were like asking for editors, and I sent in a video of me. I ate a hot pepper and filmed it, and pitched my resume to them. And they were like, "We already got an editor, but we really like this. Do you want to do a best of?" And I was like, "Sure."
That is clever as heck.
This fucking bird, Dan.
Bird says no.
Also, I highly don't recommend eating a habanero pepper.
Yeah, no, that sounds really painful.
There's a hot pepper video out there with Dan. If they saved it, then they have it. I don't think I have it anymore.
Weird like web of connections because I've not gotten to meet Vernon, the guy who created Hot Pepper Gaming and works kind of like I think he still sort of works within the Game Grumps circle now, but like we chat every now and then just like through Twitter and stuff. We're fans of each other's stuff. Love to get to meet him someday.
Yeah, I met him at a PAX. One of them.
That makes sense.
He seemed nice. Like
yeah,
pleasant.
I wonder if he's still making games after Dream Daddy. Sounds like that was really stressful.
No
I hope
clue.
so.
Yeah. Hot Pepper Glover stream. No.
Wow.
No.
That's.
Let me at least enjoy one of the things.
Yeah, like you got to pair Hot Pepper with something good. Like you can't just like two bad things together.
Wish the world was on fire. Same, RJ. Same.
Yeah.
It is nice and rainy out right now. I just noticed. It is pouring outside.
And look behind me out the window. It's a really nice rainy day. Perfect beat for being inside and not being able to.
Perfect for being inside playing Ocarina.
Get any further inside this randomizer. But hey,
we got there. This might be a repeat. Oh my god.
You know, they say that Amazon Prime subscribers get a free Twitch sub each month.
Do they? How do I do that, Dan?
I literally don't know. I'm a YouTuber.
You don't know.
I've done it before. I don't know it off the top of my head.
If you have Amazon Prime chat, you have a free Twitch Prime subscription you can use on a channel of your choice. It doesn't renew each month, so you have to manually do it, but you can support a channel of your choice for free each month.
Yay. I should do that. It's been a while.
It's a meme, but it works.
It works.
It works. It's insane when you watch like one of the like huge streamers say it, and it's just like, which I mean like people are gifting. The gifts aren't free. You have to pay for the gifts, chat. That's not
There's been a misunderstanding. Yeah, no, like, oh boy. Those are some hype crabs.
Oh yeah, like GDQ when they mention Prime, and it's like, It's just you see like a line of.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh, chat.
I
Okay,
don't know
well,
why
hang on. I'm just gonna
always
read.
Yeah, you just do some reading.
I'm
gonna get some
okay.
coffee.
Yeah, go get some coffee.
Yeah, everyone hydrate.
Get some hydration going. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? I think my thing glitched out because there's a big gap of time between two things. So I'm just gonna read what I currently have, which is give me a username. Thank you for 1,000 bits. Baha Bali, thank you for the prime. Raze, thank you for the prime. J Post, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Like Jana, thank you for the prime. Gamer, thank you for 100 bits. Outlaw Tadpole, thank you for the prime. Vintage, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Scoth, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Anonymous, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Beba Butt, thank you for 2 months. Prime Gaming. Super Jaws, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Ed, thank you for 510 bits. End Hero, thank you for 72. RJ, thank you for 111. Marta, thank you for 20 gifted subs. Sheesh. Marta, what the heck? Shiv, thank you for 40 bits. Professor Farnsworth, thank you for 100 bits. Vanya, thank you for 100 bits. Denchop, thank you for 2 gifted subs. D&D Pather, thank you for 660 bits, 6 bits. Marginal Prophet, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Zerg Warrior, thank you for 100 bits. I think I saw Zerg Warrior gifted subs too, but I don't see it here. I'll check another list. Kedesh Lamench, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Rakilo, thank you for 231. Baha Bali, thank you for 100 or 1,009 bits. And Erok, thank you for a gifted subs. Thank you. What was I doing? I'm gonna drink some water for a bit. Thank you for the 2 hype trains. I don't think I've ever had 2. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate, like, it's very special. Thank you everyone so much. What is this song? Why doesn't it have the track? I guess maybe because only the... That's cool. Only the path that would have Saria's song is actually playing the melody. Raspberry Space Jam, thank you for 3 months. Kaz, thank you for the prime. M Praxis, thank you for the prime. Piggy, thank you for 100 bits. Pig me, excuse me. Did we read this one? Yes, we did. This was the mystery item. This is an upgrade, so it should be a random. I need one. Are you kidding me? I thought it was 30. Oof. Oof indeed. Oh yeah, we have so I guess I should do that. We have a VOD channel on YouTube. Custom Dan Jones Stream Archive. I just basically post the direct VOD of the stream. We have a Discord. We also have a Playframe Discord. I believe there's a link for the Playframe Discord below, maybe? There is for the Playframe channel. I don't know if there is for the Discord. But we have a Discord just for my server. Thank you so much, Viz. And that'll mainly, I think folks use it so they get the notification for when I go live, because there's a little bot there that auto posts. And there's a bunch of wonderful people there if you want to hang.
Yeah.
What else we got? If you happen to not know about Playframe, is a Let's Play channel on on YouTube that I'm a part of with Dan sometimes. I do
Yes.
co-op runs. And every
They're
now and
so
then
fun.
I'll do a challenge if I feel like it. But it's mostly Dan and Carrie. And it's wonderful.
Yeah. It's a delight having you on every Saturday.
Any current projects you want to like hype or anything like that?
Let's see. I mean, we're just, aside from the daily stuff we're just putting out on Playframe, which is super fun. I am also like trying to get videos made for New Frame Plus. I've got a really long Final Fantasy animation retrospective series that I've started, and I'm only a couple episodes in on, but there's lots more of that to go. But I've got that on temporary pause so I can try to get a video out talking about some of my some of the favorite bits of game animation that came out in 2021. Like I try to do those annually.
Yeah. Those are
And
a
there's-
treat.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get that done real fast and then back to Final Fantasy things. So I try to make those as fast as I'm able.
Sports. It's in the E.
They're
it's in
fun
the
to do.
A Sports game.
I love how the cursed EA announcement came up just then. Yeah, the Final Fantasy retrospectives have been so good.
Cute. Yeah, I've been working on that in some form for so many years now.
Well, we broke the timeline, Dan.
Oh dear.
Oh, Dampy's dead and alive. Dampy's dumper. So there was a stream I did with Barry and Viz, and at some point one of us said Dampy's dumper. This character's name's Dampy, and that stuck with me. And I just try to alliterate as much as Dampy's dank doo-doo diarrhea dumper. I'm sorry. Welcome to the stream, everyone.
I remember I'd forgotten the Dampy's Dumper thing. You had mentioned it at some point.
I think when we were playing Dark Souls, I feel like I brought it up
Probably
outside
so.
of a call or something.
But I hadn't thought about it since then, so the instant you said it, I was like, wait, I know this.
Dampy's dumper.
I'm glad you're liking the Final Fantasy stuff, though. I've been working on it for so long. I'm so excited to finally talk about the animation in lots of the games, but I got to talk about the other ones in front of them first.
Damn, Dampy, you doo-doo with that diaper diarrhea dumper.
Dastardly Dampy. We've been asked if we're going to MagFest this year. I'm not. I'm not going to a con until it's even remotely safe to do that again.
Yeah. Oh wow, I really was slow on timer. I think you're just slow as a kid, right?
I believe that.
The long shot. Wow.
Ooh.
Vanilla hook shot.
You've got a heck of a long shot for someday when you're old enough to use it.
Okay, so fun fact here. This is you have to reset if you don't have the Song of Time because you need Song of Time to leave this room.
Oh no.
Unless you do two quick side hops and trigger the door to come down, and then it'll count as you being like voided out. And it'll reload the area.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna try one time to see if I can do this fast, but I think because I'm a kid, I'm gonna be slower.
It does make a lot of sense when I think about it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it.
Once you're done with this attempt, I'm very curious to see where your sub count is out now, because I feel like some goals might have been hit.
Oh, there was many. There's been many. Yeah, we started this stream at like 400 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
There's been too many.
We're at 682.
That's absolutely insane.
So just to recap what that has unlocked in your sub goal rewards,
Mhm.
which didn't seem to like close together at the time. But IRL cooking streams, Ocarina of Time crowd control with channel points and other crowd control games as well. A Link Between Worlds randomizer and other future 3DS game streams. That's exciting. And also beating a Pokemon game without dealing damage.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That will be fun, I think. Will that be fun?
I think so. It'll be about as fun as shiny hunting.
Whoa, we might have an alliteration winner here.
Oh
Let's see.
man, I just saw a bunch of D's, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of D's. I describe German Durami as a deceitful... hang on, gotta scroll a little bit so that stops moving. Deceitful, dangerous dancer, dutifully dealing diabolical damage during dubious duels, dynamically dodging distracting demands, dictating don't disturb Dan during delightful downtime. Dude, dang, doing difficult dares does drive drastic development. Don't doubt.
That's pretty good. Ah, I hit fire.
D's.
I might not be able to. I feel like if we're just fast enough, we can get this. Otherwise, I'll come back as adult, but...
Yeah, that'll make life a little easier for you.
Marta,
And
what the
there's-
heck?
More subs. So just since that's getting us probably pretty close to the next one, I'll just go ahead and say the next one as well. A D&D game in which Dan will DM and the players are TBD. At least 5 sessions worth.
Yeah.
Coming soon. To a
Coming
channel
soon.
near you. This one.
I just squandered it. That's okay, because we're gonna do it this time.
This time, this is the one. Roll, little Link.
Oh, are you kidding? I didn't hit it. It was a lie. That one was intentional. That one was also all part of the plan. I'm just gonna let this. We're gonna restart. RNG minute. Yes.
Fire Lizard's like, I was just here a couple minutes. I've been involuntarily subbed already. Welcome.
Yeah, it's like everyone here has a sub, whether you like it or not.
Subs for all.
Are you kidding?
I love that because I'm watching this on stream. I am hearing you real time and then seeing on stream like a second later, so I get to hear a reaction right before a thing happens, and it's
Yeah, then you get to watch. Oh, something good's coming up. All right. This time, it's gonna happen for real.
The subscriptions will continue until morale improves.
The morale's great.
Morale's pretty good.
Morale's pretty good.
It started in a pretty good place, and
I'm feeling pretty wonderful right now.
yeah, please stop boosting our Grand Praz morale. He's too strong.
Please stop praying for him. I'm as good as Dampe's Dumper, which is very good.
Which is very good. We can do it.
Oh, it's going good. It's going good. I just need to not roll off the cliff here.
You got this. You got
I
this.
just rolled off the cliff. It's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Remember how I said don't do that? Remember how I
Yeah.
said don't?
Although, silver lining, if you gotta die somewhere in a graveyard, makes things real convenient for
Yeah.
a lot of people.
It does, yeah. Saving myself some time. Well, technically, though, I'm in the Lost Woods, which is also good.
Forgot about that.
No one will find the body. It will become a skull kid.
Yeah.
I'm seeing more Dermans in chat.
I've seen a lot of Dermans. I think like the Dirman Durami name is like enabling a great deal of alliteration. Which is also a very Lalafell thing to do.
Derman Stumper.
Derman's oh god.
Of all
Oh,
the
no.
D words. Dan could settle on Stumper.
Still a lot of subs coming.
That is a lot of subs. Chat is gone. It's just subs.
Only subs now.
No chat, only subs. That was
Ooh, and
also...
there's a guy just did a fight post Heaven's Word and wasn't hypened. As well you should be. I'm very glad you're enjoying it.
We're going to do this
I believe in you.
with no fire.
I know I've been asking anybody who's been watching my Final Fantasy XIV story mode playthrough. I know I've been saying a lot of times, y'all, this gets better. There's a lot to look forward to. I promise. Just wait 20, 30 more hours and it's going to be awesome. But I need you to understand how awesome something would have to be to get me to, like, look, and I'm not saying that I don't like A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn is great. I need you to understand how much better it gets, though. It's better enough that I've decided I'm going to do a Let's Play of an MMO story that is easily going to be the longest thing I ever did. Because darn, this thing gets good.
It's really good. It's really good. And hey, if you enjoyed me going through Endwalker, you'll love Dan going through the entire game.
Look forward to it. Endwalker in 2026.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Nope.
Can do it, little Dan squared.
Okay. What? Last try. I didn't jump through. Oh my gosh. Did you forget your laundry? Dan be doing the laundry. Good emote. Thank you for 5 gifted subs. Lilolai, thank you for 10 community subs. I don't know why I said community subs. Have you seen? Oh wait, you don't have better Twitch, do you, Dan?
I don't. What's community subs?
No, I'm just the community subs are just the gifted subs. It just goes out. It goes out to random community members. But everyone posting Dan be doing the laundry right now is an emote.
Oh, okay.
And it's there's an emote of a cat doing laundry that Barry and I found on a speedrunner's Twitch channel. We were like, why does he have this? And then I added it, and then Barry was explaining on stream and saw I added it, so he added it. And then one of the people in the community made a Dan version.
Oh,
and
that's
I love
awesome.
it. I cherish it. Oh no, we're back here.
Oh no. Back with the cows again, where we started.
It is a very good. There's the clip. MD just posted it.
Ooh, okay, hang on. Clip. I'm watching now. That is a wild gif. Barry's reaction really makes it.
It's really good.
Oh my goodness. That's so good.
Because I can't remember what, he was playing Wind Waker, and he normally, like, when he plays a game, he goes on Better Twitch, which is like an extension for Chrome, or your web browser.
Yeah.
And it'll convert those into, like little GIFs and whatnot for stream.
I should get that perhaps.
So it's a way to have like extra emotes without needing a Twitch sub and stuff like that.
Yeah, nice.
So normally he would load like, I'm playing Wind Waker, I'll load some Wind Waker, things on my Better Twitch so people can, spam Wind Waker emotes. And we were looking, Linkus7 is a speedrunner who speedruns Wind Waker HD, 100%. I believe he has the record. And most of his emotes are like self-explanatory. It's like, okay, here's your, classics for, Better Twitch TV, and then here's Zelda related ones, and then we just saw this cat doing the laundry, and we're like, what is the deal with this cat? And now,
There's something
now we're
really
part of the
entrancing
cult.
about it, though. Yeah, I can get the appeal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what can we do? What can we do? I should probably
can we
go
do?
back. Wait, should I do that? I should really just save that for. But what if it's something good? What
if,
that cat
though?
be doing?
I've seen several Final Fantasy XIV questions scroll past, and that's the easiest way to bait me into talking lately, it turns out. Delta Lieutenant Frost asked, have I had any trouble getting into 14? And I'm assuming you mean logging in. Not, like, I've had some days where I, like, logged into the queue and saw, like, oop, yep, that's a long wait. And which is usually fine, because there's usually at least 5 other things that I could spend an hour or two doing that would be productive or fun. So it's not a huge deal. And it's not like I'm caught up to content anyway. So it's not like I'm in a case where but I gotta see how Endwalker ends. I'm not even to Endwalker yet, so it's no rush. But there have been some waits. I've been trying to, on days when I've been hoping to play, I try to kind of get started early enough. Like, if you get started, like, around 9 or 10 a.m., or even 11 a.m., like, Pacific, the wait is usually, like, non-existent. It's really not until you get to peak hours where it starts really ballooning and blowing up.
Oh, actually, there's a great fairy up here I should check. And we have Zelda's Lullaby, but we don't have Zora's song. So
Ooh.
still can't do that.
I also saw Luke Mileto ask, or just speculate that, I've seen Luke Mileto in comments now and then, kind of, very much not sold on the Realm Reborn story, but, trusting me that it's going to get better. And, I'm not going to say that Final Fantasy XIV's, expansion stories are, universal, everyone will love this. This is a story for everyone. But if you've been the kind of person who enjoys Final Fantasy stories, if you've liked the stories of other Final Fantasy games, and if that kind of story appeals to you, then I think it is almost guaranteed that you are going to like what stuff comes later. It's because it's a very good Final Fantasy story.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay,
It just takes a little while.
whenever I need, when I become adult Link, someone remind me of the grotto on top of Death Mountain is the light arrows.
Gotcha. Right at the deep down at the bottom of the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And to be adult Link, you need the 3
I need
gems.
3 gems, which...
You have one of them. You started with one. You got
Yep.
the forest one, I think.
Yeah, we start with the forest emerald. We need... Actually, I guess, you know what I should do? Go to the Temple of Time and see where they all are, so we know which dungeons we need to beat.
Oh, does it tell you? Ooh, that's
Typically, the pedestal will tell you.
That's a good idea.
Can you skip the overtime? Yes. It is my least favorite trick to do in the game, so I will save that for a last resort.
What's in what do you have to do? What's involved?
It's a very precise angle, and then you have to basically do a diagonal side or a diagonal side flip through the wall and then jump back into so you don't fall into a void. So it's like a very precise back jump, and then when you get it, you have to do a forward leap. And if you don't have a sword to do it, you have to do it with the Deku stick or something. And it took me hours the first time I got it, and I was like, I never want to do this again.
That's wild. But hey, you got a spell.
I got a spell, the best one that I can't use because I don't have magic.
But it's a spell, though.
It's a spell.
It's a spell.
Is a spell.
Icon for short asked me. Sorry to interrupt.
You're good.
Someone was wanting to know about that Durami surname I chose for Durman. It's just there are some MMOs that I think I think it was Star Wars: The Old Republic, where you have to come up with sort of a what's the word? You need a family or a group name or a legend name or something. You got to come up with some name that kind of applies to all the characters that you create, so that you can share some of the benefits between them. And I just had to come up with something. So I was like, all right, what sounds kind of cool, but like next to all the other character names that I've made. And Durami is what I came up with. I was all right, there we go. And so whenever a whenever a game or an MMO says, all right, well, you also have to give your character a last name, which I never usually feel like doing. I always just like a nice, simple, readable name. I usually just default to Durami and just throw it in there. So it's good.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, your lady jingle just like fits perfectly. You just got it right there. And the fact that means everyone's calling you lady is really cute.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, I want fire, but I'm gonna have to redo the trick, so I'm gonna not do this check yet. Although it's in logic.
It is in logic. I could try it once. What could it hurt?
I'm gonna put it away because that was not fast enough. And I don't want to lose my one stick. Although there's a pot with a stick nearby, so. And then Link spin. Ready for the spin.
Link spin. I love the spin.
He does a little spin. Inviso spin.
Inviso spin.
I think I need to change Inviso Caw over to spin because I like the spin.
It's good.
Come on, smiley face.
Come on.
Smiley face. It's a shield.
Hey.
Well, we got the check. It was not something I needed. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to equip the Megaton Hammer, okay? We're going to just equip the Megaton Hammer really quick, okay?
Let me find a question to answer. That always seems to help.
Yeah.
What have people asked? This isn't really a question, but it just added me. And Arisa says, honestly, I feel like A Realm Reborn's narrative isn't actually bad. It's just on par for MMO stories as opposed to being an exception to the rule. That is 100% true. Like, A Realm Reborn gets a lot of trash talk as being the worst part. That doesn't mean it's bad. It just means, like, that's an MMO story. And, like, never before have I ever told someone, hey, you should play this MMO. It's got a great story. They're always, like, serviceable at best. Or they have fun lore, but the story is like, yeah, whatever. It's nothing to write home about. The fact that these expansions, like, actually that this MMO actually does have a story worth playing and experiencing, and one worth like actually getting through a relatively bland base game to experience even, is the wild exception to the rule. Now, what Walrusware asks, and I feel like we've answered this somewhere else before, so maybe we'll have some answers ready. What game are you most looking forward to in 2022?
Elden Ring.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty easy.
It's hard not to.
I mean, I feel like 2022. I feel like any year is a good candidate for Silksong to eventually surprise drop on us, but I feel like.
I mean, supposedly Breath of the Wild's coming next year. I don't think it's gonna happen, but if it does, I'm ready.
That's what they said. I mean, it could get pushed back, but that is what they've said. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that, and Elden Ring, potentially Silksong, and also just for us, the fun of us playing it. That whenever that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
new
game
team
comes out,
Shredder's Revenge, yes, that is definitely way up my list.
That's gonna be a good old time.
Oh, Sunbreak. When does Sunbreak come out?
I'll look. It's definitely next year, but
New Kirby. Oh, when does New Kirby come out?
Oh, right.
New Kirby, actually. I haven't picked up a Kirby game in a long time, but I want that one.
Yeah, that one looks really interesting. Wow, me talking about random stuff does get you that hammer, doesn't it?
I got it. Like, surprisingly quick.
Well done. Six of Diamond asks, would I say that Star Wars The Old Republic had or has a good story, or is it more like generic MMO level? I didn't. So I did not experience enough of it to really be able to say. For those who don't know, like the way that works is whatever class you pick, you basically get a single player. Each of them has their own sort of like story campaign. So effectively, you are getting 8 different new Knights of the Old Republic games. None of them, like, the incomplete versions of all of them I played, none of them are quite to the level of the Old Republic stuff that I've seen elsewhere, but better than average still, I would say. The fact that it is so story-focused. Hey, adult wallet.
Wallet.
Nice. The fact that it is so story-focused for an MMO, I think does make it a little bit better. So there's, like, more story there, and it's more front and center, and there's conversation trees and stuff like that. So that's fun. But, yeah, nothing that I saw in there had me, like, grinning or just legit floored at the level of quality it was throwing at me the way 14 has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Still better than average, though. I'd say, like, if we're leaving 14 out and you're just looking for another MMO with a top-tier story, I think that that's a solid option to look at.
Contender, yeah.
Yeah. I've also heard some good things about, like, late-game Guild Wars 2, which I never quite got to. I don't have exhaustive MMO knowledge. That sounds very difficult to have.
I was big in City Heroes back in the day.
Yeah.
And
yeah. So what all MMOs were the ones you spent some time in?
So definitely the most time I spent was City Heroes and Villains.
Nice.
I had a level 80 in WoW, but the only reason I played was because my buddies were like the #1 like guild on their server.
Oh, nice.
So they were like, "Hey, you want to play it?" But the reason I stopped was they would always be doing like the high level raid stuff and like have it scheduled, and I was like, "Hey, anyone want to play? Like hang out and just goof off?" But it was very much like almost like a job for them. So I was like, I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, it really felt like the barrier to entry to that late game stuff in WoW was really intimidating.
Yeah. I played a little bit of FF11, but I didn't play a white mage, so I stopped playing because no one would play with you. And then
it's so true.
I played a little bit of Lineage 2, which I think Lineage 2 is like now still out, but it's like as a mobile game or something.
Oh, cool.
I saw an ad for Lineage 2 and I was like, this is not Lineage 2. But and then that's kind of where I stopped. I did a Guild Wars 1 when it came out, and then I tried Guild Wars 2. Oh, you know what else I played? The Dungeons & Dragons MMO.
Oh, yeah. I know some people who like that a lot.
I liked that because there was like dungeons and you had to like actually roll to avoid traps and stuff, but
That's pretty cool.
the rest of the game wasn't very interesting for me.
I see what looks like a check ahead. And also this. Is there a character limit to these? Like, if I keep typing, how long will it let me go? I'm going to keep writing words until it makes me stop. This will be a fun experiment for all of us. I assume it will stop me at some point, right? Like, if not, this could take...
And there you ran out. We found the spot. Prelude of Light, very good warp song.
Hey, nice. All right. You're getting some tools. So what's the next possible check we could be headed toward here?
Okay, well, I have to check all these grottos. Normally, I wouldn't check some of these grottos because they're fairy fountains, but because the grottos are randomized, we gotta check them all. We gotta check them all, Dan.
I'll check every dang one of
Check
them.
all of them. Which is really why we need the Song of Storms, because there's a lot we just can't get into.
Oh, yeah.
But there's this one.
Come on. Ooh. I'll be honest, I spent way more time writing these than I did placing items.
It's been such a treat. It's been such a treat.
I'm glad.
Yo! Green
feeling-
silver gauntlets.
Hey, cool.
Nice, nice. Yeah, we're getting some checks. All of these are out of logic, by the way, because we don't have bombs. But because I equipped the Megaton Hammer, we can get them.
Yeah. You've
I'm
earned
very
these checks.
curious the path that the game is wanting me to take since we don't have bombs or a sword.
I too wonder that. Like, I could probably look in the spoiler log. There is probably like a. I saw something listed somewhere as like. Okay, maybe you can clarify this for me. There's like an area that says like spheres, and inside sphere it says like entrances and leads to. Is that basically like the progression path?
Yes. So sphere 0 means you need nothing to get it. You can get it right at the start of the game. And then once you get items from sphere 0, you can go into 1 and so forth.
Gotcha. Okay. So where does this say you would...
So usually like sphere 0 checks, you want to do like as many of those as you can because those can be literally anything, and those can because those are always available to you at the beginning of the game. I think this is a song one. It's not. I'm glad I checked that. Okay, good one. Okay, so it doesn't look like Scrub Sanity's on.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so we only need to check the 2. Because there's one that gives you a stick upgrade, and there's one that gives you a nut upgrade. And we need to go back and buy that stick, the nut one.
Nice. Link of Origin just says there is a spot in the spoiler log that acts like a walkthrough, basically. It has each key check in order of what it intends you to take, which is helpful.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not going to tell you that information, but I'm going to look it up because it seems interesting.
Path of the Hero is usually, or Way of the Hero, I think is what it's called.
So
normally there will be like checks with those hint stones, and it'll be like, the Dongo's Cavern is on the Way of the Hero, which means you need to do it. Okay, there's a few Granos over here. Three scrubs are randomized without Scrub Sanity.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Is there 2 grotto ones?
I'm really happy you're here, Maple Star.
Wait, what's the third? And the heart piece one. You're right. Totally forgot about that. I was like, what is the third one? There's one that's all by itself, and I think it's like 100 rupees normally. I don't have some.
How many times would you say you have run an Ocarina of Time randomizer, any version?
Maybe like a dozen. Not that many, but enough to be like I've played the game a lot. Because I still learn stuff every run I do.
Oh sure, yeah.
Even when I watch folks who know, like Maple knows the game so much more than I do.
I need to play around with running some more of them for fun, because like I've done the combo randomizer with you, which was an absolute blast. And to practice for that, I ran a Super Metroid by on its own randomizer numerous times. Not completely necessarily, just enough times to start to get an instinct for like, okay, when I have this, that can get me to this place. When I have this, and get me to that place. Like, just learning the logic of the world makes a huge difference. I want to start dabbling in some other ones. Hollow Knight's the obvious one. I'm probably going to start just for fun doing a bunch of item randomizer runs in Hollow Knight just for funsies.
I really enjoy the Hollow Knight randomizer. It definitely sucks when you don't have like a dash for a very long time or like a wall jump.
Oh boy, yeah.
You find out just how slow like getting around is. But I still haven't played Axiom Verge. I played like 2 hours of it and then I put it down and I never went back to it. Because 2 is out and I heard good things about 2.
Oh yeah, no, same. I mean, I've only played 1 episode of Axiom Verge, and I'll get back to it sometime in 2022.
Sometime. Okay, we're gonna see what the Deku tree is. We actually haven't looked at it, yeah.
Place your bets, everyone.
I'm
What
gonna say
hides inside the Deku Tree?
water temple.
Water temple. Ooh,
Mhm.
okay.
Hammers can't cut. Spirit Shadow, Jabu, Ganon's castle. I don't think Ganon's will be randomized.
What a twist that would be.
That would be a twist. It's forced.
Ah. Fitting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, and the fire temple and Dodongo's cavern are kind of linked as well.
Yeah, I kind of like that. What was Jabu? Jabu was bottom of the well.
Okay.
They couldn't all be winners.
Apparently, according to Kinborn, the Hollow Knight Randomizer has way more options than it had when I ran it on the channel last time, or when I dipped into it on the channel, rather. You can apparently split the claw and the dash into separate items, like left claw and right dash, I guess.
Whoa, really?
You can also make the nail direction split as well. That's mean. So you can only attack, like, to the left until you find another nail direction to attack.
That is bonkers. Oh
That's
my gosh.
wacky. Maybe I don't need enemy randomizer. Maybe just some of
You
those
can
really
only
bonkers
pogo
options.
at first. Whoa.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
That's so cool.
Maybe I only need item randomizer. Maybe enemy randomizer is no longer necessary because the goofs are going to be wild. Well, those are optional, obviously, but funny. At least for the first hour. Oh, are there
Yeah.
headstones behind the Deku Tree? Oh, we can't be forgetting those.
Yeah. That's a good point. Good point.
We'll
Forgot
get to
about
those.
those.
Don't you worry. There are also cursed notches and cursed masks where you only get one. Oh my.
Ooh, yuck.
This sounds so fun. I'm going to have to get those mods set up after this. Find the 8 red coins.
Oh, is that what we do? Weird.
That's what we do.
Ball kicks will work and 8 red coins?
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
there a way to do this?
If they gave me a way to hide a Jiggy inside one of these checks.
Oh my
Darn it,
gosh,
I
that
would've.
would be amazing.
People donating 8 bits.
It makes the red coin sound.
That's so good. So,
Oh, shoot. I don't remember how to do
this is a relevant question. What's the goal for this stream? Like beating Ganon, finding the sword, reading all hintstone percent?
It's some percent.
Yeah, what are you trying to? How far are you
I
trying?
mean,
to
I
get
would
today?
have liked to have beaten it,
Oh sure.
but it's also been unkind. Gotta go. How do I do this, Maple?
Maple, save us. Gotta go the other way around.
You go up and then
On the
like,
right side, walk up the first route and walk around the tree up there.
Thank you, Maple.
Maple saves us again. Our hero.
Wait, is there not another hintstone? I thought there was 2.
Oh.
There are.
Dan, they literally let me write anything in here.
I know, Dan. I know. I love that I know the moment you realized that because you were like, oh, this is very fun.
Yep. I was so mentally prepared getting into this Plandomizer interface tool to be like, okay, I'm gonna learn all this lingo. I'm gonna start figuring out like, okay, where would be interesting places to hide some of these that would be tricky and challenging. And I was just exploring tabs. And as soon as I saw the Gossip Stone ones and I clicked exactly for me, like, as soon as I understood what it was, I immediately all other priorities just like vanished from my mind. It's
All
like,
gone out the
all
window.
this, I'm definitely like tweaking the logic in a fun way, and I'll set some things for fun, but this is the most important part.
Okay, we're gonna get to the Deku Scrub. Before I forget.
Okay. Good call. And a question for us both while you do so from Sparky. What is the hardest challenge you've ever completed in a game, and did you enjoy it? For me, I don't do challenges super often, so I think, honestly, the Steel Soul Run was probably the hardest thing I've ever attempted.
That was
really.
hard. I finally did it.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. So yeah, we've both done it now. But I feel like you've done harder things. You take challenges on way more than I do.
Polsky for fire. Beating Banjo-Tooie, that's the hardest thing I've done. Yeah. Probably not wrong. 100%ing Banjo-Tooie was up there. It was a test of will. Nuzlocke are rough because you just have to grind and be patient. The shiny only run was very time consuming.
That 3 Hearts Breath of the Wild run seemed rough as well.
That was rough because I was like, I didn't prepare. As soon as I was like, I'm just gonna go prepare, it was so much easier because of that stupid Thunder Blight Ganon. What about Pixelmon? Oh yeah, Pixelmon. So
Ooh, wait, which Pixelmon?
There's a version of Minecraft you can play called Pixelmon, and it's basically just, you know, like Minecraft or Pokemon in Minecraft. So
I remember you mentioning that now, yeah.
They had all the Pokemon in there, like all, 900 something. And like legendaries would spawn only in specific spots. There was new biomes and stuff. There was like volcanoes, and when you had like a flying Pokemon, you could actually like fly on it. And we did a competition between a bunch of us in the neighborhood watch of who could have the most Pokemon in the Pokedex. And it was when we played for a week, and there was not a lot of sleep during that week.
Oh boy.
It was a long haul. Yeah.
Can you solve the riddle of the Lost Woods?
Can you solve it? I think was this Dampé? No, it was the other one. Dampé's Dumper. We gotta go see Dampé's Dumper again. You gotta.
Can't miss it.
We gotta.
A co-op Nuzlocke, how would that work?
Oh, so they have a version of it, and it's called a Soul Link Nuzlocke.
Oh. Okay.
So basically, like, we would be playing the same game.
Okay.
I think it doesn't matter if we both have it randomized or if it's the same. But basically, when we catch a Pokemon, so like our Route 102 Pokemon is linked. So say you caught a Pikachu and I caught a Squirtle. I don't just those are the first two I thought of. At any time, if my Squirtle faints, you have to release your Pikachu.
Oh no.
Or like your Squirtle, your Pikachu faints, I have to release mine. And I think you have to like go in sequence. So like you can't catch another Pokemon until we both are at the next zone, kind of thing. That's why it's
I would
Soul Link.
Completely destroy your chances of getting through that.
It's very hard. It's super hard. I've watched a lot of Soul Link before, and
yeah,
they are not successful most times, I feel, because someone will make a mistake, and then there goes like your best Pokemon, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, it seems like
yeah.
You really need. Gosh, Jaden Animation's videos are so good. It seems like you need two people who know their way around Pokemon to have a chance. Two people who could do a Nuzlocke, for whom like a regular Nuzlocke run is too easy.
Yeah.
Which is not the case for me.
Man, Nuzlocks are rough. You use a lot of grinding, a lot of knowing every type, and I still forget types all the time.
Yeah. Like, I watch other people do Nuzlocks, and I see them just call information off the top of their head of, like, what moves every Pokemon has, or what every gym leader's Pokemon has these moves. Like, they just know that. They just have that knowledge.
Yeah, they just know.
I don't know, like, I've beaten 2 Pokemon games once. I don't have that knowledge.
Yeah, I was watching Alex do one,
Yeah.
and it was quite fun. I think they all lost their starter like pretty early on.
Oh no.
Okay, one more try with damping.
I believe in you.
Actually, this isn't even in logic because we wouldn't have had bombs yet. So I couldn't have even gotten in here.
Yeah, Mighty Eagle, I will totally play more Pokemon games on the channel someday, and I will use Nuzlite rules when I do, just to keep things interesting. Like, I think I'll play the more recent games that, where like, every Pokemon shares XP, and it's a lot easier to level a bunch of them, and I'll just make it to where, like, if somebody faints, they're out for a good while, at the very least. Or, like, every time I beat a gym leader, I have to replace the entire squad near immediately after or something. There's some fun rules to force me to shake up the crew.
I've seen some before where, like, you know how you can wonder trade with a Pokemon? You just give a random Pokemon, get a random Pokemon. They would do, like, after they beat a gym, they have to do that to their team or something like that. Or like only one Pokemon on their team.
Scary.
So you could get, amazing things, but you could also get a team of Pidgeys. Okay. That was my best attempt, and I didn't.
That was
do it.
really good, but that's still 2 seconds short. Yeah.
Oh, the door just crushed me that time, which is what I still wanted. What's wrong with my nut emote, Maple? Is something wrong with it? What do you mean cursed?
Oh boy.
Oh, you know what we need to do? I need to do the rock in Gerudo Valley that's normally just groupies because it's a Grotto.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You
What do you need to be
never
able to
go there.
access?
You never go there, and it's like
What do you need to access to get into Gerudo Valley? So, like, all right, what places are completely inaccessible to you still, and for why?
Ice Cavern because
Okay.
we need to be an adult. Gerudo Valley, or at least most of Gerudo Valley. Only the
need a
entrance
hook
we can
shot,
get
right?
into. We need.
Yeah.
Well, we can't get in as a kid.
Yeah.
As an adult, we can get in, but we can't become adult yet because
Right.
we have the long shell already. We can't do anything Shadow Temple because you need a song and magic. Three, you don't do anything, right? Yeah. Although we got hint stones now. We have another grotto we can check.
Ooh. What do we got? Actual hint. The Rainbow Bridge requirement is random.
Thanks, Dan.
You bet, buddy.
Do you realize what that means?
I do.
You sure do. This could be a very long scene. just for folks wondering why I'm stressed about this.
Yeah,
It
please
could be
explain.
it could be on 100 Skulltula tokens. I could need to find every Skulltula to summon the bridge.
Yeah, so the way you can set it, you can manually set the Rainbow Bridge requirement to get to Ganon's castle, or you can change what the requirement is. You can make it to where it is just always open by default. You could make it to where it's just standard game rules. You need to have all the medallions, is it?
Yeah.
You can set it to where you need all of the spiritual stones, so just those 3. It's not so bad. You could set it to where you have to complete all of the dungeons. You could set it to where you need to get all of the gold Skulltula tokens. Or you can, like, take any one of those requirements and then set what specific number of each you want. So if you don't want it to be 100 Skulltulas, you could set it down to, like, 50 or something. Or you could set it to where, here, you just find 3 medallions and you're in, or stuff like that. Or you can just set it to where it is random, and it chooses one of those and a number.
Everyone hydrate. In fact, I'm gonna hydrate and dehydrate and use the bathroom really quick.
Great idea. I've been drinking too much water and coffee. But yes, everyone drink some water, get hydrated. The Rock says so.
Yeah, the rock. You can't You can't argue with it. It's a rock.
You've followed all the other rock orders so far. Can't stop now. Is he gone? Am I still talking? That's the question. Are we both muted? Hey, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Y'all, we are going to all keep this a secret, okay? I'm gonna tell you guys like a fact about this randomizer that he doesn't know. You remember earlier when I said that I found something that the randomizer was very nice to him for? The Rainbow Bridge is random, but it is open by default. As the random choice, he got the luckiest thing in the world. Nobody tell him this. Let's let him agonize about it. Okay? Alright. It's gonna be our little secret that we're all gonna laugh about. And I'm not gonna give him any hints on that. I'm just gonna stay quiet and let him worry. It could have been so bad. I didn't remember what I'd like that I'd set it to random, and when I remembered today, like, oh geez, what it could be, I got suddenly very scared. Like, oh no, wait, what did it choose? So, it's fun to find that out. Welcome back.
Good to be back. I'm relieved.
Excellent. We had a good talk.
It was a good talk? That's good.
Yeah, feel like I got closer to everybody here
Aw.
as friends. Wait, you're only 25 subs away from having to do a Banjo-Tooie video essay, which is great because I want to see that. I guess we should play Banjo-Tooie first.
We really should.
We will do that.
Maybe I'll use that
purpose.
as my like take notes while I'm watching, because I was gonna replay it to take notes.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great opportunity. Listen, well, my next world is the hardest yet, and you will fail on that, I'll bet. But yeah, no, that'll actually be great, because not only will you be able to take notes, but you'll also have like a playthrough full of footage that I can just give you.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because you can actually capture it high too.
Yeah.
I do actually have a way to capture, because I have it on the 360.
Forgot I wrote that. If you think about it, the entire male Gerudo population sucks. It's wild.
Amazing. Oh, that's good. That's good. You had fun writing these, I can tell.
I had such a good time. That's just a fun evening. And then, like, the pain of knowing, oh, I'm going to have to wait, like, who knows how long until he could see these.
Mm-hmm.
And that was also why, when, like, I was going to join you for this stream anyway, but I was
You did this one.
doubly so, because if you managed to go through all this without actually checking Gossip Stones.
I'm so happy I did, because I was like, you might as well check. You know, maybe that'll help us find some things a little quicker.
Yeah, I'm so glad you checked them early, too, because then you don't have to, like, go back and find them again. So, yeah, like,
Yeah.
I'm very thrilled that I got to be here for it.
Some of them have been grunty lines from Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah. So I did have to find some padding now and then, so I was like, all right, let me find some Mario 64 level names and grunty lines. What else?
Okay, let's see. What
There's a lot of Gossip Stones, it turns out.
There are. Okay, I should plant this, because I don't think I'm gonna get other stuff anytime soon. We can go to Hyrule Market, because there's a great fairy there.
Yes.
I should check the requirement, or I should check where the stones are. That would be good.
Remind me what the stones are.
The emerald, the ruby, and
Right.
So far.
That would be good to check.
So yeah, I think normally if you interact with the Temple of Time pedestal, it'll tell you where each dungeon and medallion are, or like what medallion has what, you know, or which dungeon has which medallion.
That would be real handy, and I hope I didn't like break it somehow.
It's just like a grunty line.
I love how Grunty's laugh in game is like literally 3 or 4 laughs clearly strung together like 4 keys on a keyboard.
I love it.
All right, what do we got? Oh, tired. Catch your breath.
Dan
buddy.
has one. One's in the Forest Temple. Okay.
All
Which
right.
we can do that easy because I can also just clip through the floor, but we do need a sword. Although I could... Hey Maple, can I reflect blast with the a broken Deku stick? I guess I could with a bottle anyways. We can just go in with enough. You never tried?
That could be a thing we all learn together.
And the Water Temple.
Oh, appropriate thematically, but we still don't know where that one is.
So that means I need to do Water Temple as a kid.
Oh God, that hadn't clicked for me. That is what that means.
Can't put on boots. But we do know Key Sanity is on. Which doesn't mean anything, because I still normally would need the hover boots to get over there without. Okay. Door time glitch might happen. Okay. Actually, it might have to happen. It might have to happen. Okay, wait. No. Link's really tired.
Tired boy.
Okay, so when it says it's in the Forest Temple, does that mean it's in the actual Forest Temple or the location of the Forest Temple? Like...
That's a good question. I'm seeing text here that says you just need song and ocarina. Is that for the what's that for? Sorry, I'm scrolling back through. Doesn't closed door just need the song
Actual
and the
Forest
ocarina?
Temple. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
It could be that we might just need the Song of Time.
Okay, and apparently actual Forest Temple as well.
You run
Song of
closed
Time-
door by default.
So Song of Time and Ocarina to open the door. Okay, so maybe you don't need the stones at all.
Okay.
Just gotta find.
I
Song of
only
Time.
need the Song of Time right now. Okay, I thought it was you needed the medallions. Okay, we're fine then.
Yeah, we're fine.
Thank
It's-
goodness.
If it helps, I did set like this. The logic on this is glitchless. You should not have to do anything bonkers.
That's it. Yeah, because that is like my legit least favorite trick. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh god.
I figured this was going to be fun and challenging enough without forcing any real nonsense here. So like,
Song of Time presumes you have the stones. Got it. Okay. Zelda's not gonna give us anything because we already have the letter, right? So that checks that. But there is a grotto, but it's a Song of Time grotto or a Song of Storms grotto. So just catch me.
that was a real Homer Simpson. That's good. That's bad. Like back and forth. You just
Explain.
delivered there.
Yeah. Stones literally only unlock Zelda throwing the Ocarina cutscene. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
put
mean,
the
obviously,
run
this
in.
is not to say you can't use glitches. It's just that the checks shouldn't require you to use glitches to do
Right.
things. So, yeah.
All right. Here's big brain play time. Are you ready, Dan?
Ooh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Let's hear this.
We're gonna do the chess minigame
Ooh, okay.
without magic.
All right. That's it's exciting. right. What are you thinking? I'll allow it.
Actually, let's see. Let's see how far we go on first try. I'm gonna go right, 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 left, left.
Right, left, left.
Okay.
All right.
Right. Final right.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
I believe it's a what? 1 in 32 chance to get this right. I'm gonna go
Let's
left,
go.
left. I'm going left, left. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Left,
okay.
left, left, left.
Left.
Oh! Wait. We just legit got it first try. We just legit got it first try. Oh my god, it's a shield. Wow.
That's-
1 in 32, chat. That's amazing. So there's a person in the community who runs the randomizer, and this is like the first check they do. They just do 1 in 32 shot. If they get it, they move on. If not, they don't. And I think one seed they did it, and it was like a key. It was like huge. It was like the bow or something like that.
That's so cool. Can't believe you just aced that
Holy
first try. It's
smokes.
amazing.
That is. I've never done that. Never done that.
That's so cool.
Can we buy bomb shoes, or are they in logic? He probably won't let us buy, but I'm gonna try.
Really shouldn't sell those to a kid.
He really shouldn't.
But this is exactly how a guy who would sell bombs to a kid would look.
Well, okay, that's what I thought. Hey, there's music with coffee time. I'm gonna have a sip of coffee.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just turned on my like video game chill music playlist in the background since I felt like it needed something.
Yeah. Just do Ocarina Time OSD and then randomize it, and it's pretty much the same thing, right?
It's a one-to-one experience, yeah.
Okay. I can't believe we don't have bombs yet. That is insane.
I'm just gonna go looking for my own edification to where the bombs are. So fun. I'm glad you had this idea.
This is a blast.
I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, as soon as I learned you could do this, I was like, I've always wanted to do this, and felt like a good, fun thing to plan.
Yes.
What kind of coffee? It's just like a medium roast. I don't remember which brand I actually put in. Just like a K-cup.
Are you like me, pretty boring with your coffee choices?
Yeah, I'm pretty boring. As long as it's not dark roast or a blonde, I'm pretty happy usually. Yeah, dark roast I'll do, but blonde I really dislike the blonde coffees.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar.
Is
With bombs,
is this done?
Is the item you get, is it like actually a bomb or is it a bomb bag? Is that
Bomb
like
bag.
The bomb bag? Gotcha.
Yeah, there'll be 3 bomb bags, I believe.
Well, one of them won't be easy. That other one
input?
also won't be easy. And the third one...
Input gives yes, but I think we might have had it by default because we started with the blue arrow. So I think all the checks we would have gotten with Zelda's letter are given to us. Because Malon's in Lun Lun, we could do the chicken game, we have the letter. Speaking of letter, that was Saria. So I could do Mask Quest.
Ooh.
We could do I could check the graveyard now that we have Zelda's Lullaby. And we can plant that bean.
Good times.
You guys, thank you so much for the support this stream.
Yeah,
Well, I guess I'm
seriously.
making a video about Banjo-Tooie versus Kazooie.
Yay! I can't wait. It'll probably be a while.
Video
especially
essay time. It'll be in a bit, but I will. I already have a very rough draft of a script that I started writing months ago.
for awesome. I guess this means that, yeah, after we do Dark Souls 3 co-op, Banjo-Tooie should come next.
Oh,
so
we
we can
gotta have
get them moving
Banjo-Tooie.
along.
Oh man, we're gonna have to go and play a video game on a couch together. What a
I
bummer,
know.
right?
Yeah, that's a nice silver lining for you. You'll have to experience Banjo-Tooie again, but
But it's so fun. I unequipped the hammer like a freaking dingus.
okay. Well, let me just go answer a question and get it right back on your hotbar there. From Delta Lieutenant Frost, how's your watch later list video count on YouTube coming along? Bad. It's all I can do to keep it below the 5,000 cap. I am about 14 months behind chronologically. So, you know, I'll get there. It's more like the way that I get through my YouTube watch later list generally is just like I have to happen to be doing specific kinds of work where I can be listening to YouTube videos on the side. That's how I just kind of burn through a bunch. And I just haven't, like, for a while, I've not had those specific kinds of work available. I've needed to be able to, like, listen to stuff. So, it just hasn't really worked out.
Also, I got the trick literally second try.
It's amazing how consistent it's getting. Me and her look just the same. Grunty's sister, what's her name?
It's Brentilda.
Yeah.
You
this is
thinking
the
I don't know
worst.
Banjo-Kazooie lore.
Gilbot, I'm glad you love the Arc System Works animation video. I don't think I'm going to revisit. I don't think I'm going to do a follow-up just for Guilty Gear Strive, honestly, because the animation isn't that radically different. It still looks gorgeous. The most noticeable changes to the approach between Guilty Gear Xrd and Strive is really their approach to lighting. It's like the most interesting thing about Strive to me is that they're not trying to hide the fact that it's 3D as much anymore. They're not trying to completely fake the sprites not looking like they belong in the lighting the environment thing anymore. They've already proven they can do it. Now they're just trying to make the coolest looking 2D, 3D hybrid type thing as they can, which is, I think, a great approach because it's a gorgeous looking game. More questions. Let's see. Do you have a particular coffee brand or region? Definitely not for me. I'm pretty. So long as I don't actively dislike the taste for whatever reason. Not a big concern.
Now they're all there.
Oh,
Why are they there? What
Why-
happened?
why are they there?
That's weird. Maybe because I interact with the pedestal. That's what.
That could be.
They were there
Oh, maybe-
the first time? Oh, I'm blind.
I also forgot.
Someone edit them out so we look right.
Speaking of DS3, to Dan Floyd, wanted to apologize for smacking you in the face with the door. Kind of hard to keep track of them all. Regards, Dan Stopper.
Dan Stopper was so good.
Dan Stopper's very good.
Okay.
Y'all, I'm very excited for you to see this week's Dark Souls episode.
Does anyone remember where the stage was? I think it was Kakariko. The stage
stage.
grotto.
Oh, I have no idea. And while y'all are answering that, I've been asked any plans for other character animation retrospectives like the Sonic video, but nothing quite on that level. The Final Fantasy series I'm doing is basically a bigger, more robust version of the Sonic thing. Not all in one video, because that would be ridiculous. I don't think I'll ever do... Well, I guess I'll never say never, but I think doing all of covering all the games in one video was a little bonkers, and means that I have to do a really surface level read. So I guess if doing a retrospective where just saying writing a paragraph per game made sense, then sure, I'd do it that way. Otherwise, I think I'm going to use this Final Fantasy approach where I do one video per game.
Yeah.
Because that also means that like the Sonic video is dated the instant a new Sonic game comes out, that it's not included, right? And if I do it game by game, then I can always just do another video that includes the new game if I want to. So I think it's kind of better in a lot of ways. So Final Fantasy for the next few years probably, and then after that, we'll see. Zelda could be a fun one.
Yeah, I definitely like the approach of the individual Final Fantasy games. 'Cause I feel
Yeah,
like it's more digestible, and you can always, just add to it in the future, right?
Exactly, yeah. And I don't disappear for 6 months making one video hoping that people like it. I'm glad people did. That's like the most popular video I've ever made on any website. But like, that was a dice roll. Got another piece of heart. A real healthy kid.
Real healthy kid.
Can't grow up, but healthy.
Where was the Dongo? That was the Fire Temple, right?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Fire Temple and Dodongo were tied together. Yeah, so what do we know so far? We know Fire Temple leads to Dodongo. We know Deku leads to Forest. We know that Jabu leads to Bottom of the Well.
And
Have we learned
Dodongo
any other
leads
ones?
to Fire.
Yeah.
Those two.
Oh, do they lead to
those
each
two?
other?
Yeah,
Nice.
those are both flipped. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all we know, though.
Mm-hmm. Makes peaceful Zelda's lullaby as we burn alive.
I'm hearing just sort of like one of the, just one of the hangout vibe tracks from Persona 4, which is also a very different
Nice.
vibe.
After I played Persona 4 on stream, I had that heartbreak.
Yep.
I had that stuck in my head for like months.
It is amazing to me that even though Persona games are some of the longest JRPGs I've ever played, I never ever get tired of the music in any given one of them. You just hear it forever, and it's still so catchy and fun. It's
They're so
incredible.
good. I will still put on Persona 5 and as just like a listen while I'm working.
Yeah, it's super good for it. Ooh, Arc Flash Hazard asks, so like no Noah Gervais 7.5 hour insanity? Now see here, I've got a trick figured out. Once I've released a bunch of Final Fantasy videos, I will make a super edit that is maybe like YouTube prohibited length. It may actually be, I may not be allowed to release one that long, but that is how I will cheat having a longer video technically than Noah Gervais. And it's the only way I'll achieve that. Even then, it might not be possible. By the time I get to that point, he'll probably have released a like 2-day epic.
Yeah, I know for me, it won't let me upload longer than 12 hours.
Yeah, I think that's the limit for everybody.
Because normally, I'll just put a stream, but sometimes I have to split streams into a few VODs. Because
Past 12 hours sometimes. Gracious.
sometimes I do. Endwalker was a 12-hour, and then a 17-hour, and then a 17-hour stream back to back.
Boy. It's a lot of Endwalker.
A lot of Endwalker. Very good, very good. That was like non-stop MSQ too. So enjoy when you get to it.
I will. Still got to do all the patches. No, I finished 4.1. No, 5 point. I finished Shadowbringers 0.1.
Nice.
And now I've got to. But I still got a bunch of. I got to do like the Eden raids and a bunch to do.
Eden's great. I really enjoyed the Eden fights.
Yeah, I did the first third and loved it. MSQ just means the main scenario quests, so it's the main story Golden Path quest line in Final Fantasy XIV. When people say MSQ, that's what they're meaning.
I'm curious if, Okay, it looks like it's actually doing damage. That's good.
Hey, nice.
Yeah, I'm curious why that one Skulltula was, because it happened multiple times. Maybe
is so
we did
confusing.
like an attack between that messed it up or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. We can kill.
Come over here, you. Yay.
Dan, did you
Glad that
know
works. Huh?
that there's lava right
There is lava right there.
there? Yeah. Isn't that cool?
And you're on fire.
There it is. There's a little to the left.
Oh. I don't know if I ever knew that was back there. Is that a thing you're supposed to, like, ideally find with, like, the lens?
I don't know if the lens will show you that, actually.
It's a wild hiding place.
Right? It's just a little heart container. Or a little, like, yeah, pickup, recovery heart.
Yeah, that's cute. This is an interesting question. This may be too hard to think about while you're trying to actually do things, but from Sparky DJ, is there anything you wish you knew about YouTube or streaming when you were starting out? Or, like, with Playframe striking out on your own? Yeah, is there anything you wish you knew from the start when you started doing this?
I think, honestly, the biggest thing is I wish I started archiving my streams way faster. Because, like, I played all of Persona 5 on stream, and none of that is archived anywhere.
Yeah.
I played through all of Dark Souls 2 for my first time on stream. I played through all of Dark Souls 3 for my first time on stream. And none of those are... Same with Sekiro, none of those are archived.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I would have loved to have, like, looked back and been like, oh, that was my first playthrough! What, I was an idiot, I should have rolled! Why didn't I use force push?
I do really love having, like, on YouTube or via stream archives, I love having just the preserved first experience to see again anytime. It's real nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm trying to think of, like, what I wish I knew about YouTube or streaming back when I started, but, like, like, when I started, YouTubing technically was pre-extra credit stuff, and YouTube was a way different place back then, and I never went into this with a plan to, like, build something with any of the extra credit stuff, so, like, I've learned as I've gone, and it's worked out okay. Like, going solo with Playframe and the New Frame Plus, like, I had the benefit of I've made stuff on YouTube for a long time, so, like, I most everything, like, that I've needed, I've known already or is unknowable as far as I'm aware. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if I have I don't know if I have much of anything that I can, like, wish I knew in terms of, like, the YouTube platform way back when. If I ever start streaming, though, I am confident I will have plenty of things that I'll have wish I knew from the start. I'll probably, like, if that ever happens, I'll be consulting my streamer friends a lot for information.
Yeah, a lot of it, too, is, like, I'm sure I was so nervous my first few streams, or even just, like, probably my first, like, month of streaming.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's just hanging out. It's just having fun. Like, I definitely feel giddy and a little nervous this stream because of how many people are here and how kind everyone is being, and I'm like, ugh. I just want to put on a good show.
You force expectations on yourself as a result, yeah.
Yeah.
What made you, if you remember, like, why did you start streaming your first time to begin with?
I feel like I talk about this a lot. I like sharing an experience with people. And I really miss... The biggest thing was, like, playing games on the couch with my buddies, you know? Like, it's, like, my favorite thing. And streaming was kind of a nice solution to that, where I could play a game and experience it with people alongside. And it was just nice. And,
Yeah.
that's
That is one of my
kinda why I
favorite things
fell
about
in
doing
with
this,
it,
too.
yeah.
Getting to, like, I'm having a first-time experience of a game, but I'm getting to share it with other people, and that makes it all the more fun. I'm not sure I ever would have actually come around to liking Souls games, or I'd have had a much harder time of it if I hadn't tried doing it via Let's Play, because it really helps to take the sting out of deaths or failures or setbacks when you know it's going to be entertaining for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That really helps a lot.
Yeah. Even just like knowing that like your whatever suffering you're going through of like, you know, a grind in Pokemon or something like that, like someone's there with you, you're like, okay, it's better now because I'm not just, you know, sitting alone and being like, this is taking a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're just alone with your thoughts doing that sort of thing, that's going to be rough.
I don't think I still have no range. Because you can climb that wall, but I can't reach.
Yeah.
I can't reach him.
Seems like you're managing in this one pretty well for having limited resources.
Yeah, getting the Megaton Hammer was our biggest boon. But we are about to hit the point of I need bombs before we can continue.
I bet it'll be in this chest right up here.
Actually,
wait, there's not one.
There's
right up here.
literally one more check we can do in here. Otherwise, I need slingshot.
Oh dear.
Although I wonder, can I? If I equip bow, it uses Deku Seed ammo, right? So I still have to have one of them, maybe? I've never actually tried that.
Interesting.
Well, we could just get the slingshot.
That
Literally
also,
the check before I need it.
that is convenient.
There's a trick to just jump, hop the fire if you want to learn something terrible.
Wait, what?
Okay, wait, what? So what do I do, Maple? What would I do? I'm probably not gonna succeed it, but I'm curious. Hey J-Hobbs, how's it going? We're doing a Plandomizer made by Dan Floyd, and we are already very out of logic, and I don't know where to go. You don't have it memorized. You couldn't explain it in text. Okay, that's fine.
To answer your question, Rainer, I did not. It's not the nicest randomizer setup, but it is far from the meanest.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is right now we know the bridge is a random requirement. So as soon as we get adult, I want to see what it is, if we can, because it might already be open. It might be 100 Skulltulas.
Who can say?
Who can say? You just smile. I can hear your smile.
Yep. Just talking through a smile and a half-eaten haichu.
Ooh, what flavor?
That last one I think was lemon.
Ooh. I had a bunch
Those
of the tropical ones that I finally went through. The mango ones are so good.
Ooh, yeah. It's real hard to beat these sour ones. I'm just
Yeah.
a sucker for sour candies, man.
I think I bought some when I was in the airport because there was like a huge haichu wall, and I was like, oh, this was made for me. I don't want the hearts. We don't need the hearts.
Fine.
We're fine.
That's at least 6 more hearts than most children have. If you think about it.
You got a problem on your hands if you.
This kid's too healthy.
He's way too healthy.
It's like
Someone
this is health
stop him.
bordering on medical emergency.
Here it is, bombs right here. Vanilla bombs.
Here we go.
Song of time. Okay, we can become an adult. That is...
Hey!
Okay, okay, Dan. We need to talk about this logic setting because we are still out of logic right now.
No.
We should not be using the hammer.
What part of this doesn't make sense?
Oh, you're right. Silly me.
Congratulations on Finally reaching adulthood.
We finally did it. Puberty.
The song of puberty.
The song of puberty.
It's a bad song.
It's like. Here's bombs. This was bombs.
Here's bombs.
That's spooky. Not bombs. Is that one? Is that a Skulltula? I think I'm gonna go grab that Skulltula.
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Bahabali asks to me, did I ever try to play a battle royale game? The only reason I ask is because of that Final Fantasy VII First Soldier one that's out on Android and iPhone. Which is, yeah, I agree. I actually think the Android iPhone one is still pretty fun. I dipped into it a little bit just to check its animation out, just because I was curious. I'd much prefer play it not on a phone, but it's for a phone battle royale. Yeah, not too terrible. It's got some interesting design ideas in there. I've dipped my toe into several battle royales a little bit. I've never, like, indefinite games, though, like unfinishable games are just something that are hard for me to find room in a schedule for. There's too many other finishable games I want to play. So, like, I've dipped my toe into PUBG a bit, dipped my toe into Fortnite slightly.
Yeah, there's like 3 episodes of you playing PUBG.
Yeah, we've, like, you, me, and Emmons played a few episodes of that, and it was a blast.
It was very fun.
Yeah, that's on Playframe. You have to go way back in time to find it, but it's like that episode's still up. You can still watch those. They were a great time. I've dipped my toe into Apex Legends. Very little. I want to, like, I figure I'll just wait to play more when you and I eventually decide to do some for Playframe or something. I think those are all the ones I've tried. I still really feel like...
Have you played the Scrabble Battle Royale?
I'm sorry, what?
Babble Royale?
That's good.
It's very good.
That's a title worth making a game for. Babble Royale.
I believe it's in early access right now for free. Highly recommend.
I'm looking into this later.
It's scary how well it works.
This is fascinating. The screenshots look fascinating. All right, yeah, looking into that later.
Okay, what did we just get? We got the Song of Time. That's what we got. I'm like,
yeah.
What am I gonna do?
Time for adulthood. I just went looking up Babel Royale, so to see what it is, and I'm intrigued.
Did you ever play Tetris 99?
Do like a few rounds of that just to check it out. I'm not great at Tetris, so like it didn't seem worth sticking around and getting pummeled at Tetris over and over.
Yeah,
the game pummels me well enough on its own.
Oh, so happy to see that door open.
Yay! So many more checks now.
Yeah, Apex lore is way too good for a battle royale. It is insane. The story is so fantastic.
Real smart play on their part, pulling from like an existing but not yet appreciated IP.
Yeah.
That they already had like some groundwork laid for.
Look at us have all the things. Look at me equip the Megaton Hammer normally.
To like work for it anymore, you got a Megaton Hammer and a long shot.
We got a long shot. We got bow and arrow. We can go get light arrows. We got iron boots. Then I didn't check the pedestal. We don't need to.
That's fine.
Wait, does the pedestal tell us how the thing gets summoned? Can't use the light. The bridge is already there, Dan.
The bridge is already there.
Which we already have the boss key.
That's true.
Okay, question though. I do have the Megaton Hammer. We can just go beat the game.
Whoa!
I don't have the light arrows. I need the light arrows and magic. I need the light arrows and magic. Duh.
You know where the light arrows are, though. Magic is the thing.
Magic. We gotta go find magic. We gotta go find
real,
magic.
though,
No trials either. Ooh.
It wasn't lying when I said it's random. It was random. But the game decided to be
The
really
game was
nice
very
to you.
nice to us.
I told chat basically that it was already open while you were away, like when you were going to the bathroom, as our little secret.
Very clever little secrets with chat, huh?
Good on all 700 of you keeping that secret, by the way.
That's good.
You all, I applaud you.
We're gonna find magic in here though, so everything's fine.
Yeah, that's gonna... Now I gotta look up, where did I hide magic?
Well, there's 2 magics.
There's 2 magics. That's twice the magic for your money and twice the chance to find it. If I can just remember where I put it.
Found a compass for the spirit temple.
Yay!
Where it should be in Ganon's castle. Oh, I didn't even need to show you my cool trick.
Which cool trick?
Here, I'll show you.
I want to see.
So if you had trials on, and I happened to have magic and light arrows right now, I would have been like, I don't feel like doing the trials, Dan.
Wait, what?
You just push this guy right here,
Okay.
and you take out your sword, and then you do a jump attack, and then you do I think I need to pull him over a little. That's the first that's happened.
Oh, nice. Okay, so they give you the Master Sword instantly when you become Adult Link.
Yes.
I was like trying to look back through the logs and like, where on earth did I put it? You can do
There
it,
it
Link.
is.
Oh,
So
there you go.
when you do this, it doesn't load in the barrier magic, so you can just follow, because normally there will be like lights up above you, and you can go between the red and blue, and it'll...
that's great. It's cool.
And you can just pass through all the trials. But we don't need to do the trials. We do... I think there's one in here that I can get right now.
Don't worry, Chad. We'll have a secret again. At some point, Dan's going to have to get more coffee or go to the bathroom or something, and I'll find some juicy secret to share with you that we can all
Ooh.
enjoy.
Magic. Oh, a nut, though. I need that nut. I need that nut.
Don't we all?
Got it. If Ganon's boss key chest is magic, I'm going to... Oh, shit. We should check that. Okay, after I check the ice, the water.
Where did I hide magic?
I like my green silver gauntlets.
I'm enjoying that too. It really pops with your like purple.
Yeah. We got a nice There's the Ocarina of Time.
Hey!
Ganon had it this whole time.
Ah!
Silly Ganon.
Silly Ganon.
You know what? I should just grab fire while I'm here. Just in case we need to go to Ice Cavern.
Prudent.
Yeah, the light arrows on top of Death Mountain. I actually remembered it. I think because I probably told chat to remember it, I remembered it too.
Yep. It worked. We all remember.
Also, in case other people don't know about this existing, under the bridge, there's 4 scrubs and a bunch of fairies.
Oh. I don't know if I knew that.
So if you're doing scrub sanity, it's a very important place to know about. Yeah, I only learned that a few years ago, and I was like, what?
That's where I hid magic. Okay. I found it.
Scrub sanity means the scrub, those Deku business scrubs, can sell you important checks. Normally there's only 3. But you can set it to all of them.
Hey, you know what? I too love how many people are learning new things thanks to Dan here. I'm learning tons of new things about Zelda just watching this.
Also, Oh, I don't have bombs. There's a really cool clip you can do in here that is surprisingly easy. That you can just jump through the stone. You don't even need the golden gauntlets.
That's great.
But I need bombs for it.
Gotta have bombs. Yeah, let's see. Big ticket items you're still missing. Bombs, magic.
Bombs and magic. We can go get light arrows right now. We can... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Because we can go get the check for Bolero Fire from Sheik. We can go in the back way in. Check the Great Fairy here.
Yeah.
Sheik gave us Saria's song.
Cool. Ooh, here's a really basic 101 randomizer question that I didn't take the time to look up, but I was curious about. Token sanity, like what does token refer to?
Tokens are the gold Skulltulas.
Oh, okay. So token sanity would be the case where, okay, gold Skulltulas can give you checks and stuff. Gotcha. Okay.
Have I ever run a hero mode? I have not. Is that just
What is that?
like double damage, or is it one hit KO kind of thing?
Yikes.
I have no idea.
Yeah, what's hero mode, everybody?
I think I've seen the option and I just never looked into it. No
Hero
heart
mode is
drops.
no heart drops.
I feel like that wouldn't be too bad on a randomizer, actually, because of how often you get heart pieces.
Yeah, I feel like that would most of the time be fine, and then you'd hit a few unlucky spots where just a real nasty snag.
What is
where
that,
you
bomb
die,
shoes?
you'd keep respawning with 3,
Bomb
and
shoes.
then you'd, you know. Gracious, 755. So yeah, what are you up to now? You're up to... Oh yeah, that's the video essay. Nice. Just looking at some of the rest of these sub goals I'd forgotten about. At 800, you play really hard NES games until you beat them.
I'm excited for that whenever that happens, because, like, there's stuff like Top Gun. I want to beat Top Gun.
That's bold.
I don't even know the controls for the game, but I want to do it.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be miserable.
It probably is.
Ooh, but 850 is exciting. Donkey Kong 64, 101% playthrough.
No one's ever beaten Top Gun. I believe it. Turtles and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think it's TMNT 2 for the NES. Insanely hard.
Ooh. Even just the first one's really nasty.
Mega Man 1. Still never beaten Mega Man 1.
Mega Man 1's pretty nasty too. All Mega Mans are
Yeah.
pretty nasty, to be honest.
I think I did 2 on stream.
They're rough. I appreciate that most of the like legacy Mega Man compilation games include some like rewinds or other helpful stuff to make it a little bit more manageable, but boy. Ooh, we got a little duo
Here's a
question for us here.
fun tip, chat.
Huh.
You don't have bombs. Just shoot the bomb.
That works. Clever. Chatty fella.
He sure is, and you have to talk to him twice. Money!
Yay!
Money, money, money!
Cash.
Okay. So... I'm gonna keep grabbing... I'm really hoping you didn't put it on, like, 50 Skulltulas. That laugh worries me.
Why would I do that? From David G. What is your favorite hack or glitch in a game? And this one's for you.
You put that check off if you don't have it. Same. I either want bomb shoes or bow for that Goron, because I suck hitting him with normal bombs. Also, what was that you just said?
Oh, yes, your question. What is your favorite hack or glitch in a game?
Hack or glitch in a game?
Yeah.
Oh, man. My favorite one for Ocarina is definitely getting into Jabu Jabu as an adult. It is hilarious that there is still a loading zone to clip into as an adult, even when Jabu Jabu doesn't exist.
That's great.
But man, like any game, I have no idea. I loved like a lot of the glitches in like Uncharted were really interesting. Where
Really?
they would just,
I don't know.
they would just
Jeez.
like walk back and forth and then they go through a wall. Like
Whoa.
it was just weird. Like kind of like the Banjo-Kazooie one where we just flipped through the glass. I have no idea what they were doing, but it was a fun watch. The Fallout one was a lot of cool glitches. Any Bethesda game is like a field day with glitches.
Are y'all hearing my cat meow so loud?
Oh,
right now?
light arrows. Light arrows. You're right, chat. You're right.
Hopefully, you're not hearing my cat meow so loud.
I
right
do
now.
not. Not yet.
Follow-up question. This one's, I guess, for me. Favorite Final Fantasy game?
There's one correct
You-
answer.
They're kind of they're- it's actually hard, like, or at least it used to be a lot harder, because I've got several that are kind of up in the running. Like 7's got a special nostalgic place in my heart. I think I'm kind of between. Like if I had to just choose a classic Final Fantasy game to go and play, I'd probably opt for like 9 or 10. Those are kind of the two that 9 just feels like the strongest
It's just the best.
of the old bunch. 9's just so good.
It's so.
And there's a lot I really like about 10 and the play of 10, and it's like I got a lot of fondness for that one too. There's your light arrows. But legit now, I think I've fully come around to 14 actually literally being my favorite Final Fantasy game now. Like at first it was just sort of like a wow, this is really good and it's got a good story, to like I think this might be one of the best Final Fantasy stories legit. And now I'm kind of coming around to because there's so much game and so much good story in it, I think it is just literally my favorite Final Fantasy game, and that feels weird to say, but like honestly, I think it just is.
It's my number 3 for sure.
What's your number 2?
I think 9 is just 9 was everything I wanted. Like I don't think I'll play an RPG that I felt as good about with 9.
That's wonderful.
And I think 7 just has so much of a special place in my heart. I can't like look past that, you know.
Pretty hard to, yeah.
But if it's just pure story enjoyment, it would probably be 9 then 14. Oh, I really can't.
Good
do it.
answer.
But yeah, 7's one of those like it was the first time I realized like you could feel things from a video like it was like that in Metal Gear Solid. I was like, there's plots in games. Usually it's like save the princess and that was it, you know?
Yeah, like for especially for any younger or relatively younger folks watching here, like games having good and like legitimately moving emotional stories was not a thing for a long time.
Yeah.
We were like when JRPGs started hitting, like when we started experiencing JRPGs as kids, that was kind of eye-opening of like, whoa, games can do this? So like
oh, I don't have bombs. There's a grotto a gossip zone I wanted to check, but I don't have bombs yet.
I'd love to know what the count is right now for you saying I don't have bombs.
Don't have bombs. No bombs.
Realization. No bombs.
I've never played Tales of Symphonia. I would love to though. I've heard good
like
things.
pretty fun to play.
That
It
and
is-
what is it? Skies of Arcadia, I think. I've heard a lot of good things about.
I've really wanted to like I don't even know how much I would like it, but I've always wanted to play that one. It's been really expensive and hard to find for a long time.
Yeah.
And I even managed to like one time I just finally decided years and years ago, darn it, I'm gonna order a used copy of this off of like Amazon or something. And I did like paid probably like $80 or something, and the disc that arrived was scratched to hell and doesn't work. So I have a non-functioning copy of Skies of Arcadia that I've just refused to get rid of. Darn
What
it.
a bummer. So
Ooh, MapleStar says, "Do not play the PC port of Symphonia." Why is that, MapleStar? I'm not a. What happened with the PC port?
real quick, just for people who know my stream, I just want to point out the mini map. You know what I'm talking about.
Sure, Mabel, start. Let's have the rant. You've more than earned a rant today.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, so you remember that room where the cow was? That like we used the owl to like get on top of?
Yeah.
We got on
was it
top of the
grotto,
house and
or-
then he dropped in on it, right?
Oh, okay.
Normally you can just do this. You just clip through the floor as adult.
Dang. Nice. And you're in. That, of course, that cow, yes.
We can go get this, which should be Epona's song.
Nice.
Or Requiem. It could be Requiem. I think it's Epona's. I'm gonna say Epona's. What do you want any bets?
I don't know the colors of these songs well enough. How did they get physical representations of the songs in the
Might
game
be-
for these things?
It might be Requiem. Might be Requiem. It's a little
Looks
more
kinda-
yellow than I thought.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely Requiem. Yep. Shit. I thought it was way more red.
I've been passively reading Maple Star's description of what's wrong with the PC port of Symphonia, and that is garbage. That's I can't believe they shipped it like that. Dan, if you ever decide you want to try Symphonia, I've got the GameCube copy lying around. You can borrow it.
okay. Will do. Do you have a GameCube?
I also have a GameCube.
That is one system I do not own.
Or you can borrow a Wii, which runs them just as well or better.
I gave my Wii to my sister and her husband, and I'm like, I wish I still had my Wii.
Yeah, that same for me with my original N64. I gave it to my sister. To be fair, I know they still get some use out of it. So like and they're not even really like big game players. So at least it's getting some use.
Mm-hmm. How are we at on tokens? 2 more. Then I can do that. We can get the check here.
It's true. Symphonia is technically couch
Also,
co-op.
you know
Also
how
very long though.
So you know how normally you would have to come through
Like a different entrance, right?
you have to come through this little entrance over here, which is remember the Song of Time block that when we were racing Dampe?
Yeah.
You just do this. You just jump to the center.
Wait, what? Oh, you're gonna jumping. Ah. They thought they could keep you from that piece of heart.
They
No.
thought.
Oh, mad.
Broken Big Goron Sword. Okay, so you have the Big Goron Sword checks on. Good to know. Oh, that's trade sequence. Oh gosh. Hey Dan, do you want to tell me if anything important is on the trade sequence?
Let me think if maybe I can find some fun hints to provide. Once I can remember what on earth I did.
Although technically, it would be 2 checks, and magic has to be 2 separate checks, so we're good. Even if it is a magic, there is another magic. Good try, Dan.
You outsmarted me. Scale of 1 to 10, how obnoxious would it be if I just started, like, once you found something particular that you really needed and there was just, like, nothing else, there's just the one item you desperately needed. If I just started doing sort of, like, warmer, colder. Oh, ice cold, man.
Yeah. Oh, no. Ice cold.
Oh, rough.
You know what we could check? We do have that. I'm gonna go check Ice Cavern. I'm checking Ice Cavern because no one checks Ice Cavern, and it's always Ice Cavern.
Underappreciated Ice Cavern.
It is. All we need is magic, and then we can go beat the game.
Just a little bit of magic.
Just a little bit of magic. Just the smallest hint of magic.
Yeah, it's not asking that much.
The taste. Just a nibble. Just a nibble. A morsel of magic, please.
Need a little bit of Christmas magic.
If everyone believes in their heart that Link can find the magic. Teacher says every time a bell rings, Link gets magic. Every time someone subs with Prime, Link gets magic.
So like, like you and I both know for a fact that like all of the general tips for like succeeding on these platforms is that like they always say like you've got to do these like calls to action. There's a reason all these big channels always say subscribe, smash that bell, do all that, comment, do all that sort of stuff, because that stuff literally helps, and asking people every time literally helps because people do it. I never want to.
I hate doing it. But
it's like
it's surprising how it worked. And there's times I'm watching like a friend and they're like, "Hey, sub," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, my sub ran out. Let me resub."
It's
like
really
I wanted to
helpful
support
reminder.
them and I just forgot.
I don't think people mind really that sort of thing very much. Like if you're, as long as you're not obnoxious about it.
Yeah.
But I'm just opposed. I used to think that I was opposed because I thought, oh, but that's like I'm making the experience worse for everybody. They're going to be annoyed. I shouldn't do that. I don't want to annoy people. I think deep down, if I actually think about it, I don't think people will be that annoyed. I think it's probably like a little bit of me thinking like, but YouTubers are annoying, and that's what YouTubers do.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those like I don't mind when people say it. I definitely don't like saying it, but there is an immediate. I don't know what the line is, but you can like immediately tell when you're like someone's just trying to swindle me out of my subscription, you know.
Yeah. Or like
Wow.
like it can feel. Oh, hey,
Boomerang.
nice. It can feel very cynical, and when some people do it, or if they're just really obnoxious about it. But then, to be fair, people who are going to like sound obnoxious doing it, like obnoxiousness is probably baked into their like YouTube personality to begin with. So
People are obnoxious on YouTube on purpose, Dan?
yeah, I know.
What?
I'm sad to report that everything you've heard is true.
What is that over there? Is it just a heart? I think it's just a heart. Just a heart. It's so weird seeing the white hearts.
It is still, yeah. Like I'm still thrown off a little bit by it.
There was this medicine that I used to take as a kid that was like it was white, and I hated it.
I don't think I've ever like liquid, right?
Yeah, it was like a liquid.
Yeah. Every white colored like liquid medicine I've ever had to take has always tasted vile.
It was disgusting. I always thought it was like, for some reason, for a long time, I associated it with Pepto-Bismol, and I thought Pepto-Bismol tasted like it.
Did it kind of have like a chalky sort of like
Yes.
feel to it a little bit? Yeah, but it's sweet, but not in a good way.
Yes.
Yep, I don't remember what that medicine is, but
No
I think
clue, but I just remember its taste so just
it's awful.
vile.
I have also. Well, there's someone with the name Pharmacist Judge who just like wrote in kaopectate.
Kaopectate. What was it? What's it for? Maybe
the name
that's
makes me. The name Pharmacist Judge makes me think that they probably know what they're talking about. And the name does sound familiar.
Yeah. I
There's
don't
also
know if I'll
Magnesia, which
know the name of the medicine, but upset stomach, that was probably it then.
That
Because
probably
I always
would've had it as a
associate it
kid.
with Pepto.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Okay,
Thank you, Pharmacist Judge.
I can't do this.
Oh no. Pharmacist Judge. Oh, you're first who wears the white coat at PAX. Oh, yay.
Small world.
Didn't realize I'd run into you before.
Oops. It was intended death
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
All part of the plan.
You know, Pharmacist Judge, I'm glad that there are other fellow Final Fantasy XI veterans out there.
I'm trying to remember what I played. Like, what class.
Yeah, so
I
let's...
really don't remember. All I know is it wasn't White Mage. This is the only thing I remember.
If you're having trouble getting a party, Damage Dealer is most likely.
Yeah, most... For sure. That was I played the like high DPS, low health melee class in City Heroes, the Scrappers. I was basically Wolverine. That was my build.
Maybe
But
it was
instead
Monk?
of claws, I had a sword that came out of my
Oh, you
arm.
had
It
a
was so
sword.
cool.
Did you have... I'm trying to remember what on earth weapon or class that would have been. But at a certain point, if you're a DPS other than Ninja, then it doesn't matter. You're not going to be getting a party. Because at least there was a strategy in 11 that people used a lot. And I think it was just because they really wanted to have some way to play DPSs. Ninja, if you could get 2 ninjas in a party, they could viably tank together. Like ninjas with warrior as their sub job. Because you had sub jobs in 11, which was kind of cool. You could have a warrior's ability to provoke and keep hate, but you could use the ninja's ability to, like, use a special spell that allowed you to basically insta-dodge the next 3 attacks. And if the ninjas were managed to keep relative hate parity and cycle back and forth, all right, you took 3 hits, provoke, I take 3 hits, you provoke, then you could actually tank better than almost any single class in the game. It was real expensive to do, because you couldn't cast that spell for free yet. Like, it used expendables to do it. But, man, haven't thought about that in a while. $11 is so much more friendly now than it used to be to go in and play, and it is still the biggest chore. And I say that as somebody with so much fondness and nostalgia for it. I know I'm going to have to go back and get a lot more footage of that in order to do the video on it, and I'm not looking forward to it.
I just looked over and saw Viz talking about Final Fantasy Moogles. And
Not a
wanting
fan of
them
the
as a
Moogles?
playable race in
Oh, that'd
the
be
Final
so,
Fantasy 12 Moogles
No,
as
I
a
want
playable
it.
race. They're so
I love
cute.
Final Fantasy 12 Moogles. Being a playable Moogle would be so good.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see the female Hrothgar, the Kamaris.
Yeah. Me too. I wonder if they'll just, I mean, like, Femme Ronso already exists. I'm wondering if they're just going to go with that style. They're, like, taller, a little thinner.
I hate these like so much.
Yeah, they're
Their
kind of like,
hitboxes are just like whoever wants to hit it can, figure it out. I don't know. It's,
They kinda found the
it's just a
ultimate
big
defense.
question mark.
it should be called hate hates.
They
I
should
like that
be.
pronunciation. Hate hates.
We should. Am I gonna do anything with this? Nope.
You got this. Ooh. Getting created. Oh, just getting the shield back out. That makes a lot of sense. There you go. Just one more like that.
Pain.
Did it though, and you get a check for your trouble.
I got
What?
4 checks for my trouble.
Ooh, goodness, worth it. What could it be?
Compass for the fire temple.
Sure.
A key.
Okay, all right.
Another key.
Good.
How about another key? Or magic? Which, I mean, I guess I like it because, you get a heart out of it.
Yeah, that was your 4th one, so, and now you got full health. You're ready to take on the day.
You want to see a cool trick, Dan?
Yes, always.
A little time saver.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I find the thing again.
What the?
Well, pretend I'm.
It's doing,
Pretend I
it's
did
doing
this
something
correctly.
weird. It's like the chain is like jittering a little bit.
Okay, hang on. Let me just actually get in front of the thing. So this isn't even the trick I was showing. This is a normal thing you need to do if you don't have the lens of truth. There it is.
There it
this
is,
is the thing I
yeah.
was doing, because so normally you drop down and this outer ring rotates, but there's a door up here that opens. Actually, let me see if our friend is here. He is, so I don't even need to do the cool thing. But what I
Cool.
normally do in this room.
Like a much easier way to do it.
So you do that, opens the door,
Right.
spawns the chest. But at this point, you'd already be down here.
Right.
So then you can just void out. And since the last platform you touched was up here.
Ooh. Clever. Very clever. Look at you with all the tricks.
And there's the boss key for the water temple,
Hey.
which we can go also beat right now.
Heck yeah.
Because
You got heavy boots.
that is a boss that is immediately accessible. Same with Volvagia.
Hooray.
If we need to. I
If we
feel
need
like you put magic on bosses. I feel like that's a Dan move.
Does sound like something I'd do.
It does sound. Is that warm or cold?
Well, it depends on which temple you go to, huh?
I guess it does.
Chat's making a lot of speculation about Evil East MMOs, and I, one, support it, but also, it seems pretty clear to me that the Final Fantasy XIV team already agrees and is like, if we just keep doing this slowly over several expansions, no one's going to notice that we've just turned this into the Evil East MMO. They're not even really hiding it anymore. They're just slowly pulling in literally all of the Evil East races one by one.
So I think with this check,
Thinking we're not going to notice. Yep.
you can just walk into the fire and then just walk back into it.
Wait, really?
I think I could be wrong. Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Don't roll. Yeah, there you go. I was like, I know you can do it on this one.
Cool.
And it's not. Where's the switch? It's here. Nope. It's over here. Nope. It's over here. First try. Amazing. There's still a few things I forget about the game, okay? Okay? We can't be perfect, Dan.
No, it's okay. No, listen. For me, it's been long enough that I have now literally forgotten where we are. Are we inside like Ganon Castle Trials right now?
We are in a Gerudo training ground.
Oh, right. Gosh, I forgot all about that. Man. Been a while.
We can do toilet.
I'm sorry?
So this room over here is called toilet
Okay.
because there's just a pit of water. I don't know why it's called toilet, but you just that's what it's called.
I get it. That's gotta call it something.
Oh yeah, and it spins too. So like it's water and it's spinning. So okay, man, it kind of makes sense in that sense.
All right, yeah. I'll allow it. Think about how good it's gonna feel when you get like magic or bombs. Really, those two things.
You really hid bombs for me.
The Dan giveth and the Dan taketh away. Or hideth, I guess.
I did the reverse song time from Majora. I was like, something about that didn't seem right.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, Pygmy. It's not really what I gave, it's what I didn't take. It's like jazz. It's the mean logic settings you don't put on.
Mm-hmm. You like jazz? Jazz is chaos. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here it is. Magic was in the toilet all along, right, Dan? That's where
Yep.
you put it. In the
Yeah.
toilet.
You got me.
You did put bombs in the toilet. You did put bombs in the toilet, Dan.
You got one of the treats.
You did.
Hooray!
You put the bombs in. That's gonna ruin the plumbing, Dan. You can't
You've
do
solved my toilet puzzle.
that. Dan, flush the toilet. That's my Smash announcement. Dan flushes the toilet.
Hiding something valuable in a toilet felt like something that you and I, as fans of rare games, could really appreciate.
You hit a few things here, didn't you?
That I did. Look at all the toys you're finding.
Found a few toys. Few little goodies here, chat.
Yay! So you got a lot of good things.
Got a lot of
Just need that
goodies.
Christmas magic. That's still...
Just need the Christmas Where's the Christmas magic?
Where are you,
I never remember
Christmas?
which one.
Why can't I find
Other
you?
one, right? Can you hear my heater?
Your heater? I'm not.
Okay, that's good. I'm always paranoid. It's so loud. I think it's this side, right? Yes. You put 2 bombs in here. Did you put all the bomb bags in here, Dan?
What? That's... No. What?
If there's another bomb bag in here, I'm gonna scream. The forecast for Scream is pretty high right now.
Forecast for Scream. 5-day Screamcast.
All right, this is literally the last check in here. Is it bombs?
It'd be weird if it wasn't.
It's a actual bomb. It's not bombs though.
You know, I'll give you partial credit.
Okay, Okay, there was a yawn scream, not a true scream.
Fitting.
Okay, where are we right now? We are in Ice Cavern. So we need to leave normally. So I can check what's on the bottom. And now we can check the Great Fairy.
Yeah.
Because we have that.
Yeah, bombs seems to open up quite a lot.
Yes. Yeah, we're golden. As soon as we can find magic, though. Okay, the thing is... Daniel,
Yeah, yeah.
these would have been our first bombs.
True. True.
Where did we find the Song of Time? Where was that Song of Time?
Where was that hidden? That I can look up. Song of Time.
It was the Dongos. Which we needed...
Yeah,
which we needed bombs to get to.
That was inside the bomb back chest, yeah.
So, okay. Where's the other... You must have had other bombs. Otherwise... There must be another bombs that we could reach.
Let's see.
You don't need bomb. Wasn't it an area we needed a bomb for though? Oh, Nehru's Love down here.
Well, I know where it is now, but I don't remember if a bomb was needed for it. That's the thing we'll find out together.
Yeah, I can't remember which chest had Song of Time in it.
Song of Time was hang on. Song
It
of
was the
Time
bomb back chest. Okay. I thought it was the one behind the wall that's above the skull.
I'm glad you all enjoyed my bomb comedy.
Okay, so yeah, you didn't need bombs, so we could have got in without it, and then that would have given us Song of Time to get in here.
Bombity, that's a much better joke. Good job, everyone. Pharmacist Judge, the Plandomizer does have a logic helper. It might even like stop you or let you know like before you generate a thing like, hey, this doesn't work.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Possibly. Like I ran into that a few times, but I think it was because I'm not sure if it was because of logic or if it was just because of a glitch in the 6.1 version. I did lean a lot more on the randomizer's built-in randomization than custom placing it. Lots of things just because I was really worried about accidentally making something undoable or way too easy.
We read that stone? I believe we have. I will check it again though.
We're checking. Probably have read it, but yeah, the logic should be glitchless, and I don't think I did anything to break that. Thus far, it's held true, even though we have glitched quite a lot.
You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do because I want to do a fun trick. Okay, yep, that was the there's actually a hint.
Ah, yes.
I'm gonna clip past that big wall that you normally need golden gauntlets for.
Ooh, yes.
I haven't looked this up since I've done it last, which was months and months ago. But I'm gonna try for it. Triforce. The Zelda joke. I don't know if you got
I
that,
liked it.
Dan. Yeah, okay.
I thought it was very good.
Hey, I actually have a joke for you, Dan.
Ooh, please.
Okay, so Link is moving into a new apartment.
Okay.
And he's helping Zelda move a couch.
Okay.
They get to the door, and he's trying to open it, but he can't open it. So Zelda says, "Try force."
It's bad and good at the same time. The best combo.
Do you get it? Because Triforce is a thing that's in Zelda already.
I like it. Remind me, how does this glitch work?
Okay, so what we need to do, I think there's like a precise angle. I don't really remember. We need to hold the bomb, and then we need to do, I don't know what it's called, but there's a way you can make Link turn, and he stays in place, but he only changes angle. So I need to pull out a bomb, and I need to do that. I need to basically do what I just did. I think it's like... Yeah, there was a stream I did of a randomizer, and I had my buddy Gam in a call, and he just started going off a list of bad Zelda jokes, and that one came up, and we repeated it maybe like 50 to 100 times, and we were both just like giddy laughing.
Aw.
And anyone who came in the chat, they were like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" We would tell them the joke, so people were sick of it. It was wonderful.
Aw. Here, I'll help by answering a question that seems to always do it. Delta Lieutenant has asked, favorite Final Fantasy XIV NPC, which is challenging and will require some thought. Like top... All right, let's at least narrow down to top candidates, because that's going to start. So, like, Emmerich is a good pick, I think. Quality character. Tataru is also really good. I might have to just kind of default to Tataru. But, real hard to beat Tataru. It is
I
legit
feel like
hard
there's
to
another
pick.
input here that I'm forgetting to do.
Yeah, it's real hard to pick. Like, not because there aren't lots of great NPCs. Like, I really love almost all the cast of that game's story, but Tataru is just lovely.
Hang on.
Favorite Scion, though. That does narrow it down a little bit. And we'll say that Tataru doesn't count, because Tataru technically is a Scion. Koi Savoy Boy just typing it. Oh, Triforce! That's really good.
Very good.
Very good. Yeah, I feel like Y'shtola is up there. Really liking Alice a lot too. I kind of love all of them, but yeah, I got to admit, like, I think I am always, if she's not been on screen for a little while, I'm always happiest when, like, Y'shtola shows up again. I think, like, those two, it's kind of a tie between those two.
Shoot, does anyone know how to do what I'm trying to do? I don't remember.
Now everyone's just saying Triforce, which is not
Triforce.
helping you, but
Big rock clip.
funny, though.
Isn't that... Okay, so you roll in there.
Okay.
You roll in, you get nice and snug. You line up the sword on that. Okay, this guy's doing it on the other side. Interesting.
Oh.
Oh, is he hover booting? Okay, I don't have hover boots, so I can't do that one. Target the front wall, turn right, and ESS down 1 turn. Okay, 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 okay. So we...
You got this.
I did so far.
Yes, have you tried shine sparking? Let me find something to answer. Didn't work last time, but I feel like maybe maybe the answer wasn't good enough. Let's see. Questions to answer. Someone give me something to answer. So that we can get this glitch to work.
Did I try Force? I haven't tried Force, actually.
Talk about Joe Cat. Joe Cat's great.
Joe Cat is great.
Extremely good video maker and really lovely person. Gotten to chat with Joe Cat a couple of times.
Okay, let me consult the manual here.
The stakes are getting higher as the hearts get lower. When Fatalis kill? I don't think I've ever fought and killed Fatalis. I never got further in Iceborne than y'all saw on the channel. And now all my skills are gone. That's the worst part about stopping Monster Hunter for a little bit. All my skills go away, and I have to relearn everything.
Okay. You should do Fatalis.
I should do the rest of Iceborne. I feel bad doing it and not recording it now. But not great view counts in those videos. Doesn't seem like a good... I don't know. At some point, I like Monster Hunter. Oh, no.
Everything's fine.
You think he's okay? Oh, that's smart. Look at you planning ahead. Favorite VGM album of the moment?
Oh,
I'm going to not say 14 because I've answered that to too many questions today. Let's do something else. I've kind of gotten back into, just because I needed it for mood music for work last week, just going back and listening to Mick Gordon's Doom stuff, which led to me finding a remixer, and I don't remember who. Someone recommended them to me like months ago, and I forgot who, so I wish I could credit them. Someone pointed me to the remixer and YouTube channel, Jeff Plays Guitar, just Geoff Plays Guitar, all one word, whose entire MO is basically, this video game tune is pretty good. What if it sounded like it was in Doom Eternal? And it turns out it's very fun. He's very good at making stuff sound like it was in Doom Eternal, style-wise. And highly recommend if you enjoy those Doom soundtracks and want to hear some other themes sounding like Doom soundtracks. You want to hear Dancing Mad, but as a Doom track? Pretty good. Megalovania Doom track?
Ooh, I'd like to hear that.
Pretty good.
All right, I'll give up after this track. Okay.
I think like Ludwig's battle theme from Bloodborne is a Doom track. Works like Bloodborne music to Doom conversion works surprisingly well. Like tracks that don't rely a lot on melody. Doom stuff is apparently like doesn't lean heavy on melody. It's a lot more rhythm based. So like if you have to squeeze a melody in, it starts sounding a little bit un-Doom. But yeah, this guy's very good at what they do. Yeah, he also did a One Winged Angel cover as Doom. Like he's done a lot, and they all sound awesome. Do recommend. What non-video game music do I listen to? Quite a lot. I kind of go through phases of just being into different genres. Like the last few years, I was like really kind of trying to brush up on like hip hop knowledge, hip hop self education, and just rap stuff, which I've enjoyed a lot. Like found a lot of artists I've enjoyed. Let's see what else. I've had rock phases.
Okay. I forgot the song. Trying to remember Requiem.
Ah. I've been like exploring kind of just electronic, just EDM producers a little bit more these days too, just because like anytime Andrew Wong puts out one of those 4 producers flipping one sample video, like guest starring 4 just electronic artists coming up with really wild sounds using a single sample, it reminds me of like, geez, there's a lot of people out there doing cool music stuff that I'm not aware of. Hey, bomb shoes. And that's so I'd like start going and exploring and listening to new folks. So, yeah. I like dipping my toe into a lot of different music genres. Ow.
I think it was a heart piece. Couldn't quite see it. But I think it was.
So what are you working on right now? I've been rambling and not paying close attention. I see you're in the desert.
We're in the desert. We had the Requiem, so I figured time to teleport there. I'm trying to see what's on top of this because we need to do we need to plant a bean to get it,
which is a headache. So yeah,
which is it's not bad because we have the warp now. Yeah, it's a heart.
Okay,
so we don't need it. We can check.
Oh, it was a hint stone.
There was?
Apparently, people are saying there's a hint stone in a corner somewhere.
In the corner. Okay. This corner?
I love that I put this together long enough ago that a lot of this gets to be a surprise for me too.
Yeah, like you don't remember, yeah.
There's so much of it I don't remember exactly.
It's intentional
Might be the other corner.
You know. I'm going back to the rock, chat. I want to lift up the rock, okay? There's a grotto, and grottos are randomized.
Because I want to. And maybe it's good.
Maybe it's good. Maybe. What if this is magic?
What if this was magic, though?
What if it's absolutely nothing? What if? Imagine.
What if?
Imagine a world. You can do anything you want, and there's no magic. Come to Disney. There's no magic.
There's magic everywhere.
Yeah, I've been like spaced out doing tricks for the past like 20 minutes.
Magicless Kingdom. We found it.
Found magic?
No, just the Magicless Kingdom. You're in it.
I was gonna say, I was like, is this the magic check? You're just casually dropping magic lore on me?
It's magical.
Mm? Mm?
Magically delicious.
Ooh.
Right?
Every time I think that, there was a Tiny Toons bit, and it was like, Plucky's yucky charms, they're magically disgusting. And I always think of that.
I had not heard that before. The Tiny Toons was good.
Tiny Toons was great. There it is.
Yay. Please like and subscribe.
That is New Frame Plus on YouTube. And Play Frame.
Turning it on me.
It's right.
It is pretty incredible. The order you've been finding these in always seems to sort of weirdly match what we've been talking about recently.
It's pretty impressive.
Because I placed a lot of these pretty randomly. Like there were some that felt location appropriate, like the Zora thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Zora one was good. The finding the ice hockey as the first one was like the clearest indication. I'm like, I think these are custom.
That was a very good first one to find.
Something tells me The game normally doesn't talk about NES ice hockey.
It should, though.
It should.
Not
More
enough games
people
talk
should be
about-
talking about NES ice hockey. I'm so curious where you hid. I can't believe you did 2 bomb bags in Gerudo Fortress. I'm also partially just sitting here thinking like, you had no idea where you put it.
And you, maybe you don't know.
I don't know. You're right. You want to see
Here's
a
the
fun
way to
thing,
do
chat?
it. Yeah. Yes, I want to see.
I didn't know this for a long time until I was an adult. But you have these little spinning things, right? You just crouch. You just go over your head.
Wait, what?
You just do a crouch.
Boy, kid me wishes he knew that.
Right? Had no idea. Works for all of them.
Amazing.
Can't you roll through them? Yep. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't know if you can. Doesn't look like.
Hmm. It's a lot more finicky, looks like, if it's possible. Yeah.
It didn't make a sound that time, but maybe it did. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
You know what? I should have checked Ganon's boss key. I should have checked that. I should have gone and checked that for magic. If that's magic, you're a sneaky fox.
Well, like you said, there's 2 magic checks. So,
There's
like,
2. Yeah, you put one
there
behind
are
the
2 out
trade
there.
sequence. You're like, Dan's not gonna do that. Dan
Who
hasn't
would?
done that in 10 years. Watch this. First shot. First shot. Here goes. First try. Wow. First try. Let's go.
yeah. First try. How did he do it?
How does he do it? Who is this guy? That's my favorite thing to say lately. Just do something really easy or like mess up. Who is this guy?
It's so
He's
good.
unstoppable.
My brain doesn't even recall a specific movie, but it not only can picture the camera angle, the general sort of face look of the character who
Yeah.
says it, and can even kind of hear the sort of music that'd be playing in this sort of like badass sort of sequence where your main character's doing something awesome
Yep.
and some general looking dude in a command room.
Who is this?
Who is this guy?
Hey, who's that out there? Who's on the field? I don't know, sir. It's not with us. He's the best goddamn soldier I've ever seen. Nut. Our first nut.
Hey! Just for you.
I remember my first nut.
Shame on you.
What are you I'm talking about the Deku nut, Dan. What are you talking about?
My
Shame on
goodness.
me. I'm talking about just now when we nutted for the first time.
You goof.
You goof.
All right, chat. I want you guys guesses. There are 2 magical checks
Yeah.
in this world, and I want y'all's guesses as to where they are. It doesn't have to be the specific like chest or anything, just location. And I'll let you if one of you says where one of them is in a general area, I'll say yes or no,
Oh,
which won't be helpful.
no. Well. Who is this guy?
There's a correct answer somewhere in there.
Everyone's just named every single location.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, so remember how I was talking about the ground jumps?
Uh-huh.
Now that we have bombs, I can show you.
And now I'm ready. There's been a lot of build up to this. People been waiting.
It helps if I back up enough. Helps if I do it correct. I actually did it correctly and messed it up too. And voila.
So cool. I love how many tricks you know in this game. Fun.
It's I think that's one of the most fun things about this game is how many little techniques and stuff like that there are, and how many situations where there's just a little jump like this. You can't jump that, but you know, you do a little bomb jump, and then now you don't need to push the block over. And then in this part right here, there's a rupee here you need to collect. Why waste your time melting it when you can just clip through it with a jump slash?
Yeah, I love the N64 jank. Allows for so much fun.
I think so. Normally when I'm here, I always have hover boots. I don't know why. I usually get hover boots early. And I think
I usually have hover boots in here too. Or maybe I'm just used to sliding around constantly.
Yeah, I think it's just the sliding. Oh god.
Oh, these ice floors.
These
Hey,
floors,
nice.
though.
Good jump.
We don't need to push anything. Pushing's for suckers.
Clearly. Young me never enjoyed pushing those blocks around.
Yeah, old me doesn't.
No version of me has ever wanted to push blocks in this room. Yeah, Commander Squeaks. This is mostly one long evening kind of putting this thing together. I have gone back and like tweaked things and touched things up, and I actually needed to go and sort of like re-enter and recreate them more recently because I found like, oh shoot, they've updated the randomizer generator since I did this. These old like files I sent down won't work anymore. It's the same seed. I just needed to like kind of remake them real fast in the newest version so that it would work.
I love this room.
It's a cool looking room, right?
It's a
Like I really like that
cool
texture.
room.
It's like really roller rink, but in a fun way. And that ice is really cute too.
Yeah.
Really shiny blue ice.
Oh, thanks. Oh,
Yay!
thanks. Great.
For
Thought
your
I went
help.
to the ice cavern.
Yay!
But wait, there's more.
Ooh.
I have to go get more. Fine. It's I think this is Ganon fight music.
I'm hearing Night in the Woods music right now, which is a different vibe.
Tower escape, thank you. I was like, I know it's something towards the end of the
Oh,
game.
tense. You could totally beat this today, though. Like,
Oh yeah, if I
you
find magic,
that
it's
magic
over.
and you got it. It's just find that magic and you're done when you say you're done.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of glad that bat actually hit me there. I'm not
Yeah.
glad that bat hit me though. That bat can go to hell. Who is this guy? Oh my god.
Warning shots. Boarding of you.
Yeah. I was letting him know if you come any closer, gonna be in a world of hurt as I die. I have tons of health.
A lot of health.
Of health. Weird. Some kind of thing just popped up on.
Heart full of health. Pocket full of fire.
I got a
Ready to
pocket.
take
Got
on
a
the
pocket
world.
full of fire. I got a. What was that movie? Is it Easy A? I think maybe.
I have not seen that in a long time. I remember liking it.
I got a.
I wonder if it holds up.
It has Emma Stone, so it holds up for me.
Give us a lot. And many of the things I've seen are in. I guess I haven't really like kept up with movies nearly as well in the last 5 years or so. I used to be really good about
Same.
that. Oh, Stanley Tucci in that as well? Dang.
Yep, Easy A. Okay, cool. No, I accidentally used the fire too early. Oh, so people learned the other day that there is a specific bombable wall that you can open with blue fire.
What?
Yeah, it'll break the wall.
What wall? it in here?
It's like the like cracked ones in Shadow Temple and oh, there's a song. Mount turns right there.
Hey, nice.
And in one grotto.
That is wacky. How does that happen?
I don't know, but it's cool.
It's really cool. Like I wonder if there's, like, if the properties of objects in this world are set with like specific like binary on off. Like yes, bombs influence this thing, or no, they don't, and just like a list of items, and then like maybe one accidentally gets left on. But why would you have fire out there? Like so they don't even worry about it.
Like you're not gonna have blue fire. You won't even check to use it. 'Cause... Oh, I went the wrong way. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. Okay, what do we got? We can go do... anything. We do any trick I could imagine. You know what we could do? You know what we could do, Dan? You know? Do you?
I don't.
Do you know?
I don't. It
Do you
seems
know
like
what
you've got
it
a
feels
lot of.
like loving someone?
You've got a lot of toys.
We do have a lot of toys.
You know what we should? A lot of places probably.
You know what we should see?
Hmm.
We should see where Adult Link randomly respawns since you changed the spawn of
Oh, that'd be fun.
Babby Link.
Maybe it'll get you somewhere. Somewhere interesting.
Shooting gallery at night, which means no one is here. Okay.
You got free run of the
Oh,
place.
sorry, that shop doesn't exist because everyone's dead. Silly me. My mistake.
It's your shooting gallery now. It's like such a fun kid's dream of like, oh man, I somehow got like locked into this like really fun like discovery zone or some other wild thing at night, and now I have the free run of the place for the whole evening.
I
real
always had
kid
that
dream
dream
logic.
of like doing it in a museum, like
Ooh,
getting locked in a museum. And isn't there a book like that? There's a book like that.
I feel like yes. I mean, I've not watched Night in the Museum. That's kind of what it sounds like. Although there's more magical elements in that one. It seems like. That does super seem like a kid's book premise, though.
Ooh, 10 pose. Please tell me it's not 10 pose.
Oh boy. People have been like suggesting all kinds of really mean ideas for places I could have put magic in chat, which is real fun.
I'm really hoping it's not that.
See,
Whoops.
who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
Let's see who this guy is.
Dan's doing bad for normally doing this first try. I think that's the worst I've done in years.
Oh no. Who's the Sultan of shooting?
Heart.
There
Okay.
you go. Beautiful.
There's a little heart. Let's get a pocket chicken. Little pocket chicken.
Chicken that goes in your pocket.
Chicken goes in your pocket. Arrows. Not a pocket chicken. Silly. This is closed off still, right? Because we haven't technically done it correctly yet.
Oh yeah, like you've entered it, but by going through Jabu
Yeah,
Jabu.
okay, we have to. We have to actually go through it.
Now, Delta Lieutenant, I can't give away my secrets of the trade here. On where I would spawn these things, or whether or not I'd allow the randomizer to choose for me.
We can check 20 Skulltulas. It could be good.
And ultimately, like, it doesn't matter one way or another. It's not where it should be.
It's not where it should be.
Unless it is.
Minuet of Forest.
Ooh. So you've just collected some music, and someone asked about favorite Zelda music. So that actually, I'm going to combine these things. Which Zelda game has your favorite music?
Zelda game has my favorite music?
Yeah, which of them?
Twilight
That's
Princess
favorite
is up
soundtrack.
there.
That's a good one.
Skyward Sword is really good because that's the
That's
first
what I would
orchestrated
say.
version.
I'd say Skyward Sword.
Golden Gauntlets.
Hey, also green.
Also green. Man, I just like Zelda music a lot.
I do as well. Like, there's a lot of good hits, and Skyward Sword is one of my least favorite to play. But
Yeah.
man, that soundtrack is good.
Soundtrack's great.
The real magic was the dans we made along the way. We brought 2 magic here with us today.
Nice stealth sequence as a child going through Hyrule Garden.
I can hear it. That is a weird fit, tonally.
Get him, Link! Get him! Get him!
Link.
Who is this guy? Stationary targets? He's already dead. Yeah, Redhead scared me as a kid for sure. The was it Dead Hand? He was terrifying. Which we're about to go see him, so buckle up.
A dead hand I could live with, but yeah, like the
You
no, I take it
you
back.
didn't
Dead
like
hand
Dead
also very scary, but Redead and Dead Hand both. This feels like this is the scariest version of either of those that I've encountered.
The Twilight Princess Redeads were, I think, intimidating just because of how much damage they actually dealt.
That's a good way to just make a thing feel more scary. Just gameplay-wise, make it actually very dangerous. Like, Mr. X isn't going to intimidate anybody if he just sort of, like, hits you with a Nerf bat.
You're like, that's it?
I expected so much worse.
The bloody nubs, yeah. Just I think the twitching after you kill it is what gets me the most.
Yeah, the twitching.
This.
That unhinged jaw also rough.
Yeah, the
But yeah, the
unhinged
twitching
jaw.
is not good.
Only see little
Great.
twitches as he dies. It's wonderful. Wonderful. You were close. All right, and then I think there's a chest like here.
Like an invisible one?
Or am I thinking of the actual... It's the bottom of the well? It's bottom of the well, okay. Are you sure? I feel like there's two in here. Alright, well, we don't have hovers, so that's as far as we can go here.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I think there's definitely invisible chest and shadow. I actually don't remember. Everything's
I'm glad that
invisible.
With all the toys you've got, I'm glad that there's still definitely some walls that you can't quite surpass.
Mm-hmm.
Fun,
Still a
right?
few things. Still a few. Any checks here?
Hmm.
Hmm.
I feel like you got several here, but maybe it was as a kid.
There was stuff here as a kid. There's Song of Storms grotto right in that corner.
Hmm.
There's... Where was that one grotto, chat, that had the wolves? Did I ever go back for that? I feel like I did.
Your memory is way better than mine on this stuff.
It was in the ranch. You are correct. It was in the ranch.
Good memory. Nintendo Play.
What am I thinking of?
I'm gonna go do a water refill while you do some thinking.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Hydrate, everyone.
Hydrate. Oh, hydrate. We did finish Talon's game. I'm trying to think songs now. Nocturne we don't get until we finished Fire and Water. Song we're not gonna get. I could fish. I could go fishing. We can fish, we can dive. We can go into Water Temple. Can't check Nocturne, yeah, we don't have fire and we don't have magic. Oh yeah, we can actually check Pillar now too, because we have gold gauntlets. That's right. We go check the light trial. Gold gauntlets. You know what? You know what we're gonna do? We never went back and beat Dampe 2. You're right. Where was that? That was in the Lost Woods. Let's go back and do that. Let's go back and do that. Good call. Good call. Thank you all for hanging with me. Thank you for coming to the stream and everything. it's insane. Like the support is insane. I don't know what to say. Just other than thank you. Thank you, Enkimono. Was it? It wasn't this one. It was the back one. Oh, and this dingbat, he's like, oh, even though we have Saria's song, I don't want to give him the satisfaction. It's this one, I think, is stamping. Disagree. Almost had it. If I didn't hit 2 fires, that would have been better. This is not normally a thing I fail at.
Oh man, I've come back with water, but also hiccups.
Oh, ye old hiccups.
Yep. What's your favorite hiccups cure?
Holding my breath, staring at a spot until I need to breathe again, and then usually that does it.
That one works pretty well.
But if I have like any remote like distraction or anything like that, I can't do it.
Yeah, like you really gotta.
Really have to
It's
like
weird-
just
weird
shut
how
off
that one
brain
works.
for like a minute. Hold my breath. That's usually it for me.
One that I found, like, I haven't had to test it in a while, and it may come to this. Another one that I found that I've almost had even more success with in the whole breath trick is, like, if you just kind of hold your finger up, like, really close to your eye, like, not touching the eyeball and not even at risk of it, like, hold it off to the side where it's just kind of like pressing against the corner of your eye a little bit, kind of brushing up against your eyelashes. Concentrating on just holding your finger there, that kind of like that near to your eye, like alone, just that concentration works really well. I don't know why, but
That's a good one.
yeah, good job winning the Dante Dumper race, by the
Yeah,
way.
Dampe's Dumper gave us $5.
Yay!
Great. An
25 cents for every
avocado.
failed attempt.
Ah.
So let's do a. Sorry, I got my mouth a little bit full here, but
You're
let's do a
good.
review.
Mhm.
You've all of the dungeon type locations that you have accessed, and of those, which of them have you kind of like cleaned out?
So Dodongo's is basically done. We can go
Okay.
finish it because we have bombs now. You have to have bombs to kill Dodongo.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen Deku. It could be Water Temple. Could be Shadow Temple. We haven't seen Spirit Temple.
Also true.
We haven't seen Jabu. We can go clear out bottom of the well now as well because we have Boomerang.
Be able to do Forest Temple, yeah?
We can do Forest
That one was-
Temple, yeah.
Yeah, because that one was inside Deku Tree, and you just didn't have a sword or anything last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have. All we really need for that is arrows and hookshot.
Yeah.
And honestly, I can just clip through and immediately go fight the boss to do the boss check,
Oh, nice.
which could be a fun trick. I always enjoy doing that one. I don't know why. I use save states a lot because it's just such a precise angle and stuff that I mess it up a lot.
It's a smart play.
But it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 20 Skulltulas. We've checked both those rewards.
Mhm.
We've we can check the lab real quick. We can check the roof of the lab as well.
Nice.
Because I can just be like, summon Scarecrow by pushing down. We cleared out all of GTG, Gerudo Training Grounds.
Mm,
That is Dunyan Rings. Which that is
nice.
a lot of checks, so that's good.
There were a lot in there.
So either A, I'm betting it's a random item in a random dungeon. And we just need to start clearing out dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
Or... This is a shield.
Nice.
Or maybe... Could be fire arrows. You know, we should check the fire arrow check.
That was a pretty cool backflip.
Thank you. Broke both my legs, but it was worth it.
Did it for the vine.
Did it for the vine. So this part right here, normally you can't, you're like, oh, if you do this, it doesn't count, right? But if you hook shot and then unequip the boots, it thinks you did it.
That's awesome. Also, I didn't remember that doofy shark down there at all.
Yeah, the little shark. Shark scared me as a kid.
Pretty, like, it's... There is something about this game, like, they didn't have enough detail to where they could really successfully stylize things, so there's enough elements that are just kind of, like, scarily off-real.
Mm-hmm.
Textures that are sort of like, that's not cartoony, that's kind of real, it's just low-res.
Yeah, it definitely felt like some of those things, they hadn't figured out what, like, kind of overall vision they wanted, and they were just like, put a real shark in it.
Yeah.
All right, it's on fishing, Dan. Magic's on adult fishing. Clearly.
Magic of fishing.
Did we check Tabalab? Yeah, we just did. It was a shield.
And a good view.
Ooh, Forest Temple music.
Ooh.
Also, you know
Vaguely
the old
haunting
trick of
vibes.
taking his hat, right?
Wait, what? I feel like I only 100%ed Ocarina of Time once as a kid. So there's so much of optional stuff in Ocarina that I have no memory of. I definitely never knew you could do this.
Oh, I'm close.
Ooh, yeah, that's very close.
There we go.
Hey!
So you can either give it back to him or take it in the water, and he I think he charges you money.
That's great.
Yeah.
What
So
a
listen,
cute
dude, I
touch.
get it, man. I'm balling too. There you go, give it back to him.
Nintendo always going the extra mile for those little cute things.
Mm-hmm.
Catch you a good fish.
You gotta get the good one by the stump here.
Ooh, it hangs out in a single location.
This boy. He's a real chunker. Oh, look at him.
Oh, big fish. Come on.
Oh, he's a hungry boy. He's a hungry boy.
Yeah, bite that. Gonna take it. Big Fish is regretting this plan.
Yeah, so the fishing's a little easier on the rando. Not as
Nice.
obnoxious. The weights are bumped up, I think, as well.
Kind of them. A lunker.
It's a big rupee. All right, now we take his hat again. Now we take it.
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
The patience on this shopkeep.
What are you doing to me? And then you equip the iron boots, and you just go over a little swim.
Iron boot. Oh, it's a soaked hat. That's so cute. I've never seen that before. Some programmer spent at least a day figuring out how to do this silly thing. What?
Why are you doing this to me? What are you thinking? I'm not gonna let you get off that easy. You have to pay me a 50 rupee fine.
That's so cute. Silly game. I want to quit.
Poor guy.
Oh, poor guy. No hat for him.
No hats for him.
The hat belongs to the fish now.
That's the fish's hat. I guess we will check water temple.
I guess we gotta go to the
I
water
guess we
temple.
gotta check it.
Give the people what they want.
E A E E A E A E A Sport. It's in the E. It's in the A Sports game.
Thank you,
Seeing a
D&D
lot of
Pass Nerd.
Seeing a lot of excitement for water temple.
Well, I'm betting this is Deku tree right here. Unless you made water temple, and then that'd be kind of funny. You made water temple. I sure did. But you know what, Dan?
Huh.
We have the boss key.
We do have the boss key. We really can just kind of skip a lot of the water temple, assuming there's nothing interesting in here.
We also have the long shot, but just because I want to show off, here's how to do it with the... Oh, wait, we don't have hover boots. Never mind, I can't show off. We're just going to do it normally. So if you have the hover boots, you can basically hit yourself with... Or hit a wall with the Megaton Hammer and equip the hover boots on like a certain frame, and it'll launch you along, and then you can hold back and grab the wall.
What? I'm amazed at how much wonky stuff you can do in this.
Mm-hmm.
Well timed.
Nice Hyrule Field music for a boss fight. And this, for Morpha's fight, there's a very fun thing you can do
Yeah?
where you just kind of don't let Morpha go.
So you just keep on long shotting? Because it still does some damage, right? A little bit?
No. But
No?
now that we're nice in here, we'll just get it in the corner so it can't escape.
Smart. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yay.
And so the reason I was doing crouch stabs there is your crouch stab takes the damage of whatever attack you did last. So we did the jump slash when we came into the room. So all of our down slashes were actually doing double damage.
I didn't know that's how the crouch stab worked. Neat.
Mm-hmm. Bloop.
It's a real satisfying drip.
It is. All right, what was on Morpha?
What was it?
It
We're
was
all
a
about to find
bomb
out.
pickup. Wow.
Hey. Some free bombs. Yay.
I am so curious where magic is. Card shot bowling works like that in the Japan and North American versions. Oh. Fire
That's
arrows.
neat.
Could be fire arrows.
Oh, that's true. They are very magic-y.
That is a heart.
That trick for getting fire arrows is so cool.
I love it. To this day, it's one of my like favorite things in the game.
Right?
Just cool. It's just cool.
It is. Like, kid me felt just so like brilliant figuring that out.
Bomb chew bowling. I don't know if we can do bomb chew bowling yet because we don't have bomb chews. Sometimes
Some bomb shoes.
I think we might be able to buy bomb chews because we have a bomb bag, but I don't know if it considers it in logic.
Okay.
Did we get a bomb chew pickup?
I thought
When
you
did that happen?
It was out in the desert, I think. You've been doing a lot of glitch attempts. I think you were still in recovery.
That's funny. Yeah, we could check bomb chew bowling. You know, Can we check this one?
Check
Oh,
this one.
that's just tells you about the game.
Weird, I left one.
I don't think that's a hint stone. It always says.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're gonna do bomb chew bowling, chat. Okay.
Bomb
Okay.
shoes. Woo! Are you good at bomb shoe bowling? Because
No.
Kid Me certainly was not.
Terrible. It feels like pure luck getting the Kukos to work with you.
Yeah.
There's like a precise thing you can do, like, oh, go here and shoot it at this angle and it'll always go in. And I should probably teach myself that one day, but I don't know it.
My brain is so that way of like, I could spend 10 minutes really focusing to learn how to do this thing, but that sounds annoying and tedious and like a lot of work. So what instead I'm going to do is literally every day spend 30 minutes doing it the long way.
Yeah, I will suffer for the rest of my life instead of learning once.
Yeah.
That sounds much better. Gyms hate this one simple trick.
All right. Okay, listen, you got first try chest key game thing, so you got some good luck going on this one.
It's a heart for the first one. Not a good sign.
Boom.
Of course, it's on one of the side ends. Don't. Bird going for it.
Nicely done.
Stop.
These chickens. Ugh. Chickens, what do you get out of this? This is a tough gig. Nice shot.
Nice
Boy.
shot. Nice on. It's heart. It's 2 hearts, Dan.
Not even whole ones.
Who is this guy?
The equivalent of a customer feedback form. I've decided to return the bomb shoes.
I decided I no longer wish. Okay, so things we can do. We can go to Lost Woods, Kokiri Forest, because there is a check there for the slingshot minigame and Saria's song. So there's 2 checks there.
Nice.
So that's what? Got it. Is it Zelda? No. Darunia, we can also do. Yep.
Make the lad dance.
Okay, what we need to do is equip the Megaton Hammer. So what we need to do here... We got pretty good at it. Okay, real quick, let me one try, chat.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Do you not have the sword?
I do have the sword.
I was gonna say.
I was
pretty sure
just-
there was a sword.
We just don't need it.
Swords make you weak.
Swords make me weak. We did check the grottos. We checked the grottos. We are fucking in rhythm. Okay, so yeah, 2 checks. 2 checks. 2 checks. 2 magics, right? Right, Dan? Right?
One for each check.
Right? Dan?
That just makes sense. What a chill origin story for this guy.
It's a map, Dan. It's not magic.
Maybe
Maps
it
are
leads
not
to
magic. Friendship is.
So how's morale going over there for our little rando runner here?
It's good. It's good. It's good.
The sound really says it all.
It's good. We're good. Everything's good. You know what is even better than good?
Yeah.
Great.
That's true. By definition.
By definition.
Literally.
Okay. Where should we go?
Are you winning, son? That's
Where was Dodongo's? It was.
I thought it
it's
was Fire
Fire
Temple
Temple, right?
Dodongos, right? Yeah, they are each other.
We still haven't seen Deku Tree. I'm thinking Deku Tree is probably Shadow Temple because we can't get in Shadow Temple for a while.
That makes sense.
We need magic and fire. Still have no fire, Dan. I need the fire. You know?
Firewood.
The
Yeah.
fire burning in my heart.
Give me fuel, give me fire.
Burns me down.
I've hit that point of the stream. I think it's like right around this time when I lose it.
This is a good energy, though.
It's a good
You just hit
energy.
that tipping point.
There was Deku Tree entrance is Forest Temple. Playing Inscription last night.
Yeah.
There's so for those of you who don't know, it's a deck building game. And I kept getting all these great setups for really good decks and like unstoppable, and then I would die in like 1 turn or something like I would get like the worst RNG on card draws and then lose turn 1. Then I made a deck that was absolute rubbish. It had no synergy. It had multiple cards that were like, you have rabbit pelts and stuff in your hand that are just like nothing cards, like you can't sack them to cast a creature. They're just like walls basically. And I like put buffs on them for no reason because I had nothing else to buff, and I won. It was
amazing.
It was so stupid.
That's how I felt getting my first escape, and then for a while, like my most consistent Hades escapes with the rail, my least favorite weapon.
It's one of those things like you get the dream build and you play the worst you've ever played, and then you get the absolute worst build and you're unstoppable. And you're like, what?
Yeah, just that feeling of why is this working?
Yeah, this should not be working.
I don't get it.
When does this stop?
This reminds me, this is a question, well, I've asked you this already, I guess, in real life, but chat can help me out here. So I was never one who was way into roguelikes or roguelites very much, just because they haven't clicked a whole ton, a lot of the ones I've played, and just also because I don't really like I don't tend to play a lot of forever games. But ever since playing Hades and really loving it, I've been feeling like I should dabble in a few, give them another chance. Like maybe it's kind of like Dark Souls. Now that I've like cracked it, I get it now, and I get the appeal. What roguelikes should I give a shot? Chat, so that like this is for you. All right, 30x DX. Ooh, sort of like that, like Mega Man like roguelike. Yeah, I could see that. Nuclear Throne, Slay the Spire, Dead Cells, Gungeon.
Gungeon's so fun. Gungeon's got co-op. So does Isaac.
Ooh. Oh, there's so many fun games you and I could play, man. I've got so many ideas that I'm equally excited by.
I want to get back into Gungeon. I was hooked on Gungeon for a while. Ooh, FTL. That's a great one.
FTL is good. Yeah, I remember enjoying that a good bit. Like, certainly didn't play long enough to win, but I enjoyed it for a good several runs.
I think I've won twice.
Nice. Moonlighter. Yeah, Moonlighter was pretty cool. I did that for an episode. I am actually gonna... I've reinstalled Isaac since you started getting so way into it. Like, what's the artist's name? Edmund McMillan? Like, his art style and sensibilities don't appeal to me whatsoever, but the game does seem really fun.
Yeah.
He seems cool. It's just the art style is not my vibe.
Yeah. Which is totally fine.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, too, of, like... I feel this way with RPGs, too, of, like, even if you have, like, a better sword and it has better stats, if it doesn't look visually different, I usually get bummed, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
And I think that's one of the big appeals of Isaac for me, too, is, like, everything you pick up, like, has a visual change to your character. Even if it's, like, something really tiny, you know? So it feels like, you know, at the end of the run, you're just this mess.
Go back and finish Cadence of Hyrule just on my own. That was fun.
Oh boy, well...
I haven't even heard of a robot named Fight.
Alright, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Is he gone? Okay, I think he's gone. I'm assuming he's gone. He's being very quiet. I think it's time to share some more secrets, everybody. So the magic is in a couple of... Each of them is inside a temple. One of them is inside the Spirit Temple. One of them is inside Ganon's castle. It is not the boss key chest. I'm not that mean. But that is where they are hiding. And that's just going to be our fun little secret. I'm loving that I'm getting the opportunity to share fun little secrets with everyone. So we can all delight. I'm having so much fun doing this. I'm glad everybody else is too. I'm glad so many people showed up, and I'm glad everyone's been having fun. That's... yeah, no, we don't have to mislead him. We just don't have to say anything. None of us, I mean, why would any of us know this? It's a randomizer. Oh, this has been so fun. God, I would totally do this again. I would just make him another Ocarina randomizer and just do it again, because this has been a blast. There need to be more Plandomizers out there. Hopefully there will be. Welcome back. I was just saying how there need to be more Plandomizers, because this is so darn fun.
Yes. Yes. That'll be wonderful. How you feel? How you doing, Dan?
Doing great. You kidding me? Today's been the best.
Aw, good. Glad to hear. Where should we go? We could do... What was Bottom of the Well? Where was that? That was like...
Bottom of the Well was inside Jabu Jabu.
Jabu. Okay. I don't have Prelude, but I do have...
We found most of the dungeons so far. I'm trying to trying to
Yeah,
think which ones
I
we
think
haven't figured
it's-
out access to. It's Shadow Temple, Spirit Temple, Deku Tree. We haven't found our way inside Jabba Jabba yet either. So I guess there's a handful of dungeons we haven't found yet.
So, oh yeah, okay, so because we haven't been in Gerudo, we haven't like entrance-wise, we haven't gone in Gerudo, we haven't gone in Shadow, and we haven't gone in Bottom of the Well. Those are the
Yeah,
three.
yeah. Is the Gerudo Fortress like counted in that number, or is that one that once you just have the long shot, you can just go and just wander around?
It is kind of the number because it is a mini dungeon.
Oh, okay.
So it could be.
So it could be like one of the other.
Yeah.
It could be Deku Tree or something. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So the thing is, which we have long shot, so I can go do that.
Yeah. Yeah. You can go see what it is.
Actually, you know what? Let's just do that because I also I'm paranoid and I want to check Ganon's boss key chest.
Understandable. Because there's like that nagging doubt. What if it is there? What if Dan was that mean?
If
kinda
it
have
is
to know.
there,
Like if you live in that world and that's
amazing
something,
play,
like,
Dan.
and I'm the kind of person who would do that, that's the thing about me you need to know.
We could have beat this like 3 hours ago if it's there.
Now it's going to feel all the more rewarding, though.
It's true. Bling, 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 bling.
And that's really nice because now you're kind of set for like what a lot of future streams are going to be.
I said, yeah, I got a lot of stuff. We still got to get through Diddy Kong. We like just hit that one too.
How far are you in Diddy Kong?
We haven't even started.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Tomorrow's the first stream.
Nice.
Although technically I did stream it. I think I streamed it for my birthday.
Oh, fun.
Just to see, and I did like a few races, and I was like, I don't like this.
It is a
But
little
now I
wonky
gotta
feeling.
go through and at least beat it because I've never actually beaten it. So
Like, as a kid, I liked it, even though I could still feel like this is not as good. It feels weird or rough around the edges, but it's got some cool stuff in it. I still like it. Bunch of leaping lizards.
leaping lizards. Well, leaping lizards. You know what game I've wanted to revisit lately?
Ooh. What are you
Chameleon
thinking?
Twist.
Wait, which one?
Chameleon Twist.
I don't think I've ever even... Huh. Have I even heard of this? Chameleon Twist.
It's one of those games as a kid I rented it a lot. I never owned it. But I remember having a really good time with it.
Wow, this cover art looks vaguely familiar. Like, I'm sure I saw this on a Blockbuster shelf at some point. Was it good? How did it play?
So I think 1 and 2 are like totally different vibes.
Oh.
I can't remember which one's which, but I remember I enjoyed it. It was okay. I had to check that chest. It was gonna drive me crazy if that was a magic. What did we just say we were gonna check? GTG.
Right, yes.
Is there a faster way there? Oh, and Pillar. You're right. Let's check Pillar. That's a good call.
There is also the pillar.
Yep. We do have gold gauntlets.
So many possibilities.
So many. I'm curious if magic is something that you place or is just somewhere. I think that's what I'm intrigued about.
And that's for me. The
That's
nice
for
part
you to know.
about me being the only person who knows what was involved in the making of this is that I can take full credit for great things and then say
like,
that
"Oh,
the
that was
randomizer-
random."
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was my idea.
I didn't bother.
I wanted to do a different thing, but the randomizer was insistent.
Wouldn't let me.
Just really wanted to do that thing.
This
I
was
like, "No, you
the
shouldn't.
coolest
It's
thing
dumb."
as a kid. The fact you could pick up and yeet that rock. And normally there's a cutscene, but it doesn't
Yeah, no,
matter.
I love the different camera angle and everything. It feels so cool getting to the end of the game. It's like, oh,
Like, oh,
even this can't stand in my way anymore.
so cool. Love it. Did I ever come back for this fairy as a kid? There's fire, but we don't have magic still.
You got the potential for fire in you.
I think I came back for the kid. 'Cause I feel like I wouldn't have gone if I didn't have Lullaby in the first place.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't remember where I saw it. It was probably some random tweet. But I quoted a Metallica lyric earlier, and that reminded me of like the holiday version. Somebody tweeted like, "Give me Yule, give me fire, don me now with gay attire."
Give me
real good.
give me fire. I don't have Epona's song, right? Correct. Yeah, we'll just go to Grudo. We got the long shot.
We can just go right in. We got the
Just
key
go
right
in,
here.
Just knock in. Hell, hey, you guys got the magic over here?
Can I borrow a cup of magic?
Please, just a cup of magic. I've told you
I'm your
about
neighbor, by the way,
the
what?
Mr. Frodo, right?
Mr. Frodo.
If I
Wait.
take one more step from the Shire,
Yeah, yes. I went and watched some of it. It is
Yes,
unwatchable,
it
as you
is
said.
unwatchable. It is fantastic.
I love that it has been left up
Yeah,
and not been taken down because it's literally the most work anyone would have to do to watch that film.
For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there is a cut of Lord of the Rings where there's a moment when all the four hobbits are walking away from the Shire, and Sam stops and he goes, "If I take one more step, Mr. Frodo, it'll be the furthest I've ever been from the Shire than I've ever been." And they play that entire clip, that like scene, every single time he takes a step further away from the Shire through the entire movie. It's, I think it's like 18 hours or something like that.
It's a very long video. It is like you watch it and you get to that part and you and you laugh every time he takes another step and it plays the clip. It quickly becomes like poison. Like I have to stop this now because this is obnoxious. Then you skip ahead of the video and to confirm it, and yep, nope, every step. It's that scene again. And sometimes you only get like 6 frames before it plays again. It's like that scene, 6 frames of like a fleeing the riders, and then whoop, there's that scene again.
I really thought that was gonna be something important there because this check is just rupees. So like you never come to this rock.
So that's thinking like somebody who remembers Zelda well. What would Dan do?
What would Dan do? What that Dan doing? Yo, what that Dan do though?
We have teetered into a fun energy.
What that Dan do?
Have you done your like seasonal Lord of the Rings rewatch yet?
I haven't actually since I've been back in Seattle. I haven't rewatched it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I was just sort of thinking like, oh man, I've not watched those in so long. I should hopefully find like, I know I always like fill out any vacation time I have with work instantly, but I should carve out some time to throw those on again. It's been ages.
Cool. Another cool trick for you, Dan. You ready?
Ooh, yes.
So you know how your crouch stab takes the damage of whatever you last did? It also takes the properties of whatever you last did. So for example, if I jump attack with a Megaton Hammer and then crouch stab with my sword,
what?
I can break rocks.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
I love that one. That one, when I found that out, I was like, that's so cool.
That was that one's cool and actually kind of handy. I mean, not really because you have the hammer. You could do it with a hammer anyway, but it's still so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's faster than swinging the horse. Like some rooms where it doesn't push you back far enough, you can just like bop, bop, and like break rocks real quick. So.
Oh, nice. The speed run tricks.
You see them speedrunners use it. So you know it's good.
Yeah, like modern Nintendo would like iron out at least 70-80% of these little glitches in a modern game, feels like. They wouldn't get all of them.
She's dead, Dan. She's not gonna be in Zelda 2.
Yeah, been spotted. Or have you? No, that's that guy. Ow.
Ma'am.
The sword duel.
Oh, did you do? Only one? I hope it's one. Do I have to rescue all these guys? I hope not.
How nice was I feeling when I did this?
Yeah, how nice. If she shows up. Oh, she showed up. You're very kind.
Merry Christmas,
You're very
Dan.
kind. Very kind soul. Very kind.
Yeah. There's I figured there's funny mean, and then there's just
Then there's just mean.
let's all waste a lot of time for ourselves mean.
Mhm.
Sometimes those means align.
Sometimes.
Not always.
It do be funny, though.
It do be funny.
As my good friend Furby sometimes says, doobie doobie doo.
How's Furby doing?
He's dead.
Oh, well.
I took his batteries for... What did I take his batteries for? What? Oh, no, it's going to drive me crazy because it was something recent. I bought a little face washer thing. It's like a little scrubby brush and it spins for my face. That's what I took the batteries out and used it for that.
A transplant. What a hero.
What a hero. Absolute legend, that Furby. I don't know if I can do this, but...
Feels like it would work.
Cool.
Awesome.
Cool. I love when things work.
Me too.
So you could summon Scarecrow Friend, but we have the long shot.
Who needs it?
Who needs it?
Just give Scarecrow a day off. He works hard.
Epona? Oh, okay. Okay. Is that what we're playing, Dan? Is that what we're playing?
Might be what we're playing.
Is this archery time?
Which is to say, Epona's song. I got you a horse for Christmas.
Oh, we can check the cows. Oh my God, you're right. Okay, where's the closest cow?
There's the one in jail. There's the one in a grotto.
Jail is close. We could do Nocturne. That's wrong song. Cheese, please check GTG. You're right. You're right. But the cows, chat. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a little suspect that the Epona's song is right next to the archery minigame. That's what I'm thinking. It's a little fishy.
It does feel like a From Softy hint.
Yeah. The lore here. Oh, and environmental storytelling tells me Epona's magic. Friendship is magic. Is
Ooh.
ponies. Epona's a pony. Oh my gosh.
It's like that character in the Thriller who starts connecting all these weird dots to solve the puzzle. It feels so weird seeing the inside of this tree this late in the experience.
Yeah. So we're gonna need magic for that because we need fire.
Oh, yeah. Do you still just have the one stick?
No, I think I have like 20,
Oh, that's good.
18. Yeah, so I think what our plan here is, chat. We're gonna go check a cow. If the cow gives me milk, we're good. If the cow gives me anything else, we panic. Okay? We all panic together.
I'll do my little Lala panic emote in place.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. There's something about the Lalafels when they do the like converse where I always am just like left hand, right hand, both hands, left hand, right hand, both hands, left hand.
There's a rhythm to it.
It's only like I see it in the other like playable races and stuff, but I'm just like with the Lalafels, the way they do it so methodically, I'm like, what's happening here?
Yeah. I love how the game treats them 100% seriously and gives them all these cutesy, impossible to take seriously little things, and play at the same time all the time.
Okay, cow.
What do you got for us, cow? Would you like a nice little song?
He didn't give me stuff, so I'm thinking it's going to actually be milk, but I want to double check. Oh, the fire was above us. That was fun.
Oh. Not what I would have expected.
Just gonna triple check. Just gonna triple check. Okay, it's milk. We're good. We're good. Everything's good.
Good for your bones.
Good for...
And also your completion times.
Your IBS.
I feel for folks who have IBS. That seems like a rough one.
It's a rough
live
time.
with. Yeah.
It's not fun. You're panicking anyways. Good. Panic.
Sorry, I had this panic all charged up. I gotta vent it out of the system.
There's that, like, it's just an image of the, like, mannequin head with the hand on it for panic. That's, like, such a funny image to me. Could the cow be randomized to milk? No, because milk is not an important check. If bottles were randomized, then maybe, but...
Oh, I think you're safe.
Yeah. Because you can, at least I know in Majora, I don't know if you can in this one. Maybe you can, but you can catch an item and it would give you a random item. So like, I'm going to go catch a fairy and it gives you a fish or it gave you milk. And then you have to realize which bottle contents are which. It's fun.
How does... Is it like, as I'm sure you've done a Majora's randomizer, how does Majora's compare to Ocarina, randomizer-wise?
Majora is fun, because a lot of, like... it's weird because you're very limited with things you can do, and then as soon as you get if you get a transformation mask, you can do a significant number of things. Like,
Oh, interesting.
but you really are dependent on important checks for Majora, which I mean is normal, I guess.
Yeah.
I like it though because movement feels better throughout Majora. There's not as many dungeons and stuff, so it feels like a nice smaller package to do.
More compact. Yeah, I can see that. I did not realize that the movement and all that was improved so much. I guess I never played the two close enough together to realize that there was a difference.
Well, like, movement as Link is the same, but you do have the bunny hood if you want to go faster,
true.
which they have the bunny hood in this randomizer as well that you can toggle on.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're Goron Link, you zoom because you can just do the roll attack.
That's true, and you got the good swimming with the
And you get
Zora
swimming
Link
with
and
Zora, yeah.
Yeah, just
So-
lots more mobility options, yeah.
We have to wait until day. We're gonna wait. Okay, so this map is the stabby guy from Futurama. Stabby robot guy. Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but I can hear the voice. And the voice actor.
I'm a stabby! Yeah.
Bill Lamar, I think. Yeah. Such a good character.
It's so good.
Uh,
Deku Mask is neat. See, but Deku Mask, even though his movement's not great, he does have the height. He does have the jumps because there's a lot of checks throughout the game through the flowers.
Roberto, the stabby robot. That's the name. It's real good.
Okay, question, Dan.
Uh-huh.
Do I need to collect more Skulltulas?
You know what? Just as a treat, I will let you know how important additional Skulltula collection is. Let me refresh my memory
Because
here.
there's 30, 40, and 50 still.
Correct. Let me see. A lot of text to scroll through here. Come on. Where the heck did I find it? It's in here somewhere. There's a lot of tabs in the spoiler log here. Even just looking through the raw spoiler text dump feed is a lot to parse.
All right, time to show how good I am at archery in this video game. I
Yay.
know I've demonstrated a few times for you guys how good I am at archery. Very accurate. They call me Dastardly Dan because of my deadly DPS.
Deadly
Gam!
deliteration.
The alliteration, yes. Hey Gam, how you doing, bud?
Hello.
How was your stream? We are looking for magic, and we have been for the past like 4 hours. Lots of Control 5 moments, yeah.
Where the heck does my list show the rewards for the dang Skulltulas? I'll find it.
Try lube? Oh. Who is this guy? Okay, that's okay. We needed to get 2 anyways because you have to do 1,000 then 1,500.
Okay, so magic is not a Skulltula reward.
Thank you.
You bet. How's the target shooting going?
Oh my gosh. The little ice around the link. Oh my god, that's so good. What is that? Is that for just winter?
I don't know.
That is amazing. Holy crap.
Putting them big points on the board.
Jen, that one hit.
Big scores. Nice.
I just have to hit it. That's all I had to do. All I had to do was hit it.
Yay! Good job.
I was really expecting a second ice trap there. Really expecting it. The restraint.
Yeah. No, I'll freely admit, if I thought of that, that'd have been hilarious. If I thought of it, I'd have done it.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I guess I could at least check some things in the Deku Tree. You just can't do all the Deku Tree. We did Bombchu Bowling.
You did, and that wasn't even like that worked out. You didn't even have to try that a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, I know. We got it 2 in a row.
The chickens were kind.
They were kind chickens.
It's weird. It's not like Adult Link is that much bigger than Child Link, but it makes this whole dungeon feel smaller.
Yeah. Only problem is we can't do much here because we don't have fire. We can't beat Deku. We need fire.
That's right. That's right. Because you can't use the Deku sticks as an adult. Right?
Yep.
Isn't that right? Okay. Yeah.
If I touched that, I would have had to reset. Because I don't think it drops with arrows. I think it only drops with slingshot.
Oh.
There's like a ladder up there.
Interesting.
Did I get the lighters? Yes. Slingshot only, yeah. Yep. I remember because I've done that before. And I was like, guess I have to reset.
Can shoot your bow through torches to light them on fire. That's a good point. Though I don't know if you can get the angle.
Oh, that is a good point. That is a good point. We can get an angle. We can get an angle, chat.
You get an angle. Who do you think you're talking to?
What are you talking to?
Do you know who this guy is?
Who is this guy? We missed the stationary skull. Who is this guy? And we can kill we can kill Goma. We just
I like
have to
that
kill
confidence.
Goma quick. Because you can nut on Goma. I'm gonna do a save state right here.
Oh, is this another tricky room?
Just in case, I think I have to shoot through an arrow or shoot through fire. And if these aren't important, I'm just gonna leave it. There's a Serenade of Water.
Yo, Bot, I'm really upset by that emote combination for whatever reason.
Which one?
The reindeer with the nut emote.
What's wrong with the nut?
It's fine.
Huh. I thought something was wrong with it. I was like,
Too much combo potential with that one emote. Good comedy potential, though. It kind of works with everything.
Really does.
On Spider.
Spider.
There you go. Yay! Kid me very first time playing this. It took way too long to figure out the jump off the high place.
Yeah.
Break the web.
All right, here we
Although
go.
I
chat.
felt
You
like
ready
once
for
I
this?
figured it out, like once I did do it, I was like, ooh, that's clever. And then I started, this was like my first Zelda game, so it sort of like clued me into like, oh, that's the sort of thinking I'm going to have to do. Oh, man. Yeah, look at that. Problem solver.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, chat.
Beautiful.
Does anyone happen to know the code here? Anyone remember it? What could it possibly be?
0451.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Mom. Okay. Sir, sir, please.
Please hold still.
Eight 675-309. Is that it?
There you go. You cracked the code.
All right, so here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a nice big jump slash. So we have double damage on our sword right now if we do crouch steps.
Largle, that is also how I remembered the the code back as a kid. I assumed that was the joke they were making just because that's how big a deal Michael Jordan was at the time. I don't know if people today who weren't there can appreciate just how
Cycle.
big a deal Michael Jordan was, whether you followed sports or not. Get him.
You could one cycle, but I didn't. But I didn't. Oh my gosh, I just looked at Discord and I have like a million messages. What happened? Oh, a compass, Dan.
Yeah,
For Jabu's belly.
to keep you from getting lost.
Are there any other chests in here?
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
Thank you, Mulvheim, for the leap bits. I don't really care about the spiders. Do we find magic? Nope. We found 8 bits, so. Okay. Another dungeon done.
Yep.
I think we should. What should we do, dude? Which dungeon should I go to? What should we clear out?
What should we go to? Let's see. There's definitely still a few that we can't reach, but you said you mostly cleaned out Dodongo's cavern, or maybe all the way.
Dodongo's done. Yep. Dodongo
Yeah,
and
that one's
Deku are
done.
done now.
Okay, nice. There's Forest Temple.
We do forest. That's Kokiri.
There's we can also get into Fire Temple, which I don't think you've done much of that one yet.
No.
Water Temple, you've gotten the boss check, but none of the checks inside. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
if we
could
have
go fight Volvagia right now.
Also true, yeah. I don't know if you don't have access to Shadow or Spirit yet.
I have access to actually, yeah. I can't get in Shadow and I can't get in Bottom of the Well. So one of those are Spirit, one's Shadow. Or no,
Gotcha.
we can't do Shadow because those are the entrances we can't get into. The dungeons are spirit and
so they're yeah. Anyway, we haven't gotten into Jabu
Jabu
yet either.
yeah.
But you're right; those are the entrances we can't get into.
So we need magic.
Picks a lot of the like overworld mostly clean, aside from the really obnoxious stuff.
You've done shadow entrance with arrows before? Yes, but we don't have magic.
Right, the magic thing.
Did you get into shadow via glitch? I can do the glitch, but I would rather just look for magic.
Yeah. It's nice having glitches as an option, but it shouldn't be required.
I'm going to say Forest Temple.
Forest Temple.
So we gotta head to Deku Tree.
Shoot some pose.
No, I let that one go. Question, is it the Poe check?
No, but let me... What is the Poe check? Now I'm curious.
10 big Poes.
10 big pose.
You asked it 2 hours ago. I know you asked it. I'm saying now he can tell me. Because I don't want to do it. Unless we have to.
Yeah, asking for what sort of real pain in the ass stuff you can avoid, I think is perfectly allowable.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it's just a question of me finding... No, the 10 pose is not where you will find the magic.
Dude?
Shut down.
He really did. Okay, this doesn't work. I'll take those though.
Fun fact, I thought when I had created the seed, I thought I had activated or turned on a random enemies thing. In retrospect, I may have just been misreading that. Random enemies might not even be a thing.
I don't think it's a thing yet.
I'm sure someone will figure it out, but probably for the best.
Bonkers.
Random items is causing quite enough chaos.
That would be so cool though. Yeah, I would love to see an enemy randomizer.
Seems like it's just ripe for comedy.
Okay, so question for you, Dan. Do you want to see Trick to immediately go fight the boss? Or do you want to see me just do the temple normal?
Now, I'm always a fan of seeing tricks, but I do like these dungeons are also full of chests.
They sure are.
Many a check in those places.
So what you're saying is, do the trick.
Porque no los dos, yeah. Nothing saying you can't have tricks and treats. Just gotta do one first. I'm fascinated by what? What?
Boss fight.
And there you are. Yeah, that's just direct to the boss fight.
Nothing to it.
Who the heck needs those little colorful...
That's the power of the Keyblade.
Oh, colorful pose with the little puzzles and fire and whatever. Who even cares?
Yeah, so basically what's happening there, chat, is I go out of bounds, and the loading trigger for the boss arena just happens to be right below that staircase. So you just fall out of bounds into the load zone.
Beautiful. Might still be my favorite boss fight in the game.
Phantom Ganon?
Yeah.
I really do love the painting segment.
So good.
You wanna actually hit him? Link, you wanna do that
Never
for me,
seen
buddy?
him miss this many times. There you go, Link.
I'm so used to doing this fight with Big Goron Sword. I
When
disagree.
do you usually like get Big Orange Sword super early?
Sometimes, yeah. You'll just like get a check real early. And it deals double damage compared to the Master Sword, so you can just shred
Right.
things.
Can't use shield, but like
Who needs shields? Bloodborne taught me that. I think we're too close is why it's not.
There you go. This is feeling right. Yeah.
I'll banish you to the space between dimensions. That's what he says, man. Savage.
Not cool. Two video game characters I've seen pull that kind of move. Ganon and Minnie Mouse.
Minnie Mouse is ice cold.
Very.
What's cooler than being cool? Minnie Mouse. I can't hear you. I said what's cooler than being cool? Minnie Mouse.
Mouse.
Well, golly. All right, I guess I'll do actual checks now. We have a little friend though.
Little friend.
What did I get for beating the boss? Nothing. Heart piece.
Folks are saying heart piece, I think.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I also was paying not attention.
It was a little piece of heart. I can't believe how long we've not had magic. We've had it to one check for so long.
It's true. It is true. You're just getting yourself all ready. At this point, at the instant you have magic, you'll be ready to just go.
Yeah. It's right here, Dan. This check.
Looks
Magic.
magical. Look at all that. Sparkle effects.
It's not magic, Dan.
Why would it
No.
sparkle?
Why
if
would
it
you lie
weren't
to me
magical?
like that, Dan? Why would you lie?
But 50 rupees just won't buy you a lot of magic.
It won't. It'll buy you a magic trick. They're illusions, Michael.
I haven't watched that show in a long time. I bet it's still just as
It's
funny.
so good. It still holds up. I feel. It's just silly.
I 100% believe it. Top 10 Danime betrayals. That's pretty good. All the Dan puns we've come up with over the years, I don't think we've ever gotten that one.
The anime betrayal.
Danime betrayal.
Yeah,
It's pretty
that's good. Hour 10. So Dan, full disclosure, I took magic out of the game. Amazing. You know, if there was someone who could do it, it would be you. I took an item out of the game.
I've removed it.
Good luck.
You don't need it.
Magic makes you weak.
Did General Washington have magic when he crossed the Delaware? No.
No. Neither do you. Now get to it.
You march in there and fight that Ganon.
Yeah, the reason we need magic is to just use light arrows literally one time. One magic arrow cast is all I need.
Just enough magic for one.
Mm-hmm.
You just need a free sample of magic, and that'll get you through it. Like at Sam's Club. If you could get a little cup of magic at Sam's Club as a free sample, you could save Hyrule.
I could. All for the low, low price of free. Man, I used to love doing like going on to the grocery store on like Sundays for the samples.
Oh yeah?
I loved that. That was like
I always
such a
did love the free
kid,
sample
like
places too.
cherished memory.
Yeah.
Core memory unlocked.
Yeah, like I never went to the places that had samples myself when I was able to drive. But as a kid, if I was getting dragged on a shopping trip, so like Sam's Club or Costco or some other sort of thing, the hey, Sun Song, that's nice.
Nice.
Don't have to wait for night and day anymore. The ability to just go wander around and get some fun little free samples was just like a little glimmer of joy in what was otherwise just sort of mindlessly following a shopping cart around.
Yep. Yep. Lots of just following a shopping cart.
Yeah.
But I loved the samples. Because it would be just like, it's samples, I'm gonna go find every sample in the store and try it.
Yeah. Collect them all, yeah.
I remember when I moved to Austin, I was all excited because they had like at HEB, like the grocery store there, they had like beer and wine samples at the grocery store on like specific days or something like that. And like one of the first days I went grocery shopping, they had that, and I was like, yeah, I would like to try these. Try like a bunch of wines and stuff. It was fun.
That is fun. I've never gone to like a wine tasting type thing before.
There used to be this, like right after college, I lived with my parents for like 2 months or something like that.
Yeah.
And there was a wine bar that I went to because I just couldn't find any other like bars or clubs at the time. And I was like 22, 23, so it was the prime age to go out drinking, you know.
Sure.
And I tried a whole bunch of wines there, and I learned I just don't like wine. It's good, but it's like I'd rather have any other drink.
Yeah. Yeah, as alcohols go, it's pretty much just like either cider or just fun mixed drinks, I guess, for me, generally. Which is a shame. There's like tons of like small breweries that, like, if you're into beer, like Seattle's got a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah,
not into beer.
I should try because I really like sour beers, but I haven't played around with any locally. Because I kind of fell off beers because I only liked sours and ciders, and then I was just like, I don't need anything else.
Yeah. And the cider scene ain't bad here either, like compared to a lot of other places in the state you could be.
That one that you showed me or whatever that's the only one I buy now, basically.
It's really good.
It's great. Dark stouts and IPAs. I can't do IPAs. It's way too hoppy for me. Raspberry sours are so good. I love sour beers, man. Because sour beers are like the closest to like I feel like a cider a beer would get. Because it's just a good flavor.
Yeah, I think I've had like something similar in that ballpark. Like I was out with some friends a couple of years ago at one of these local places, and they were trying to get me to try like just one of the beers there, and just had kind of recommended go for this one. It's really cider adjacent. And it wasn't bad. Like usually beer flavors, like I can go for like maybe half of one, and then just the flavor of it, I'm just kind of like, this is not working for me anymore by the time I get to the second half of it. But bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. It's never acquired the taste, so.
Yeah. It's surprising how much my like tolerance has gone down since college.
Yeah.
Now it's like I have one beer and I'm like, oh, okay, that's enough. Like, just don't drink really anymore.
Yeah.
Because even when I do, I'll like have one and then be like, I don't want to drink.
Like I'm good.
You know.
Yeah. Don't feel like
got
feeling bad.
stuff to do.
Yeah.
Maybe when the world is somewhat normal again.
Yeah. Lots of fun places to go.
I really fell in love with arcade bars in the like last few years I lived in Orlando.
Oh yeah.
They were
Do
super
they have some
fun.
like nice ones there, or is it sort of like the Dave and Buster's equivalent sort of thing, which is barely counts, but
There was a nice one that I really liked in Orlando. I can't remember the name of like the district of Orlando it was by.
yeah.
But it was so cool. It had a whole room like that was just, you know, like flat screen TVs, and you could go at the front and rent games for free as long as you were like you had an active open tab.
That's cool.
So I went and played like through Dark Souls one time when I was just drinking hanging out with friends.
Oh, that's fun.
And then they had like a few monitors for like each console set up throughout the place. There was a pinball section. There was just arcade cabinet section. It was really cool. And it had a good drink selection too, because it had like a big bar on one side.
Sounds really fun.
It was neat. They had a lot of those old arcades where it was the table was the gamepad. And you would
cool.
like
Yeah.
the Pac-Man, and it would have glass, so you would just put like your drink on the top of it and then play.
Yeah, I love that.
Super fun.
Library nerd, yes. Seattle Cider's Basil Mint is top tier. That's a really delicious one.
Would you select him? Thank you.
Crafty skeleton.
It really is. He's got no muscles. How's he so strong?
Strong bones.
He drank his milk.
Yeah, like this is the corpse of someone who drank too much milk.
He drank too much, so please stop.
Cursed to unlife, but a powerful one.
And the frames, because these guys respawn. There we go.
Beautiful.
Here it is. Right here is magic.
Right here. Magical.
Keys are magical. I like keys.
Keys are good.
Keys are one of those things that I want to get into, like, collecting more.
Oh, yeah?
Because, like, I've never... literally the first thing I ever owned as, like, a collection was been, like, amiibos.
Yeah, yeah.
So, years ago, I was like, you know what? I really like old keys. You know, like, not like car keys or house keys nowadays, but, like, the old iron ones and stuff like that,
Yeah,
or, like, really intricate,
to them.
you know,
Yeah.
golden designs. I love those. So I was like, I'm going to just start going to flea markets and collecting keys.
Good idea. That's a fun kind of thing to collect, too.
Yeah. And I want to get like a nice, like, you know those, like when you go to like a fancy hotel and they have all the keys on the back, kind of wall or whatever.
Ooh,
I want to get like
that'd be a
something
great
like that,
display.
you know, like a red velvet background or just like all wood carving
Yeah.
to hang up all my keys.
Classy, yeah. I like that.
I always like that. Have I seen the lockpicking lawyer? No.
I haven't even heard of that.
Ah, same.
I like that all these poses had a little bit of personality to them.
Yeah, I love the
Little
pose.
different.
Did you know there's 2 unique poses for sharp and flat in the game? And they're not just in Majora's Mask, Dan?
Really?
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I'll show you.
You're so full of Ocarina knowledge.
Did you? Did you know? I think I am a key short right now, actually.
Uh-oh.
Which means the boss key... Yeah, because there's that door's locked right here, right? Wait, it might not be. No, I think it is.
So I kept all the small keys within their own
Yeah,
dungeons.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be a nice time save, convenience sort of thing. It's like
Yeah,
it's
because
funny
as
at
soon as I
first.
saw that compass was like one of our early checks, I was like, uh-oh, this is gonna be a long
Yeah.
scene.
I figured those, you know the game well enough, you don't
Yeah.
need those.
The compass and maps
But,
are fine.
Yeah, but
I was just worried.
keys, funny at first, but then eventually when you're just like, all right, we can get like 10 steps further in this dungeon now.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yep.
can travel all the way back over there. That's just a pain.
It's a lot of that.
I
Dan's,
did
what are
very
your
much
favorite mixed
appreciate
drinks?
that you did advise me when you like sent me the link to this Plandomizer. Okay, here's what all of this means,
Yeah.
because it really helps me to strategize with these choices somewhat.
Yeah, try to give like a quick little like summary of like, okay, this means this, and some of the you know, abbreviations and stuff too.
Yeah, it helped me to recognize, like, it helped me to better be able to decide what's fun mean and what's not fun mean.
Mm-hmm. My favorite mixed drink used, like when I drank a lot more, also before I stopped drinking milk, was a White Russian. I loved White Russians.
Those are tasty.
Nowadays, like, maybe like a margarita. Margaritas are always good.
Burritos are good. Yeah,
Mojitos are always good.
also true.
I'll do if I know like I'm taken care of for the night, I'll have like a Long Island iced tea. But
Oh, yeah.
those are one of those like you get way more drunk than you expect.
I had my first White Russian actually at our like first day hangout, like the day we met.
Was that
Like,
the
going in
escape room thing?
No, like.
Oh
at,
no,
at-
that was it was at a MagFest, right?
It was at MagFest. Yeah. Like our first day hanging out when we went to go like grab drinks in celebration for you getting the job.
Oh,
and you got
that
a White
was so
Russian, and I was like,
nice.
you know what? Heck yeah, I haven't tried one.
That was I've probably told the story of it, but like I don't know. That was like my immediate like judge of character for you. Like even after working, but just
Aw.
like you met and I had just got in a job with a studio in Austin that was they did slot machine games. But it was my first like big studio job. I was very excited about it. I found out like on the flight to MagFest. And like told you, and we're like, we're going to drinks, like just immediately, like let's go celebrate. I was like, oh,
Aw, that was a fun time.
warmed my heart.
Aw.
And now
Think
look
of
at us.
MagFest memories. Now look at us now.
Look at us
Like,
now.
Did you think on that first day that nice Dan went and took you out for drinks to celebrate the new job that one day he would torture you with a Plandomizer with no magic in it?
No magic to be found. I cannot wait to see where magic is. Even if you just totally were like, it's random anywhere. I just want to know where it is.
I understand. Now that I've, even just with 1 or 2 randomizer experiences under my belt, I know that feeling. It was like, I don't even need it anymore. I have to know where it is.
Yeah. Because what do we have? That and Din's Fire, I think. Those are, and Hover Boots. Those are the only checks
Yeah, those are the big ones.
that really matter still. 1 bomb bag, 2 quiver upgrades.
I guess you don't have the Begoran sword, which is just a convenience, really.
Yeah, I'm assuming Big Goron's gonna be trade sequence, so I'm just not gonna get it. Song of Storms still, that's actually a big one, yeah. Song of Storms is probably locking a lot of stuff. Like our bottles. We only have 1 bottle.
True.
Oh yeah, I never showed off the I should show off the bottle trick thing.
Oh yeah.
I have to get rid of my milk. Want some milk? I had a bad dream.
Did you ever, like, were you ever told about foods that would give you nightmares as a kid? Like, don't eat this food before bed, you'll get nightmares.
Yes, but I didn't remember any of them. Like, I don't think I ever was like, oh wait, this gives me bad dreams, so I'm not gonna have it, you know? But I remember having that conversation, I think, as a kid.
And it seems like a thing that I felt like I saw on TV a lot too. Like people say, it's like, can't eat that, so like I'll have bad dreams, or I'll have weird dreams if I eat this food.
Yeah.
It's like the whole Scrooge thing. It's like you could just be like a bit of undigested cheese or whatever else. There's more of gravy than of grave about you. Good line. Still doesn't make a lot of sense, but good line.
One of my buddies, he was drinking a lot of apple juice, and he was like, I'm having the best dreams. And I think it's because of apple juice. So, like, it just became a thing with us where we're like, had apple juice, great dreams.
Yeah. See, growing up, and I have no idea where my mom got this, but mom would always tell me, like, don't eat apples before bed, because you'll get, like, bad dreams.
Oh.
Which, I don't know why. I should ask her about that. Like, I wonder if that's still a thing that she thinks, or if she'll just tell me, like, what are you talking about? But, so I never, like, really had apples before bed. And then one day I think I was already feeling sick, but I did end up, like, just feeling snacky and just needing something, and just went ahead and had, like, an apple before going to sleep, and had the most wild, vivid nightmares. Maybe not even nightmares, just vivid, weird dreams that I had in most recent memory. I expect it was being sick that probably did it, and whatever meds I had to be on for being sick.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an apple in the mix.
There was an apple.
So maybe it was true.
Wait, what was it?
It makes some sense having like an upset stomach,
Just,
meaning bad dreams, right?
Dan deserves them.
sense.
What did I do?
Wait, what did
This
you
is
do?
nice. Whenever I wake up, the number of subs is higher. Oh, yeah.
Aw.
Very.
Well, it's true.
You all are absolutely spoiling me. Hey, look at the Megaton Sword! We said we weren't gonna get it, and it was right there.
Yeah, it's just right there. In a tiny little chest it wouldn't even fit in.
It wouldn't fit in that chest.
Just hanging out.
What's that? How did it get in there?
Big old sword. Biggie sword.
What is that making me think of? Like pebbles from Flintstones or something.
That's a little bit. It was reminding me of, like, I don't even know what. It sounds a little bit like a voice Aaron did for a bit in a sequelitis somewhere or something. I don't know what one.
Stitch? Stitch is more like Ohana mean family.
Yeah, it's got a little bit more nasal in there. That's false fun.
Oh, I was not paying attention.
Get him. What was the name of the director from Lilo and Stitch? Like Chris Sanders? Is that his name?
That's the art director.
Smart call. If you're directing a Disney movie and you're creating a character who's like really cute and adorable, voice them yourself. You're gonna have paychecks for the rest of your life.
Did he voice Stitch?
Yeah, he voices Stitch.
I did not know that.
So, like, even if the film's not a huge hit, if the character's good,
Yeah.
like, you're gonna be getting called back to do stuff for Disney,
Yep.
even just for like theme parks or whatever else for the rest of your life.
I did
And
not know
making
that.
bank.
That's what I call a huge play.
Yeah, Brad Bird voicing Edna for The Incredibles. I feel like these guys knew what they were doing.
They knew what was up, yeah. The cursed Lun Lun Ranch music.
That's what you're hearing right now.
Mm-hmm. The green flame.
Lilo and Stitch is legit great.
It is so good.
That is a top tier Disney film. Yeah, like Commander Shrieks, I feel like that is always the story I hear, and I expect it is actually true most of the time, that like during development of the film, it is always like the director or some of the storyboard artists who are then having to like sort of narrate the storyboards as they deliver them to the rest of the crew and do presentations and stuff. Like they're going to be giving these characters temporary voices before they're cast, and sometimes their voices are just so good and fun that they just decide, hey, you should just do the voice. Like that happens plenty of times. There's
good fit
lots
and
of
stuff.
story artists in Pixar who've ended up doing small or even somewhat large characters in various films. Like Teddy Newton, I think, has ended up doing a bunch of characters in Pixar movies and shorts just because, like, he, as a story artist, he's got a fun voice. But if you're directing the film, though, I feel like, especially with Disney, where, you know, like, they've got just this whole roster of voice actors they've got on speed dial anytime they need, like, hey, we need Ursula to sing 2 lines in the Halloween fireworks show for Disneyland for this year. Call her up. And they've got like backups for everybody in case that person's like not available or doesn't want to do it or starts asking for too much money or something. Like, so if you can get yourself on that list, you're gonna be making some money.
Okay, that's all the forest temples done.
All right, good for you.
Yes, fire temple now? We can
Yes,
go
fire, yeah.
fight Vivagia right off the bat too.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't have oh, whatchamacallit? Fire tunic. We don't need a fire tunic.
You got so many hearts.
We get so many dang hearts. You know what else we could do? Darunia.
Darunia. Oh gosh, I forgot all about Darunia.
We could go back as a kid. We could do Darunia, and we can also bomb the big Goron under the archway.
I'm
What
almost
do I-
amazed that there are easy overworld checks left. You've been really picking this bone clean.
Yeah, well, when we got bombs, I never went back to being a kid.
What a sentence.
I say that, and we fought the Dongo.
Once I got bombs, I didn't go back to being a kid.
Never went
There's
back
something
to being a
profound
kid.
about it.
Did you know, chat, that you don't have to grip the top of this? You can actually grab the bottom, and it's a ladder. See? You fall right in
Really?
the ladder. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Amazing.
Amazing. See? Let me push forward on the controller instead of letting go of the controller. See? It's like a ladder.
What a cool trick.
We did do that great fairy. Yep.
Yep. What is a voice? Because we've done little fun voices for characters and these playthroughs. What is a character voice you can't do, but you desperately wish you could?
Oh, what was Gilbert Godfrey? I think that's a voice I just always wanted.
Your Gilbert Gottfried impression's pretty good though. Like,
I gotta work. I gotta sit down and just study it because
yeah,
it's so good.
it's really, really good.
That's a voice. Do you have one? Do you have one on mine? There's a grotto we can check here now too.
Ooh, nice, a grotto. I feel like I've had a lot of like. Given how much Kingdom Hearts I play, it'd really be great if I could do a Donald voice.
Keith
Can't
David's
do it,
voice.
though.
Ooh, that's a good.
Ooh, that's a good voice. Yeah, that's just a good voice to have
Yeah.
for life. He really lucked out having his own voice. What other voices would be fun to be able to do? Adventure Brothers Monarch is a pretty darn good voice.
Yeah, that's a good voice.
A lot of good voices in Adventure
I feel like I
Brothers.
normally answer this question easy, and I'm just not thinking of anything right now.
Dr. Girlfriend voice is also good. Like, I'm impressed with how many of those voices are just the two show creators. They're like, it's always pretty cool when like a couple of show creators also are able to do just a ton of great voices.
Mm-hmm.
Just happen to be able to do it. The Dr. Girlfriend voice is like really. That's fun
It's
to
pretty
do.
good.
I see why they do it.
I
Okay,
would
well-
love to do a good Donald Duck.
Donald, yes, I feel like Donald Duck is like.
Like the holy
At
grail.
least with most
like-
other voices, I feel like I can find a little bit of something to kind of latch onto, where it's like, okay, I can get kind of this part, but I just can't get to the right
Yeah.
pitch or the right range, but I can get kind of like the cadence or something. Donald Duck, like no part of it is possible.
It's just. It's. What, like what?
Yeah. It's talking out of like a side of your mouth, kind of a little bit. Like I've watched videos of people describing exactly how you do it, and I can't.
Joker's voice. Yeah. Mark Hamill.
Yeah. Hamill's Joker voice is very good.
I'm just gonna buy the tunic. Oh, it's pink.
Ooh, I love it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Cute.
If you strangle a duck, it becomes easier. Oh, okay.
Oh, it requires sacrifice, I see.
All I can do is the like if you shake your head and make Donald Duck noise, it does the like.
That's pretty good. I wish I could get that far. That's very good.
It hurts my head.
Yeah.
Let's have some water.
Still impressed though.
It reminds me of like there's certain characters where it's like a specific phrase or something like Roger Rabbit's like please like
Oh wow, that's
you could
good
just
too.
do that, but it's only that. I can't do like his normal voice. It's just that sound that I can mimic.
Yeah. Okay, well then what is of the voices you can do, what is your favorite one to fall back on if you gotta give a character a voice? Like what's your favorite voice to do?
Lately, I've been doing a lot of Jar Jar. I don't know why I'm back on the Jar Jar fix, but
You do a good comedy Jar Jar though.
it really makes me laugh because he's just such a terrible character. Ugh.
Yeah, no, he sucks so much he just kind of loops back around to being kind of great.
Yeah.
Has a voice to do. Wait, so all right, people are saying you can do a good electrified Mario, and I don't know if I've heard this. Oh, that's very good.
It's really it's surprisingly close. What is it? Is it from Sunshine? I think is the electrified Mario.
I feel like I've gotten Mario electrified in Mario 64 as well. I don't know if he makes that.
He doesn't
sound,
make
though.
that bonkers noise though. He just kind of like, he's just like, but in
Yeah.
Sunshine he goes ham, man.
That was delightful.
I like that one. Good call, Chad. I forgot about that. I missed. This has been an interesting seed having the hammer first. I like never get the hammer early.
Yeah, that led to like some interesting challenges, like certain things you could get to. And you got pretty good at the hammer glitch.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how often I was getting that.
Yeah, you got some good practice in there.
Please die.
Ooh, you got an Animal Crossing villager voice in you?
Oh, yeah. I feel like we've done that one, right?
I think I might have heard that. That one sounds familiar. Ooh, oh wow, yeah. You got like the tone and the sort of like little broken up mixed valleys. That's really good.
and you can slightly alter it to be Splatoon, like.
Wow, that's pretty good. Like, especially since the Splatoon voices are clearly like way more processed, but that you can kind of imitate it that far is really impressive.
It's fun. I want to play Splatoon, man. I miss Splatoon.
Splatoon's great. There's a sequel coming next year, apparently.
Yeah.
So
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I hope. I'm really excited. I want to see if they like continue fleshing out the campaign after. What was the name of the expansion? The Octo.
yeah, I think it might have just been Octo expansion or something
Octo
like
expansion.
that.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
That was really
expansion.
good. I liked it a lot too. Yeah, like Splatoon 2 and the DLC campaigns kind of snuck up on me for like how fun they were.
Yep.
Like weird lore they're building. Not really shining too bright a light on it, but it's a
Yeah.
weird world.
We got mammals coming back.
Gosh, it's gonna be weird. Can't wait. Ooh, Droopy'd be fun to try to do. Let's see if I can do that. I think you have to
Droopy's
physically like pull out your cheek a little bit.
Yeah, right.
I'm droopy.
Like
Sort of thing like that. Yeah.
Gilly gilcher. Like pull at like a hook with one of your fingers.
Yeah, just like one side. That's all you really need. Just enough to
Make the lips a little bit looser.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Just gonna start reading people's comments.
Yeah.
I'll still never forgive them for not calling it Splat 1.
Splat.
No, Hyperpoly. I think I got that actually from watching what's his name? Billy West. Because Billy West has voiced Droopy before. I think like an interview with him, he was like walking through some of the voices he's done and how he did them. Like hearing him describe figuring out the Popeye voice was like fascinating. I wish I could remember. It was like for Vanity Fair, somebody was just talking about all the voices he's done before, just like trying to crack. Like he voices Popeye now, like when a Popeye voice is needed, which isn't super often, but like he was like pinpointing like what the combination of different voices is that is the Popeye voice, and like where it lives and how you get it. Like he had to do some detectivery to try to find it, and it's really interesting like hearing about his process.
I just knew they're like, skippity. Like,
Yeah.
that's all I got.
I love listening to voice actors talk about like break down their process for finding a voice and stuff like that. That's just delights me.
Mm-hmm.
Like just yesterday, I was watching like a year-old video from ProZP, Sungwon, talking about just 10 of the voices he's done before. It's really interesting. Hearing what the actor thinks of the character they play and how like their mentality of them and like
One of my favorite things is just like watching like when a voice actor is doing like, oh, here's some voices I've done, and then they just do like a quick line of like that character and then they move on.
Yeah.
Like just that the like understanding of their voice and their craft to be able to do that is so cool to me.
Yeah, just dipping into and out of it instantly.
Because I feel like anytime I want to like talk like, okay, here's the character, I gotta like build it up in my head. I gotta like psych myself up for that voice.
Yeah.
And then like have like a trigger saying that gets me back into like, okay, this is what this character actually sounds like.
Yeah, that always helps. Just having the line that, yeah.
And they're just like, boom, here you go. I'm this character
you
now.
go.
And you're like, holy shit. Pretty cool.
It's so cool. D. Bradley Baker is like a wizard. It's like anytime you hear, like he's got a great voice and he's played lots of great characters, but just anytime you need a weird monster or just a weird creature,
I watched a few of those like a horror segment, and it's like, here's this voice actor for this horror monster, and it's this like blood curdling monstrous scream, and they're like, that came from a person.
I was just thinking of a story, like a D. Bradley Baker one. I think actually Emmons might have told me this. It was like just on Emmons when he was working at like that stint at Blizzard, and he was getting like some voice reads for like just some Hearthstone cards or something like that. And D. Bradley Baker was in there, and basically they were describing the kind of voice they were kind of going for, and like just on the spot, like Baker was just sort of saying, it's like, can you guys bring me like a toilet paper tube or something? Like just like what props he needed to apply to his mouth in specific ways to get these weird like just weird. He just knows his voice and how to use props to create weird stuff so fast because he does it all the time. It's incredible.
That's so cool.
It's amazing. Yeah, Ray Chase is great too. Like I feel like I only just came to know of Ray Chase existing like a year ago, and now it's that thing where you suddenly you know a voice actor, you look them up, and now you hear them everywhere.
There was something I wanted to do. I wanted to light trial in Ganon's castle. There's a bunch of chests there because we have the gold gauntlets. I want to just get it out of the way. Just get it out of the way.
That's smart, being tactical. Like, you got lots of dungeons that you could kind of pour through or try to get into. Like, which ones have the most checks, though?
Yeah, because I think that's like 5 checks in a row.
Strategic.
Actually, I think it's only 4 because I think we need magic for the others. Going for that check density. Yeah. I love watching when people speed run the randomizers. They're just like, it's not worth it, even though this check might be the one. It's, you know, you got to play to the potential.
Yeah, you just got to go with like statistics or the numbers. It's like it could be there, but there are slightly higher odds of it being here. So.
It's a cool thing where I feel like knowledge and skill both come like very much hand in hand, like game knowledge.
Yeah.
And the execution is very important, but I feel like in other speedruns, you don't need to know know the game inside and out because you just need to know the route, you know?
Yeah. No, there's a much deeper level of knowledge required of the game. And not even the game at large, I guess. Just you need to start memorizing where are all the opportunities. It's a different kind of knowledge of the game. It's really cool. I'm really impressed by it. Just finishing a randomizer is challenge enough for me. Thank you.
Okay. Arrows.
Another one for the collection. Some missiles. Never hurts.
More missiles. Boy, these are going to be worth it. A nut. Magic. We got it. We got it. We got the magic. We got the magic.
I'm so glad you came back.
I was like, there's a lot of checks there. I should just do it before we keep cleaning out dungeons, because I'm starting to run out of dungeons, too.
Yep. Congratulations.
The biggest reason I did it was I didn't want to do Fire Temple. I hate Fire Temple's my least favorite dungeon. Oh my gosh. Woo, we did it. We did it.
The day is yours. What's your favorite temple in Ocarina?
Forest.
Oh,
probably.
Yeah.
I love the music. I love the vibe of these like 4 ghosts.
Yeah.
You kind of gotta go track them down.
Story to it. It's yeah.
I actually really like the water temple too. If the water temple, if you had a button for iron boots, I don't think anyone would complain about the water temple.
Yeah, I think.
I think it was just, it's so frustrating playing it in vanilla game, and I think that's all that people remember. But if you ever do it in a randomizer, the dungeon's not bad at all.
Yeah, like the if you're able to wrap your brain around the kind of spatial puzzle of levels of water, there's a lot to check out and lots to figure out with the raising and lowering of the water level, but it's really not. It is not as bad as people frequently said.
Oh yeah, now if you want to reveal anything fun that you dropped in.
Well, let's see. Like what other fun treats are there?
Yeah, where was the other magic?
Where was it? The other magic was in the Spirit Temple.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
We still hadn't even seen Spirit.
Yeah. Yeah, we got really unlucky not finding the entrance to that one. Where's the entrance to that one? I should look that up.
I'm gonna bet that was Shadow.
Let's see.
So we needed magic for it. Because what else did we not check? We didn't check bottom of the well.
Yeah.
Which we still don't have. Oh, where's Song of Storms?
Where was Song of Storms? Hang on. The spoiler log tabs are not super... I've just not learned my way around them enough to be able to pick it out. Here, I'll go by location here. What are some fun
I
finds
say
that we-
Lun Lun Ranch, fed the hungry, and my castle floats.
That's a good point.
I didn't check the Desert Temple. Desert Temple was... Where was that? We did check it. I walked in and out. It was Ice Cavern, I believe. Wasn't it?
So Jabba Jabba's belly would have only had some tunics and some missiles.
That's good. We didn't check it.
Fire Temple had absolutely squat. It's good that you didn't go there. There's nothing.
Very good. Fire Temple, it's such
it is a
headache.
bunch of like pieces of heart and 5 rupees, and that's all. Yeah, Water Temple had barely anything. Oh, I had the boss key for Shadow Temple, I guess, but that wasn't much.
It's part of
Spirit Temple.
intentional damage.
Yeah, Spirit Temple had the other magic. Shadow Temple had the last bomb bags, I think.
He really takes his time winding up on that.
Doesn't he? Double Defense was also in Shadow Temple. I'm sure you're fine, though. Nocturne of Shadow was in Ice Cavern. You got that one.
Yeah,
They did the Garuda training ground quite thoroughly.
Oh yeah, any hint stones I missed? Any
Yeah,
fun hint stones?
I'll go over those as well to Yeah, where the heck was that song though? Where did I hide that?
All we needed was one light arrow, chat.
There it was. It's
Okay,
as
what's
simple
the
as that.
Ganon fight music? That's the ultimate question. Is it Spirit Temple? Pretty good. Pretty good fit.
I'm having a hard time finding Song of Storms, and I've got the spoiler log right here. Song of Storms, where are you hiding? Oh, it was... you were near it. You were close by. It was also in Ganon's Castle in the Spirit Trial, just in one of the invisible chests.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. I just
Yeah.
immediately left. There was, I think, 2 chests left.
I think you got a lot of the Gossip Stones. Let's see. You definitely got all of the everyone has to donate bit one. I can't believe you found all of those so fast. The one near the Metagoron says, Dan Floyd says hi.
Aw.
Yeah. The one in the Shadow Temple graveyard says Rip Grubby.
Grubby!
The one in the... What does HC stand for? Hyrule Castle. There we go.
Hyrule
Castle. It says... yeah, near the rock wall in Hyrule Castle says, I'll write something funny here later. The one in the Storms Grotto in Hyrule Castles just says, like, all caps, look out behind you! The one in the Cow Grotto says, Jinjo! Whee!
Aww! Little Jinjo!
The one in the Hyrule Fields, probably, one of the grottos says, the Click Clock Woods theme's in your head now. Let's see.
And another hype train for the finale chat.
Aww. You really found a lot of the funniest ones, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, you found like almost all the funniest ones. The last one, which was in a bombable wall inside DMC. What's DMC again? I forgot.
Devil May Cry. Death Mountain. Wait, DMC? Death Mountain Crater.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, now it just says "Love you, pal." You found a good many. Good on you. Fit it like you're beating this just in one session. I was really wondering if like you were gonna be able to manage it
Whoops.
inside one stream.
I was really hoping to. I was like, we can knock out an Ocarina in one stream. That's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy when I get hit too.
Nice.
I'm so glad you had this idea because this has been so darn fun.
It was so fun. Like any type of game that we can like work together in is always feels fun.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, so much for being here with me. Thank you, Dan, for making the scene and hanging out with me. Thank you for
Absolutely.
everything. I'm really touched, and thank you, everyone, so much.
This has been so delightful.
I cannot believe the sub count right now. That is absolutely insane. Hey, you're not allowed to donate there. What are you doing?
Too
I
late.
saw that.
You folks have all been so generous.
I'm absolutely blown away. You guys have really spoiled me.
What the heck?
I'm very appreciative. We hit 800.
That was wild.
Chat, that's over 400 subs. This stream. That's insane.
That is a lot.
Like the most subs we've had was like 400 when we hit like Diddy Kong, like, or what? I think it was 450, something like. I can't. Thank you. There's you, Dan, too.
What the heck?
I miss this Ganon model. I like mullet Ganon.
Some character to him. The huge ears.
Yeah.
They're not like elf pointy. They're just big.
Man, I always get a little emotional at the end of a Ocarina of Time playthrough. I still love it so much. It's so tragic.
It is. And they match. I love it.
Oh, they do!
There's an awful lot of pink in this, like, between these three characters here. And I like it. $809 subs out of 500.
I don't know what to say.
Well deserved, I say, but
Thank you. I'm being good and not punching down on myself, so thank you, everyone.
good for you.
Good.
I'm so glad that this worked out as a seed as well, like as a fun one.
Yeah, it was great. Like, I'm glad we had to do a few little fun tricks and stuff. We got to do some sequence breaking.
Got some good fun treats, but then there was plenty of friction. To cast enough doubt over whether this was happening anytime soon.
The hint stones was absolutely my favorite thing. I had no idea you could customize that text.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was my favorite part of doing the thing as well.
It was so good. Like that, I was like, I just want to find these to find out what they all say.
Extra special thanks to whoever the heck people are responsible for making this thing exist.
Yes. And anyone who's worked on any randomizer, for that matter, I
seriously
love and respect so much.
They've created so much joy.
Yeah. Where did we find magic? It was in Ganon's castle in the light. The light trial.
Yeah. He went back because there were a bunch of checks there and he just wanted to see. And it was a good choice.
It was. Thank you, Viz, for 32. Oh my gosh. There's so much I have to go through. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. Hey, can I find like a more accurate list? Because mine just does not have everything.
Special thanks to Eiji Aonuma for making the original Zelda Plandomizer. I guess that's true, huh?
Yeah.
An innovator.
Okay, so this doesn't have exact numbers, but I'm gonna try here my best. Also, if I missed you, I'm so incredibly sorry, but I really appreciate the support so much. Feel free to at me if I ever missed you. Shadok, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Old Army, I think that's 10 gifted subs. Little Eye, that was 5. Adoboris, thank you for the Prime sub. Maybe Root gifted a sub to Twilight. Old Army with 2 more subs. Commander Squeaks with 2 subs. Tiefling Fen resub for 13. Happy holidays to the Dans. Happy holidays to you as well. Happy holidays to all of you watching, everyone hanging out. Zokdo, thank you for the Prime sub. Rainier, thank you for 16. Pork Missile, thank you for the Prime. Enulian, thank you for the Prime. Random Deterministic, thank you for 2 months. Restless Roots, thank you for 11 in a row. Just Ember, thank you for 26. Happy Subiversary. Twitch didn't tell you about initially. Happy Subiversary. Aw. Fade Accompli, thank you for the Prime. Rudimage, thank you for 5 gifted subs. I Am Metal, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Smooshy, thank you for 37 months. Holy smokes. Flame and Air, thank you for 4 months. Apparently this is my 4th month subbed. Anyway, this is great. Thank you. Ed, thank you for gifting a sub. Baha Bali, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, it's 2 gifted subs, excuse me. Black Rose Gunner, thank you for the gifted sub. Enkimana, thank you for the gifted sub. Deca Trio, thank you for 2 months. Random01, thank you for the Prime sub. Withers, thank you for 5 months. Library Nerd, thank you for 5. Movelheim, thank you. Wait, what was it was Yovelheim, right? Is that how you say it? I can't remember. I feel like it was Yo. Right? Yovelheim, maybe? Thank you for the gifted sub. Ed, thank you for 5. Tiefling, thank you for 5. Sympathy, thank you for 1,000 bits. This was a great stream. Thank you. Dawn Puppet, thank you for 5. Did you forget your laundry? Thank you for 5. You know what? I should do my laundry. Dan should be doing the laundry. Dan, thank you for 2,000 bits. You've solved my randomizer puzzle. Chris, 2C2, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Brand, thank you for 8-bit. Brand 8-bit, thank you for 13 months. Captain Disco, thank you for 7 months. Sinogard, thank you for 100 bits. Science Jim, thank you for 100 bits. Dawn Puppet, thank you for 100 bits. Con, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. Shiroka, thank you for the sub, the brand new sub. Vintage Spiffy, thank you for 100 bits. Guys, you know, please. Chat, I love you guys so much. You're killing me.
It doesn't stop.
It doesn't. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna take a sip of water here.
Smart. Yeah, it's good.
Oh my gosh. Vintage Spiffy, thank you for 100 bits. Science Jim, thank you for 5 bits. Quasimodo, 100 bits. Kayan, thank you for the brand new sub. Yamington, thank you for the brand new sub. Critic Kyo, thank you for 8 months. Mr. Kino, thank you for the Prime. Viz, thank you for 32, bud. Briars, thank you for the brand new sub. Arc Flash, thank you for 5 bits and 8 bits. Shawnee, thank you for 30 bits. Bob Bali, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Rob, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Neil, thank you for the new Prime sub. Ice, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Naria, thank you for 10 bits. 100 bits. And we're done. And now we can all stop. And we can find someone to raid. Any closing remarks, Dan?
None, other than just, again, that I'm so happy you had this idea. Thank you for, like, inviting me to join. I'm thrilled I got to be here for it, and I would happily do this sort of nonsense again if we can ever come up with another fun concept for it to do, because it has been an absolute delight, and I am so happy that I'd have loved doing this even if it was just like the regular amount of people showed up. The fact that we just got a swarm of people who were suddenly feeling super generous today.
I'm just blown away.
Has made this all the more special. So thank you all for coming and then staying. Like,
Yeah.
been a lot of people for this entire time.
It's I don't know what to say other than thank you. It's just I'm very touched.
Well, if you need a dampener for your mood, they did just unlock the DK64 101% run. So
there goes my smile.
Hang on. Oh wait, hold on. Gracious.
I was trying to end the stream, chat.
I work hard for the money.
Oh my god.
Gracious.
Raider Squeaks, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Brave, thank you for 69 bits. Baha Bali, thank you for 27 bits. Sympathy, thank you for the gifted sub. Alias, thank you for $20. Happy holidays to you too. Halo Jinx, thank you for 50 gifted subs.
Gracious.
A lot of these awards or like sub goal things, I was like, this will be years. Oh, down the road, we'll do this. Thank you so much, everyone. We're gonna raid someone before I cry, so we're gonna do that. I really appreciate the support. I know we're probably not gonna have this big of traffic, but if you are watching and you enjoy it, I really appreciate it. And even if you wanted to tune in for just this one, know that I'm incredibly thankful. And there was our Scarecrow song. You love to hear it. The
Someone has linked me to a clip of the Just Kermit map.
Yes.
And yeah,
there's the Kermit map. So
it's very Kermit.
it's just Kermit.
Yay!
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you all.
I think here's my sub goal poster. So we hit creating an art print from scratch. So we will come up with a idea for that together. We'll do a stream, and it'll probably be a multi-part stream where we do everything from the sketch, line art, colors, all that stuff, and then I'll probably offer that as like a download in my Discord or something like that. If you guys want it as like a wallpaper or anything. But yeah, we have a lot of streams ahead of us, and I have a lot of work cut out ahead of me too. So
yeah,
thank you everyone. How many goals did we hit? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9
gracious
separate goals were hit.
I remember when you were putting this together and it was half as long. I'm glad you added more.
I only put more because I was like, I kind of want to put one for like getting buying a VR console or something like that.
Yeah, just something like far off in the distance, just to yeah. Boy.
Oh my gosh, thank you all so much. Science Gym, 2 more gifted subs. Ice, thank you for 19 months, and that dog with the brand new sub. Yeah, my buddy Nicole is streaming some Dark Souls, and they're fantastic. We're gonna say hi to them. Just send hearts. Just send like "cause I love," or just a little heart emoji. That's all I ask. Just be kind to whoever we send y'all to. Thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, it's the holidays, and this is incredibly appreciated, even outside of just that. And now we're gonna go watch Christmas movies.
That sounds fun. Let's do it.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you all so much.
Have a wonderful night. If I don't see you all, have a happy holiday, happy new year. Tomorrow I'll be streaming some Diddy Kong Racing. It'll probably be earlier in the day. And then Friday, what is Friday? Oh, Friday's an Animal Crossing stream for the holidays. So that'll be one little thing. If you want to stop by, that'll also be at the same time, 12 p.m. Pacific time on Friday.
Nice.
And then a few days off for Christmas and holidays, and I'll see you all next week. So, thank you. Say hi to Nicole for me. Thank you so much.
Goodbye, everybody.